Chapter 718. The Eighth Generation. Say Ito muttered to himself as he nodded. Ito raised his head and asked Lloyd, then according to the generation, what generation is the current Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme style in your eyes? After Lakshata, and I modified it, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style can be categorized as the 8th or 9th generation. If we include some other special modifications, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's the 10th generation, Royd explained. However, because those special modifications were made to adapt to some special wars, there wasn't any significant improvement in its performance. Therefore, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style is still the 9th generation. That is to say, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style is superior to the Knights of the Round Table in terms of performance, right? Ito continued to ask. If the Britannia Empire doesn't have any new technology, then yes. Roy nodded with certainty. Ito nodded after he got a positive answer. He had some confidence in his heart. All right, you three talk. I'll go take care of something else. Ito glanced at Valletta, Royd, and Cecil. Then, under the three's gaze, he used the power of the Rubik's Cube and disappeared in front of Royd, Cecil, and Valletta. He appeared in the cell where Saheju, Tsuki Meili, and her 4 disciples were locked up. As usual, Ito used the running water to wash away the filth in the cell. Then, he cleaned the bodies of Saheju, Tsuki Meili, and her 4 disciples. After that, he called for food and fed them in an erotic way. Meili, I'm going to wage war against the world. Are you willing to stay by my side and watch? After he finished feeding them, Ito put away the bowls and chopsticks. Then, he looked at Tsuki Meili, who was ignoring him with her eyes closed as usual. When she heard Ito's words, Tsuki Meili opened her eyes. Tsuki Meili suddenly opened her eyes, and a sharp light shot out from her eyes, piercing towards Ito's eyes. This kind of spiritual attack was similar to a sword in the eyes. Ito didn't care about it all. He didn't move his feet or his body. He didn't even blink his eyes. He used his spiritual force to crush the sharp light that shot into his eyes and expelled it out of his body. Okay. Tsuki Meili quietly looked at Ito for a moment. She said, I knew that you would agree. Seeing that Terumi Suki agreed, Ito smiled and began to undo the shackles on her limbs. He said, it seems that although I have massaged you from time to time, not using your muscles for a long time has caused you to lose control of your body. Ito said as he reached out and hugged Terry Meili, who was leaning forward. Let go of me, Tsuki Meili said as her body touched the ground. We've been together for so long. Besides the last step of using real swords and spears, what else haven't we done? Do you have to be so insistent to refuse my hug? Ito didn't let go of her. Moreover, after this, I can't let you leave or become another man's woman. In other words, I've already marked you as my woman in my heart. You're my exclusive property. At the same time, in my heart, I'm your man. It's only right that I hug you like this. You should accept and not refuse. Ito tightly hugged Tsuki Meili's body and looked into her eyes. His voice was calm and slightly domineering. Do as you wish. Tsuki Meili quietly looked at Ito for a moment. Then, she closed her eyes and said expressionlessly, That's more like it. Seeing Tsuki Meili's tacit agreement, Ito didn't care about her expression. He smiled and kissed Tsuki Meili's lips. Now, I'll send you away to a quiet place to recover. Once you've fully recovered, I'll take you to see the other world's war tactics. Ito lowered his head and looked at Tsuki Meili, who had her eyes closed. Then, with a thought, he moved her to a room in the central area. Next, the 4 of you. Ito turned around and looked at Tsuki Meili's 4 disciples and said with a smile, Now that your master has tacitly agreed, shouldn't you let go of your resistance and become my people? Ito looked at the 4 girls and said with a smile. Hearing Ito say's words, the faces of the 4 girls turned red, and they all followed their master's example and tacitly agreed. Ah! Seeing the performance of the 4 girls, Ito immediately laughed and then unlocked the shackles on their limbs one by one from left to right and transferred them to the house in the central area, where they can recuperate. Saheiju, are you going to stick to your original intention? After sending Tsuki Meili and her disciples away, Ito turned around and walked in front of Saheiju. Then he looked straight into her eyes and asked softly, "Humph." Seeing that she was the only one left in the prison, Saheiju looked at Ito with a complicated expression. Then she snorted and turned her head to the side. "Out of sight, out of mind. Seems like your heart isn't firm anymore," said Saheiju as he reached out and grabbed Ito's round chest. Saheiju didn't say anything. She silently endured the warm and strange feeling coming from her chest. "Forget it. There's no point in staying in this cell. I'll give you another place." After playing with Sakaku for a while, Ito-sei withdrew his hand from Sakaku's chest and sighed. Then he undid the shackles on Suhaju's limbs and pulled her soft body into his arms. Then he disappeared from the secret room and appeared in another room that had sunlight. There was a separate bathroom, as well as entertainment equipment such as a TV and a computer. "Here we are. This is where you will live in the future. Except for the narrow range of activities, everything you need is here. I think you will be satisfied." Ito-sei, who put Sakajuku on the bed, looked around the room and smiled. "As for the food, I'll send it here every few days. I think you want to see me every once in a while so that I can take advantage of you." Ito turned his head and looked at Saheiju, who was sitting up on the bed with her soft muscles. Saheiju was still the same. She didn't pay any attention to Ito. Ito saw this and smiled. He stepped in front of Saheiju, pinched her cheeks, and kissed her lips domineeringly. He stuck out his tongue and tangled it with hers. During this process, although Saheiju tried to resist, whether it was because her muscles were weak because she didn't use them for a long time, or because she was rude because she didn't get to eat, Saheju's resistance was weak and didn't have any effect. Instead, it aroused Ito's desire. "Okay, I'm leaving. See you later." After a while, Ito, who was kissing Saheiju until she was gasping for breath, let go of Saheiju. He said with a smile and disappeared in front of her. He appeared in the prison cell where Christopher was being held. "Mr. Christopher, long time no see." In the prison cell, Ito called out to the tramp Christopher. Christopher's blonde hair was curled into wool. His body was dirty and exuded an unpleasant smell. His face was full of stubble, and he looked like a tramp. "Ah!" Hearing the sound, Christopher's bloodshot eyes flashed fiercely. He rushed in front of Ito with a roar. His left leg seemed to be unable to feel the weight of the iron chain under his feet. He kicked wildly at Ito. "Originally, I thought you would be useful if I kept you alive. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Since that's the case, you can go to hell." Ito-sei's eyes flashed with a cold light as he calmly dodged Christopher's kick with his Jiogong technique. "You want me to die? Go to hell first." Hearing this, Christopher's aura exploded. A more violent and powerful aura than when he was caught by Ito instantly erupted from his body. He kicked even faster at Ito's vital points. "I didn't expect you to break through." Ito looked at Christopher in surprise. Casually laughing, he rushed in front of Christopher and slammed his shoulder into Christopher's chest. Bang! In an instant, only a muffled sound was heard. Christopher's body immediately flew away from Ito-sei, and then in the blink of an eye, he hit the steel wall on the side. Puff! The next moment, Christopher, who was hanging on the wall like a painting, spat out a mouthful of blood. "Goodbye, Mr. Christopher." Ito stretched out his right index finger and pointed at Christopher, who had just slid down from the wall to the ground, and said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderbolt suddenly jumped out from Ito's fingertip and shot into Christopher's forehead in the blink of an eye. Then, when his eyes were wide open, it pierced through his forehead, leaving a finger-sized burn mark there. Then Ito waved his arm, and Christopher's body immediately disintegrated into countless fluorescent particles under the effect of a strange force, gradually disappearing in front of Ito. It seems that lunatics are really not suitable to be recruited. Ito looked at the empty cell and shook his head with some emotion and said to himself, "It seems that lunatics are really not suitable to be recruited." Then he waved his hand to summon a cool breeze to blow away the unpleasant smell in the cell. Then he mobilized the power of the magic cube to leave the cell and return to the room in the central area. Looking at Seito, who suddenly appeared in the room, Suki Emilai asked expressionlessly, "Do you have any clothes?" "Yes, of course. How can I not have any?" Itose laughed when he heard this. At the same time, he flipped his palm, and several sets of Japanese archery robes appeared in his hand. Chapter 719. Tuki Meili and her 4 disciples immediately stood up from the ground and approached Seito. They took the archery robes from his hands and put them on in front of Seito. Do you have underwear or long bandages?" One of the 4 disciples asked Seito with a blushing face. She had long, straight black hair. "Yes, but I didn't know your measurements, so I didn't bring them." Seito's gaze moved back and forth between Tuki Meili and her 4 disciples' breasts and buttocks. "Then what about the long bandage?" Aside from Hui Meili, one of the other 3 disciples who were also blushing from being stared at asked. "Yes, how long do you want?" Seito nodded and asked. "Then I want 4 5-meter-long rolls." The female disciple with long, straight black hair quickly replied. "All right." Seito was straightforward. He took out 4 rolls of bandages that were rolled into a small cylinder and handed them to the 4 female disciples. The 4 female disciples quickly took the bandages and helped each other to wrap their chests. "Hey, don't you know that this kind of chest binding is very harmful to your breasts?" Seito looked at the 4 female disciples and asked in astonishment. "We don't know." The 4 female disciples looked at each other and shook their heads at Seito. "This kind of chest binding will suppress the blood flow in your breasts and cause deformities in your breasts or internal blood vessels to mutate. It will lead to all kinds of diseases, including breast cancer. So if you want your breasts to recover, it's better not to bind them," Seito explained. After listening to Seito's explanation, the 4 female disciples looked at each other again and turned to look at Tuki Meili, who was about to finish dressing. "I say, Hui Meili, don't tell me you didn't tell them about the dangers of chest binding?" Seito asked in astonishment as he followed the 4 female disciples' gazes and looked at Tuki Meili. "In other words, you don't know Hui Meili either?" Seito's expression changed slightly as he continued with a strange expression. Terumi Tosaki pretended not to hear anything and lowered her head to tidy up the hem of her clothes, stuffing it into her trousers, as if she was ignoring her. "That's enough. Listen to me and stop pestering me in the future." Ito Mori had a strange smile on his face as he looked at Megumi Suki, then turned to the 4 female disciples and said, "Oh." The 4 female disciples were obedient. He rolled up the bandage and put it aside. Then he picked up his Taoist robe and put it on. "By the way, I still don't know your names." "What are your names?" Seito asked. "My name is Kihara Rumiko." The 4 female disciples looked at each other, and then the female disciple with long black hair said, "My name is Kumino Mia." Another girl with black hair said, "My name is Tamagawa Masaki." The girl with long brown hair said, "My name is Blaze Carter." The last girl with the same brown hair said, "Rumiko, Mia, Masaki, and Blaze? They're all very nice names." Ito Sei, who matched the names of the 4 people with their appearances, nodded and said. Seito waved his hand in the air, and a clear stream of water as thick as an adult's finger suddenly gushed out of the air, twisting and turning in front of Seito. Then Seito made a move in his mind. The stream of water in front of him suddenly split into 5 smaller streams of water, rushing in front of Terumi Tosaki, Kihara Rumiko, Kumino Mie, Tamagawa Masaki, and Blaze Carter. This is spirit water liquid filled with spirit energy. It can help you recover faster and let you recover to your original strength. Drink it, Seito explained. Terumi Tosaki didn't hesitate to open her mouth and drink the stream of water in front of her. Kihara Rumiko, Kumino Mie, Tamagawa Masaki, and Blaze Carter didn't hesitate to drink the spirit water liquid in front of them. "All right, you can rest here. I still have something to take care of." I will come to see you next time. Seito looked at Terumi Tosaki and her 4 female disciples and said. Then, with a thought, he left the Rubik's Cube world and returned to Leluxiu's world. Then, with a flip of his hand, he summoned a special kunai and threw it at a reef. Then he activated instant transmission and rushed back to Zhujin City in Luoyang. After a short while, Seito's figure once again appeared in the Emperor's palace in Zhujin City. Greetings, Lord. Seeing Seito suddenly appear in the room, Zhou Xianlin immediately cupped her fist and bowed. My dear, you are back. Then, Kagura quickly ran from the Emperor's side to Seito's side. She reached out and hugged his arm. She looked up at Seito and said in a sweet voice, Xianlin, go and move your and Li Shinka's steel skeletons to the palace. I want to upgrade them. Seito looked at Zhou Xianlin and said, yes. Zhou Xianlin solemnly complied. Then, she turned around and walked out of the Emperor's palace and went to a military camp to pick up her and Li Shinka's exclusive mounts. After being shocked by Seito's strange ability to change living people, disappear, and reappear in an instant, Zhou Xianlin's heart was full of awe and a little bit curious about Seito. At the same time, she didn't think that Seito's words about taking over Britannia, EU, and establishing a new centralized country with the Chinese Federation was a delusion. Therefore, she could accept Seito's orders without any resistance. Kagura, use your power to incite the numbered individuals and alternative citizens under the jurisdiction of EU and Britannia, and make EU and Britannia fall into chaos. After giving Zhou Xianlin his orders, Itose looked down at Kagura beside him and said, okay. Kagura agreed without hesitation. In addition, gather the ninjas in your hands and temporarily place them with Kirihara Tai-san. I have a use for them. Seito said again. Okay. Kagura also agreed without hesitation. Lihua. Then Seito turned around and looked at Emperor Jiang Lihua. Jiang Lihua looked at Seito with a puzzled expression, not knowing what he called her for. Use the power of the Chinese Federation and help me find a person in the territory of the Chinese Federation. A woman with crisp green long straight hair, wearing restraints, and likes to eat pizza. Seito looked at Jiang Lihua and said, okay. Jiang Lihua nodded. Kagura, you too. Help Lihua find her. Seito looked down at Kagura again and said, is that also the harem that my dear has chosen? Kagura first nodded and agreed, then looked at Seito curiously and asked, not necessarily, it depends on the situation, but I don't mind accepting her into my harem. Seito stretched out his hand and flicked Kagura's forehead with his finger, then said with a chuckle, oh. Kagura raised her hand to cover her forehead and replied with a pout, by the way, help me find a Britannia man named Diliahart. Then, Seito thought of something and said to Kagura and Jiang Lihua. The two didn't speak and directly nodded. Go, try to find him in a few days. Seito said, okay. Kagura agreed, let go of Seito's arm in her arms, turned around and walked to the side to find a palace maid, and asked her to take her to a room with communication tools to contact her subordinates. That green-haired woman is CC, right? After Seito finished his instructions, Karen looked at Seito and said, yes. Seito, who reached out his hand to Karen, said. Then, he led Karen, who walked to him and put her hand in his. While leading her to Lakshata, who was sitting on the side, he continued, that woman is also a rare talent for me. CC is fine, but why are you looking for that strange guy, Diliahart? You must know that when we were in the Black Knights, that guy was the most unstable. Karen continued with a slight frown. Diliahart's dream is to witness the birth of a legend and record it, so he took the lead to join the Black Knights as a Britannia and fought for it. Seito, who pulled Karen to sit next to Lakshata, explained, but other than that, Diliahart is an excellent media person. He is an important member who can help me better publicize and reflect my image in the hearts of the world's people. So even if this person is unstable, I will find him and use him. Lakshata, how's the communication going on your side? Ito then turned to look at Lakshata, who was spitting out clouds of smoke from her mouth, and asked. The negotiation was going well, but when they heard that they wanted to cooperate with the Chinese Federation, the people there immediately turned hostile and didn't want to talk to me anymore. So the negotiation hasn't been completed yet. But I'm contacting their internal acquaintances and talking about things from the side. Lakshata said casually. Is that so? Try your best. If it really doesn't work, just give up. We can still start a war without them, and there'll be fewer people to share the cake. Ito said with a look of disdain. Whatever. I don't care. You could do whatever you want, Lakshata said casually. Then you can talk to them again. If you still can't reach an agreement, then just break it off. I plan to officially declare war on the world in a few days. Ito narrowed his eyes, exuding a different kind of charm. Is it ready? Karen asked. It's almost ready. Even if it's not ready, we can prepare as we fight. Ito, who reached out and hugged Karen in his arms, smiled faintly. Then I'll wait and see. I hope to see a good show. Lakshata turned to look at Ito and said, I'll definitely let you see it. Ito also turned to look at Lakshata with a smile. Chapter 720. P.S. Thank you to AdCooks for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Novel Fan Xiao, Cute Girl Ignorant, Nick Finney, and 157747860 for your tips. Long time no see, CC, in the Emperor's bedroom, which had almost become Ito-sei's permanent residence. Ito-sei was sitting on a luxurious big chair with his legs crossed. His left hand was naturally placed on the armrest of the chair, his right arm was half supported, and his right hand was pressed against his cheek. He looked at CC, who was standing there and moving her hands that had just been freed from the binding state. Under the investigation of the entire country's intelligence network, it only took a little more than 3 days for the intelligence personnel, who were stimulated by the official's wish, to find CC, who disguised herself as a local resident, in a remote mountain area within the territory of the Chinese Federation. During this period, Delia Hart, who had more advanced characteristics, was even more inferior than the Millennium, which it only took 2.5 days for him to be found by Kagura's intelligence personnel in the slums of Shinjuku and sent to the territory of the Chinese Federation overnight. It seems that you have controlled the entire upper level of the Chinese Federation. Without the slightest panic on her face, she turned her head and looked at Jiang Lihua, who was sitting on the side, and said in a frivolous tone. Ito didn't speak. He just looked at CC with interest. Similarly, seeing that Ito-seiji ignored her, CC didn't say anything. She turned around and walked to the side. She found an empty chair and sat down. She curled her lips and said, Is this how you treat your guests? Ito didn't say anything. He turned his head and looked at the door of the bedroom and shouted, Someone come. Squeak. With a strange sound, Bien Shi'er, who was wearing a palace-made costume, pushed the door open and walked in. Lord. Bien Shi'er, who was standing at the door, bowed. Prepare a cup of black tea for her, and inform the imperial chef to make 2 pizzas and send them over. Ito ordered. Yes. Bien Shi replied, then turned around and left the palace, after closing the palace door again. Then he went to the back to carry out Ito's instructions. CC, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I asked you here because I have something to ask you. I hope you can tell me the truth. Ito turned to look at CC and said. There was no expression on CC's face. It was as if she did not hear anything. She continued to admire the scenery in the small garden outside the palace. Ito wasn't surprised. He continued, I want to know the location of the church's headquarters. The former pope of the church. Your Majesty. CC paused when she heard Ito's name. She finally stopped looking at the scenery and turned to look at Ito, who had a faint smile on his face. He looked at him expressionlessly. You know a lot about me. After a moment, CC turned her head again to look at the scenery in the small garden and said casually, I don't know much about it, but I know a little more than the average person. Ito-sei shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. Since you know a little more than the others, then the church's location shouldn't be difficult for you. So, I don't have to tell you the location. It's annoying. CC immediately caught Sei Ito's words and said. Sei Ito looked at CC's side profile for a moment. Then he shook his head helplessly and skipped the topic. Creak. At this moment, the closed palace door was pushed open again. Then, Bianxir slowly walked into the bedroom with a tray in her hand. She came to CC's side and put down the tray in her hand. Then, she moved the ceramic tea bowl to CC's side. Then, she put away the tray, turned around, and walked out of the bedroom again. When she stepped out of the door, she reached out and closed the door. Since you don't want to say it now, I won't force you. At most, I will weigh some means and look for clues from other aspects. But when the time comes, CC, don't blame me for being ruthless and wiping out those ignorant children. Ito-sei straightened his body and pressed his hands on the armrest to support his body and said in a low voice, Xianglin, keep an eye on her. Don't let her hurt Son of Heaven. Sei Ito, who stood upright, looked at Zhou Xianglin, who was beside the guard, and ordered. Yes, Lord. Zhou Xianglin responded sternly. Lakshata, Karen, Kagura, come with me to see Dilyahart. Then, Sei Ito turned around and walked toward the palace door while saying to Karen, Kagura, and Lakshata, who found a place to lie down and smoke. Hearing the call, the three people didn't hesitate. They directly got up from their respective places and walked out of the bedroom together with Sei Ito. They walked toward another palace not far from the bedroom. Is it starting? Kagura, who walked quickly to Sei Ito's side, asked. Ito Seiji replied in a low voice. Oh. Kagura, who got an affirmative answer, responded in a low voice. She stopped talking and obediently followed Sei Ito into the palace used to house Dilyahart. At the same time, Dilyahart, who was in a state of uneasiness, immediately stood up from his seat when he heard the sound of footsteps. He looked a little restrained at Sei Ito, who he had met once or twice before, and Karen and Lakshata, who were behind him and used to be his colleagues. Dilyahart. Sei Ito, who walked to the main seat in the palace and sat down, looked at Dilyahart blankly and called. Yes. Dilyahart, who heard the call, immediately responded humbly. I appreciate your talent in media publicity, so I need you to work for me temporarily. Are you willing? Sei Ito continued. I'm willing. After secretly glancing at Sei Ito, Dilyahart, who couldn't see any change in his mind from his face, gritted his teeth and agreed straightforwardly. Very good. Seeing Dilyahart yield, Sei Ito smiled and said softly, Come with me. Then, Sei Ito, who hadn't sat down for long, stood up from the main seat again and walked slowly to the palace gate while calling out. Yes. Dilyahart responded. After Sei Ito and others walked past him, he carefully turned around and followed them. They left the palace together and walked along the spacious Jujin City Palace road to the unknown place. A few minutes later, Sei Ito, Karen, Lakshata, Kagura, and Dilyahart, who had just followed, entered a room guarded by a large number of soldiers. Lord! In the room, several senior eunuchs who saw Sei Ito walk in and Lishinka, who was standing in front of the map and pondering, saluted him together. Is everything ready? Sei Ito, who nodded slightly as a greeting, walked to Lishinka and asked, The army has been assembled. Then we can launch an attack on Nippon. Lishinka replied. Hearing Lishinka's words, Dilyahart on the side was moved, and his emotions were faintly excited. Good. Sei Ito nodded and said. Then he turned to look at the senior eunuch on the side and ordered, Chung Zhong, go and gather all the news reporters in Luoyang City. I want to hold a press conference. Yes. Senior eunuch Chung Zhong immediately accepted the order. Then he turned around and left the room without hesitation to carry out Sei Ito's order. Dilyahart, you will host a press conference later. Sei Ito then turned to look at Dilyahart and said, Yes, Lord. Dilyahart followed suit and responded. Kagura, I will watch your performance later. Sei Ito finally looked at Kagura and smiled. Just watch me, Kagura said with a confident expression. Shinka, have the new airframes shipped from Nippon been distributed? Sei Ito, who had finished his business, turned to look at Lishinka and asked. The airframes that Sei Ito mentioned were the ones designed and manufactured by Lakshata and the 6 companies in Kyoto during the Black Knights period. They had the performance comparable to the Britannia's 7th-generation airframe, Lancelot. They have been distributed, but in order to show the powerful performance of those airframes, I formed them into a special team and used them as the vanguard on the battlefield. Speaking of the new airframes, Lishinka's eyes flashed. What about the new steel skeleton I modified for you? Have you adapted to it? Seito asked again. It's fine. Lishinka nodded and confirmed. That's good. Seito nodded and said. Then Seito didn't ask anything else. He chatted with Lishinka about the Nippon raid plan in this room. It wasn't until more than 40 minutes later that Chang Zhong, who walked into the command room, came to inform the venue that the press conference was ready. After that, Seito, Karen, Lakshata, Kagura, Lishinka, several senior eunuchs, and Delia Hart left the command room together. Under the lead of senior eunuch Chang Zhong, they came to the empty hall where the reporters had gathered. Then Seito, Lishinka, Kagura, and senior eunuch Gao Hai, who were the main participants of this press conference, walked to the rostrum one by one. Kacha, kacha, kacha. In an instant, there was a series of crisp sounds, and a large silver-white light emitted from the group of reporters under the rostrum, illuminating the 4 people again and again. Cough. At this time, Delia Hart, as the host, walked to the front of the rostrum, coughed lightly to attract the attention of the reporters to himself, and then began to preside over the press conference. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this press conference. Now, on behalf of the Chinese Federation government, I would like to make the following announcement. At the request of Miss Kagura, a member of the Nippon imperial family, our Chinese Federation will officially carry out the recovery and liberation of Nippon in 3 days. Wow. As soon as Delia Hart's voice fell, the reporters below immediately went into an uproar. They couldn't believe that today's press conference would announce such a thing that could cause a war. One by one, they excitedly picked up the cameras in their hands and took photos of Delia Hart and Seito, Kagura, Lishinka, and Gao Hai sitting behind the rostrum. Silence. Delia Hart, who saw that the scene was a little chaotic, reminded the reporters. Then, after the reporters calmed down a little, he continued. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes between the Chinese Federation and Britannia over the issue of Nippon, the Britannia Empire's army is requested to withdraw from Nippon territory within 3 days and return Nippon to the Chinese Federation. If there is still Britannia's army in Nippon territory 3 days later, we will regard it as a provocation and destroy it. This is hereby announced. This statement was almost tough to the extreme. There was no intention to negotiate with Britannia at all. It directly gave a notice to withdraw the army, and if they didn't withdraw the army, they would take back Nippon's territory, even if it meant starting a war. It was completely different from the Chinese Federation's performance in the past. Next is free questioning time. Please observe the order and ask questions after I point. If anyone violates the order of the venue, we have the right to forcibly ask the violator to leave. Delia Hart, who had issued the announcement in a serious manner, looked at the reporters below with a smug face and announced. Mississippi then, Delia Hart's gaze swept through the crowd twice, reached out and pointed to a female reporter with an EU sign and said, "Excuse me." The reporter who was pointed at first thanked everyone, then looked at the 4 people sitting on the rostrum and asked the question she had prepared. In the next 3 days, if there are any resistance forces, immediately give them a thunderous blow. We must not let them affect our battle plan. Half an hour later, on the way back from the press conference, Seito said to Lishinka next to him. Yes. Lishinka, who knew the situation of the Chinese Federation better than Seito, responded in a cold voice with a flash of cold light in her eyes. If there is no other choice, we can let them jump around first. After we solve other things, we can eliminate them in one fell swoop or carry out genocide. Seito narrowed his eyes slightly and said in the same cold voice, "Isn't this too much?" Lishinka, who heard the word genocide, frowned slightly. I don't want a group of untrained wolves under my rule, so as long as they step over my bottom line, I don't mind eliminating 1 or 2 non-Han people and making them completely disappear in the long river of history. Anyway, it's not like our ancestors didn't do genocide in the past, Seito said with a look of disdain. It was just that Lishinka, who heard his words, looked at Seito with a strange expression and didn't say anything. Are you surprised by my words? Seito, who didn't look at Lishinka's strange expression, turned his head slightly and asked her. Then, without waiting for Lishinka to answer, he continued, because I am also a Han. Although not from this world, Seito added in his mind. Then, Seito ignored the surprised Lishinka and returned to the Emperor's palace with Karen, Lakshata, and Kagura, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying. You guys go in first, I'll deal with other things, Seito said to Karen, Lakshata, and Kagura. Okay. Karen and Kagura nodded in agreement. As for Lakshata, she didn't care what Seito wanted to do. After receiving the response, Seito nodded to the three, then directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared in front of them, appearing on the shoreline that he came once 4 days ago. Chapter 721. Seito appeared on the reef and bent down to pull out the special kunai that was nailed in the crevice of the reef. Then he used telekinesis to fly into the air and quickly flew into the deep sea. When he was in position, his figure flashed and disappeared from the sky. He entered the Rubik's Cube world and appeared on the bridge of Archangel. Newman, where is Margaret? Seito suddenly appeared on the bridge and looked at the helmsman Arnold Newman, who was playing a PSP game with his head down. Sir, Newman, who heard the greeting, looked up in the direction of the voice and immediately stood up from his chair. He put his right hand next to his temple and greeted Seito with a military salute. Captain Margaret might be in the captain's lounge right now. Newman put away the salute and said with uncertainty, Really? You continue to play. I'll go take a look at the captain's lounge. Seito nodded slightly. Then he turned around and walked toward the vertical elevator on the bridge while waving his hand with his back facing Newman. With a swish sound, Seito's figure completely disappeared behind the alloy door of the elevator. I'm already caught by you. How would I dare to play? Newman looked at the word Game Over on the game screen and shook his head with a bitter smile. Then he turned off the game console and put it away. He sat back on the helmsman's chair and carefully checked the settings of Archangel to be ready to start Archangel at any time. On the other side, Seito left the bridge and went to the captain's lounge. Margaret. Seito walked into the captain's lounge and greeted Margaret, who was lying on the bed. You're here. Hearing the greeting, Malu opened her eyes and sat up on the bed. What's wrong? Didn't rest well? He walked to the bedside and sat down. He grabbed one of Malu's palms and closed the Seito in her hands. Isn't it all because of you? I thought you were going to attack that day. Who would have thought that after waiting for a whole day, I didn't see you call out? You caused us all to not have a good rest. Margaret looked at Ito, say, unhappily. I'm sorry. Sorry, it's all my fault, my fault. Seito stretched out his left arm and hugged Margaret's shoulder, smiling apologetically. That's enough. What's the point of apologizing now? Malu rolled her eyes at Seito. Then he asked, Are you ready to attack this time? Yes, but we won't enter the battle immediately. Instead, we'll have to wait for 2 or 3 days and decide based on the situation, Seito explained. It doesn't matter if we wait for a few days. It would be best if we don't have to fight. Margaret sighed. Okay, I'll go tell the emergency crew to prepare for the attack. Margaret, who stood up from Seito's arms, said. Seito didn't say anything. He sat quietly on the bed and watched Margaret's actions. At this time, Margaret, who walked to the numerical keyboard next to the door of the lounge, pressed one of the buttons and ordered through the small microphone on the keyboard, announced to the entire ship that we are now entering temporary battle preparation. All personnel are in position and immediately prepare for the attack of the Archangel. That's it. After Margaret's order ended, the Archangel immediately sounded an urgent alarm. Then a female voice sounded on the ship's broadcast, repeating Margaret's previous order almost word for word. This is the newly trained CIC. Seito listened to the female voice on the broadcast and looked at Margaret, who was wearing the joint military uniform, and asked with a smile. Yes, and it's a beauty. Margaret glanced at Seito and said, Seito, who was choked by Margaret's words, looked embarrassed and sat there with a dry smile. Hurry up, I don't dare to activate the Archangel without you. Margaret, who saw Seito's expression, snorted and turned to the door. Yes, everything is at your command. Seito quickly got up from the bed and followed Margaret out of the captain's lounge to the bridge while complimenting. After more than 2 minutes, Margaret and Seito came to the bridge of the Archangel together. Natale, Seito walked into the bridge and raised his hand to greet Bucky Lulu, who was already standing next to the captain's seat. Bucky Lulu just glanced at Seito and didn't respond. It was completely the same rigid appearance as in the Gundam Seed world. Report the situation of the Archangel. Margaret, who was sitting in the captain's seat, asked with a serious expression. The engine is operating normally. The anti-gravity device is fine. The weapon system is normal. The outer deck is not damaged. One report after another sounded in the bridge of Archangel. Everything is normal on the Archangel. The last electronic voice concluded in the bridge. Sorry to trouble you, Stargazer, Margaret said to the small screen protruding from the armrest of the captain's chair. Then, with a serious expression, she ordered in a sonorous tone, Archangel, activate. Archangel, activate, Newman repeated. As the helmsman, Newman repeated. He pushed the engine lever in front of him and ignited the main engine of Archangel. Following his movement, the 4 huge circular nozzles at the tail of the Archangel spewed out a blue outer layer and a slightly white inner layer, pushing the Archangel slowly out of the port. Activate the anti-gravity device. At the same time, the bow of the ship is raised 15 degrees and out of the water. After a while, seeing that the Archangel had completely left the port, Margaret ordered again. The anti-gravity device is activated. The bow of the ship is raised 15 degrees and out of the water. The target is straight ahead. Forward. At this time, Seito, who was standing on the right side of Margaret, suddenly ordered. At the same time, 20 meters in front of the Archangel's route, the entrance and exit of the Rubik's Cube world and the Luxio world was opened. Boom! At this time, the hull of the Archangel shook and rushed at a faster speed than before toward the huge black hole in front of it that looked like the mouth of a giant beast. When passing through the Rubik's Cube world into the Luxio world, there was no strange light channel-like scene. It was like passing through a layer of black fog. In the blink of an eye, the sea and sky scene that was no different from the one in the Rubik's Cube world was reflected in the eyes of everyone in the bridge. Open the space camouflage system and enter the camouflage program. After the Archangel completely entered the Luxio world, Seito, who closed the channel, continued to order. Speaking of this space camouflage system, the most basic prototype was the invisibility cloak made by Babel in the absolutely pitiful world. Then, after in-depth research by the Pandora organization, it was expanded. Finally, in the big laboratory, the latest large-scale invisibility system was developed based on the improvement of the invisibility technology in the black sphere technology mastered by Selene. At this time, the space around the Archangel seemed to be vaporized, making the figure of the Archangel immediately become hazy. After more than 10 seconds, the Archangel completely disappeared from the sea, leaving only a space picture that was exactly the same as the surrounding sea and sky where the Archangel stopped. This is the map of this world. Your destination is here. He turned his hand and stuffed a CD into the protrusion next to Margaret, then pointed to the location of Japan on the world map displayed on the screen diagonally above the bridge. Except for some changes in the names and terrain of some countries, the general environment here doesn't seem to be different from our previous world. Bucky Lulu looked at the map displayed on the screen and frowned. You can treat this world as your original world before the AD era, but the difference is that this world is not strongly dependent on oil, but on a mineral called cherrystone. Seito explained with a smile. In that case, it makes sense. After all, in the war for 200 or 300 years, it is understandable that some landforms were destroyed. Margaret, who was also observing the world map, said, You can ask the Stargazer to copy the data in this CD later. It will be much more convenient for you to act in this world. Say Ito pointed to the CD stuffed into the protrusion and said, I see. Margaret nodded and agreed. If you're bored, you can play something on the sea. I will inform you when there is a battle. Ito-say looked at Maui and Baki Lulu, who was standing on the left side of Maui, and said, Are you leaving again? Margaret first looked at Bucky Lulu beside her, then looked at Seito. Yeah, after all, it is a war to unify the world. There is still a lot of things to arrange. Seito spread his hands helplessly and smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Margaret and Bucky Lulu again. But I believe that after the war, it will be easier. I will accompany you then. Margaret didn't seem to realize that Seito said you instead of you, and nodded in agreement. Similarly, Bucky Lulu, who was standing on the side, also nodded without a trace. I'm leaving. Seeing that the two agreed, Seito activated instant transmission and disappeared from the bridge of the Archangel. He appeared in the sky outside. Then he continuously used instant transmission to return to Zhujin City in Luoyang. What's going on over there? Seito, who appeared outside the palace, beckoned a maid and pointed to the two men who were held by several soldiers not far away. My lord, those two are Gao Weiyong and Li Long from the censorate. They wanted to see His Majesty the Son of Heaven for today's press conference, but they were stopped by Xiao Wang. The palace maid explained respectfully with her head lowered. I see. Ito-say's eyes flickered as he glanced at the two so-called censors. He ordered the palace maid beside him, Go and ask the soldiers to drive them out. Don't let them disturb the emperor's rest. Chapter 722. Yes, sir. The maid responded respectfully, then turned around and walked to the soldiers to convey his order to Seito. I look more and more like those powerful ministers in ancient times. Looking at the departing figure of the maid, Seito said to himself with a self-deprecating expression. Then he put aside these trivial thoughts, pushed open the door, and stepped into the palace. At the same time, in the 11th district, Is this the power you want to show me? Seito, I have to say, it's really powerful, but it's not enough to overthrow Britannia and EU and unify the whole world. In the big conference room on the top floor of the governor's mansion, Cornelia, who watched the broadcast of the press conference with the military and political officials, said with a thoughtful expression, Your Highness. Seeing that Cornelia was a little distracted, Guilford, who was her guard, greeted her in a low voice. Sorry, I was distracted. Where were you before? Cornelia, who returned to her senses, looked at the military and political officials in front of her and asked, Your Highness, should we make some defensive adjustments to the Chinese Federation's attack that may be launched at any time? We should withdraw the forces of the four countries and Kyushu to protect the overall safety of the Tokyo concession. A middle-aged officer with a big beard said, No need. The military strength of Shikoku and Kyushu will remain unchanged. In addition, transfer a part of the garrison of Hokkaido to Shikoku and Kyushu to suppress the remaining resistance organizations, so as to prevent them from looting a burning house. Cornelia gave the order without any hesitation. Also, reduce the number of troops stationed in the south of the island. Reserve enough forces for defense and send them to the northwest, north, and northeast of the island to deal with the Chinese Federation's attacks. Cornelia then ordered, The air transport formation will enter a state of wartime standby. It is necessary to transport the main army to the strategic location as soon as the war begins. Yes, Your Majesty. Although they had discussed it before, after Cornelia gave the order. Regardless of the previous discussion, the military and political officials at the meeting all put away unnecessary thoughts and accepted the order in unison. Is there any news from the domestic side? Then Cornelia turned to look at Guilford and asked, Not yet. Guilford replied, Is that so? Cornelia nodded and muttered to herself. Then he raised his head and looked at the military and political officials sitting on both sides of the long table. The meeting is adjourned. Yes, Your Highness. The military and political officials all stood up from their seats and placed their right arms in front of their chests. Let me have a look. How are you going to defeat us with the decaying Chinese Federation, withstand Britannia's subsequent attack, and fulfill your promise? Cornelia thought to herself as she led Guilford out of the conference room. Time continued to pass. Back at the end of the press conference in the palace of the Britannia Empire. Your Majesty, the latest news is that the Chinese Federation, at the request of the survivors of the former Japanese imperial family, will carry out a liberation and recovery operation in Japan in 3 days. This is all the information about this matter. A Britannian soldier half knelt on the marble floor, bowing his head and speaking respectfully to the Britannian Emperor, Kurulu, who was sitting on a high back chair on the steps. Kurulu, who was sitting on the high seat, reached out with one hand. The internal officer who was waiting on the side immediately walked in front of the soldier, took the information in his hand, and returned to the high seat, bowing and handing it to Kurulu. Kurulu, who took the information, casually flipped through it a few times, skimmed through the contents of the press conference and the relevant information that the intelligence personnel had investigated, and looked at the half-kneeling soldier with a calm expression. Passed this information to Schnetzel. Yes. The soldier who took the information from the internal officer bowed his head and saluted. Then he got up from the chair, his head still bowed, and left Kurulu's palace. He turned around and hurried to the office of the Imperial Prime Minister, the second Prince, Schnetzel. 10 minutes later, the soldier finally arrived at Schnetzel's office and met with the Imperial Prime Minister. Your Majesty, His Majesty asked me to pass this to you. The soldier first saluted Schnetzel, then went forward and handed the information in his hand to Schnetzel. Schnetzel didn't say anything and directly reached out to take the document and read it. What does His Majesty mean? A moment later, Schnetzel, who had carefully read the document, asked. His Majesty didn't say anything. He just asked me to pass this document to you. The soldier slightly shook his head. Dalt, did Cornelia contact us? A thoughtful look immediately appeared on Schnetzel's face upon hearing this, and he turned to his secretary and asked, What do you mean by that? Not yet. The secretary named Dalt looked down at the information in his hand, then looked up again at Schnetzel and shook his head. You want to resist the attack of the Chinese Federation with only the current forces in the 11th district? Schnetzel, who got the answer, muttered to himself. Then his expression changed and ordered his secretary, Dalt, later notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Tell them to send a note to the Chinese Federation's ambassador to raise our protest and start dialogue on this matter. At the same time, contact the big eunuchs in Zhujin City through special channels and ask them what they mean or the cause of this matter. In addition, let the intelligence contact Myanmar, India, Philippines, Vietnam, and other Southeast Asian countries under the control of the Chinese Federation as soon as possible, or the leaders of the resistance forces in these countries. Tell them that we are willing to fund their independent activities and provide them with political asylum after they fail. Tell them to organize people to create unrest in the Chinese Federation within 3 days. That's it for the time being. Schnetzel, who had arranged the above matters, said, Yes, Your Highness. Dalt responded sternly. Then, Schnetzel's whole back leaned against the back of the chair, his index finger lightly touched the armrest of the chair, and his eyes were slightly closed as he fell into contemplation. The scene once again returned to the Emperor's bedroom in Zhujin City in Luoyang. Karen, Xianglin, later you will take Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme Style, and Flying Phoenix to the barracks to assist Li Shinka in military operations. Sei Ito, sitting next to the Emperor, looked at Karen and Zhou Xianglin and ordered, Yes. When Karen nodded in agreement, Zhou Xianglin responded respectfully. Then, Sei Ito casually took out 2 sets of black ball tights and handed them to Karen and Zhou Xianglin. Remember to wear these 2 clothes under your coat. I don't want anything to happen to you due to assassination or unnecessary accidents. As for the specific use of this set of clothes, Xianglin, you can ask Karen later. She will tell you what functions this set of clothes has and how to use it. Sei Ito continued when he saw the 2 put the black ball tights in their hands. Okay, Zhou, Xianglin agreed. You guys go. Sei Ito said. Karen and Zhou Xiangli nodded at Sei Ito, then turned around and left the emperor's bedroom with the black ball tights. The number of new airframes is still a bit low. Sei Ito, who watched Karen and Zhou Xiangli leave, sighed softly. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, after the Black Knights were eliminated, the industries of our 6 families in Kyoto have been monitored by that woman, Cornelia. There's no way for us to mass produce like before. Otherwise, with the manufacturing ability of our 6 families, how could we only come up with this few new airframes? Kagura said with a depressed expression. But as long as this war is over and we take Japan under our control, our 6 families won't have to be as sneaky as before. When the time comes, we'll go all out. I believe we'll soon be able to upgrade the troops under your command and increase their combat power. Kagura's expression shook as he looked at Sei Ito with a smile. In terms of manufacturing ability, even if we take Japan back, we can't compare to Britannia. Since you guys can upgrade, why can't they? After all, Britannia also has the airframes developed by Countess Little Bean. Before Sei Ito could say anything, Lakshata, who was lying there with one hand supporting her head, said coldly with a nonchalant expression, "You're so annoying, Lakshata. I'm just comforting my dear." Kagura pouted as she complained to Lakshata. Okay, it's fine if the number of new airframes is small. After all, we don't need a large number of troops to fight the war. With a group of new airframes, it's enough to form a sharp knife team to defeat the elite troops of Britannia. As for the ordinary battlefront, there are other ways to make up for it. Sei Ito said. Speaking of elite troops, Kagura, do you have any news about Tung Tang and the 4 divine swords? Then, Sei Ito turned to look at Kagura and asked, ever since you formed the Red Army with those rebel groups, Kirihara Taisen has sent people to look for you. However, other than the 3 people who found the 4 divine swords, Tung Tang and the other female 4 divine swords have never been found. I don't know where they are hiding. Kagura said with a slightly unhappy expression. You didn't get any information about Tung Tang's whereabouts from those 3 people? Sei Ito asked with a surprised expression. I did, but they didn't say anything. Plus, it's not easy for us to torture them, so we didn't get any information about Tung Tang's whereabouts from them. Kagura shook her head. Then let's find time to go back to Japan and get information about Tung Tang. It's a waste to not use such an elite soldier when we have one, Sei Ito said. Okay, Kagura said with a joyful expression. Lihua, you haven't left Luoyang yet. Let's go see other places. The next time we go back to Japan, you can come with us. Sei Ito thought of something and turned to look at Jiang Lihua with a smile. Chapter 723. P.S. Thank you to Meteor Dance for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Uge, Nickfany, 157747860, and Yambwa 2001 for their tips. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Zhujin City was not peaceful at all. Almost every day, there would be 1 or 2 imperial censors who were not afraid of death breaking into the palace to see the emperor. They would shout in the palace that they should not fight recklessly and that the country would fall into chaos if they fought. At the same time, Tonglun, Xiaowang, Zhaohao, Chengzhong, Xiangsheng, Kai Li Shi, and Huang Qian, who were the senior eunuchs, would also see 1 or 2 people dressed like the Chinese Federation giving them gifts in the middle of the night. They would then use this opportunity to find out what was going on in the Chinese Federation. Of course, other than the chaos in Zhujin City, the Chinese Federation was also in chaos. Just as Britannia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs was negotiating with the Chinese Federation's envoy, the small countries in the southeast of the Chinese Federation, led by Myanmar, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, and Philippines, also began to have different levels of uprisings and terrorist attacks. Even with the military suppressing them, they could not be completely wiped out. What was even more infuriating was that the governors of the provinces in the southwest, such as Yunnan Province and Gansu Province, which were close to the Southeast Asian countries, also began to rebel. They shouted slogans such as saving the country, cleaning up the emperor, cleaning up the eunuchs, and cleaning up the court. As a result, the people at the bottom, who originally learned from Max and practiced communism, became even more dispirited, causing the security in the Chinese Federation to be in chaos. Let them make a ruckus for a while. After we reclaim Japan, we'll deal with them. In the Naval Operations Command Room of the War against Japan, Sei Ito, who had finished reading all the information gathered in the past 3 days, casually threw it on the table in front of him and said with a cold smile, "Shinka, give the battle order." Sei Ito turned his head and looked at Li Shinka, who was in a military uniform, and said, "Yes." Li Shinka replied in a deep voice. Then he strode to the main seat that Sei Ito had vacated. With a grave expression, he swept his gaze over the generals and eunuchs in the command room and ordered in a deep voice, "General Liu, your subordinate is here." As soon as he finished speaking, a person wearing a military uniform stepped forward. A burly middle-aged man in his 30s cupped his fists and bowed. 10 minutes after the battle begins, you will lead a large group of steel skeleton troops to land here. Gather the Red Army there and follow the underground pipeline system left behind by the old Japan to attack the Britannia troops guarding here. Li Shinka said as she gestured on the Japanese military map in front of her. Yes. General Liu accepted the order. General Wang, Li Shinka called out again. Your subordinate is here. A young officer who looked not even 30 years old cupped his fists and replied, "As soon as the battle begins, you will immediately lead your troops to the northeast and advance from the northeast of the Japanese main island. Restrain the Britanny's army here." Li Shinka still pointed to a place near Hokkaido on the military map, but it was within the range of the main island. Yes. General Wang accepted the order. General Zhao. Li Shinka continued to call out names. Your subordinate is here. A slightly plump man in his 40s or 50s, with a smile on his face like a profiteer, cupped his fists and replied, "After the battle begins, command the fleet to concentrate firepower and bombard the Okinawa base." Li Shinka looked at General Zhao and ordered, "Yes." General Zhao responded, "The rest of you will attack Kyoto with me." Li Shinka said again, "Yes." As soon as she finished speaking, the remaining generals who did not receive the mission cupped their fists and responded. "Now let's check the time." Li Shinka, who arranged the arrangement, raised her wrist and looked at the time displayed on the dial. The time now is 8:45 in the morning. Half an hour later, at 9:15 in the morning, the battle against Japan will officially begin. Then Li Shinka put down her wrist and looked at the people in front of her who also put down their wrists and said with a serious expression, "In this battle, the Emperor will accompany you. I don't need to say more about what this means. I wish you all the best." Li Shinka said at the end. Swoosh. The generals present cupped their fists at Li Shinka and left the command room. Unfortunately, Valletta's body is not adjusted yet. Otherwise, it could add some help to you all. Sei Ito looked at Li Shinka, who was staring at the military map with a serious expression, and sighed. "It's fine. With the help of Karen and Xiang Lin, this frontal battle will not lose to the Britannian army or Cornelia's Imperial Guards. The only thing I'm worried about now is whether the so-called Red Army on the Japanese side can accomplish our combat goal and hold back part of the Britannian army so that we can successfully complete the battle plan to attack Kyoto." Li Shinka raised her head and looked at Sei Ito. She frowned and said, "Battle is about time, location, and people. Although I don't know how good the people are, the location must be on the Red Army's side. In this way, even if they are a motley crew under the leadership of the 3-4 Holy Swords, they can still play a certain role and hold back part of the Britannian army. This will buy you some time to break through." Sei Ito smiled faintly. "What's more, in addition to the Red Army, I still have a force near the Tokyo Bay. If your battle plan doesn't go well, I don't mind exposing it in advance to deter the rebels." Then Sei Ito glanced at the Tokyo Bay on the Japanese military map on the table and chuckled. "Is that so?" Li Shinka also looked at the Tokyo Bay and said softly, "I hope so. As long as we can reclaim Japan in the shortest time and show a strong enough military force, then those small Southeast Asian countries will inevitably restrain themselves. Then we will return to the Central Plains with a victorious army and eliminate those rebels. At that time, not only can we restore the stability of the Federation, consolidate the people's hearts, increase the prestige of the Emperor, and further deter the rebels. Let them put away their petty thoughts temporarily. Seito continued when he saw Lishinka was still frowning. I'm afraid that Britannia won't give us time to reorganize the country and gather more troops. Lishinka shook her head slightly and sighed. It doesn't matter if we're too powerful. If we are too powerful, I will come up with something new to balance the military power of both sides. It's just that thing is harmful to you. Seito didn't care too much about Lishinka's worries and said indifferently, Are you going to use that thing? Lakshata, who had one hand crossed in front of her chest, leaned back against the wall of the command room and quietly smoked her pipe, tilted her head and looked at Seito and guessed. Yes. Seito, who saw Lakshata's guess, turned his head and looked at her. He nodded with a smile and admitted it. You really dare to do anything? Lakshata said with a slightly emotional expression. Seito smiled slightly and didn't speak. What are you talking about? Kagura curiously looked at Seito and Lakshata and asked. You will know in the future. Seito reached out and rubbed Kagura's head with a smile. Stingy. Kagura turned her head away when she saw Seito acting like he was trying to coax a child. She pouted and whispered. Then he looked at Seito and said, I'm going to accompany Lihua. Without waiting for Seito to reply, he turned around and ran out of the command room towards Jiang Lihua's room. After that, Lishinka, Seito, and Lakshata didn't speak. They quietly endured the 15 minutes before the battle officially began. Just as the time reached 9:15, a series of urgent sirens immediately sounded above the entire fleet of the Chinese Federation. Then, the military personnel who heard the sirens were all shocked. He was fully focused on his work, preparing to deal with the upcoming battle. Reporting to the Marshal, our fleet has officially sailed into Japanese waters, and we have not discovered the Britannia's army. Not long after the alarm sounded, a soldier who looked like a messenger ran into the command room. He bowed and reported to Lishinka. Continue to observe. Lishinka replied without raising her head. Yes. The messenger replied, turned around, ran out of the command room, and continued to observe the situation on the sea. It seems that the Valkyrie of Britannia is preparing to fight us on the coastline. Seito said softly as he looked at the sea outside the window of the command room. If Cornelia doesn't send a fleet because she wants to fight a positional battle with us, then it doesn't make sense that she didn't send an aerial bombardment force. What is she thinking? Lishinka frowned, as if she was asking a question, but also as if she was talking to herself. I guess there aren't many air forces on Japanese territory, and in order to guard against our multi-front attack, she also needs air forces for transportation. She can't send an air force to bomb. Seito guessed as he retracted his gaze. You mean, she's preparing to use the air force as a transportation force to support our multi-front attack? Lishinka looked up at Seito and said, Who knows? Maybe not. Everything depends on Cornelia's thoughts. Seito shrugged. In this way, the command room fell into silence again. It wasn't until more than 20 minutes later that it was broken by the messenger's report. Reporting to the Marshal, our army is close to the Japanese coastline and will enter the range of the ship's artillery in 5 minutes. I see. Lishinka nodded in response. The messenger who got the response didn't stay any longer. He turned around and ran out of the command room again to do his own things. 5 minutes wasn't a lot of time. It was only 300 seconds. For people who specialized in things, it was almost a blink of an eye. As soon as the 5 minutes passed, a series of violent roars instantly sounded on the sea outside the command room. One after another, thick flames accompanied by artillery shells bombarded the Japanese coastline not far away. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of explosions and dazzling flames appeared one after another on the coastline visible to the naked eye. Come in. Lishinka, who heard the gunfire, was shocked. She looked up at the door of the command room and shouted, Marshal! As soon as the words fell, a messenger quickly walked into the command room and saluted. Go, and tell General Zhao to maintain the artillery coverage and assist our steel drum troops to land." Li Xinke quickly ordered. "Yes." The messenger responded, turned around, and ran out of the command room to inform General Zhao, the fleet commander in the upper cabin. "Inform the others. According to the agreed plan, start the battle." Li Xinke then turned to look at several information controllers sitting on the side and ordered. As Li Xinke issued the combat order, dozens of landing ships, similar to submarines or coffin boxes, emerged from the fleet group. According to the previously agreed plan, they divided into 3 routes and rushed to the northeast of the main island of Japan, Tottori of Japan, and the coastline in front of the fleet. The first to arrive at the designated location was the landing ship that rushed straight to the coastline. When it was less than a few meters away from the coastline, the coffin-like black boxes suddenly opened on both sides. More than 30 Under the Moon series, Karen's Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, and Zhou Xianglin's Flying Phoenix rushed to the land under the cover of more than 100 Steel Drum series airframes and artillery fire. They launched an attack on the Britannia army that was almost overwhelmed by the artillery fire. Putting aside the fact that the Britannia army was already suppressed by the artillery fire to the point that they couldn't raise their heads, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, Flying Emperor, and more than 30 Under the Moon series airframes could also completely destroy the Britannia army on the battlefield. Therefore, it didn't take long for the Britannia army to be overwhelmed by the Steel Drum team under the impact of the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, piloted by Karen, and they lost the defense of the coastline. Reporting to the Marshal, Captain Karen reported that the coastline has been seized, and we can officially land. The moment the coast was taken down, a female information controller in the command room immediately turned to look at Li Xinke and reported. "Good." Li Xinke was energized when she heard the report. She said loudly, "Immediately inform the entire ship to officially land. At the same time, inform General Zhao, the fleet commander, to bombard the Japanese coastline in turns after our army lands." "Yes." The information controller immediately agreed. "I'll leave Tianzi to you." Li Xinke turned to look at Sei Ito beside her and said, "Don't worry, Tianzi is my fiancée. I won't let anything happen to her." Sei Ito nodded and said with a serious face. Li Xinke quietly looked at Sei Ito and didn't say anything. She turned around and strode out of the command room to the garage on the battleship. She sat on her modified God Tiger and left the battleship with the steel skeleton troops that were ready to land. She took the landing ship and rushed to the coastline that had been taken down by her army. Chapter 724. Hey, Lakshata, do you think we can take down Japan in one day with the current military strength? After watching Li Xinke leave, Ito-sei turned his head and looked at Lakshata, who was still leaning against the wall like an outsider, leisurely smoking his pipe. "I'm not involved, how would I know?" Lakshata replied casually. "Although you're not directly involved, you're one of the people in charge of the technical aspect. Can you analyze from the perspective of technical confrontation and see if we can take down Japan in one day?" Seito turned away from the command table and slowly walked toward Lakshata with a smile. In terms of technology alone, with the 3 high-end machines, Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, Flying Emperor, and God Tiger, as well as the more than 37 generation machines of the Under the Moon series, as long as Britannia doesn't do a large-scale upgrade, it shouldn't be a problem to take down a small country with the help of the steel skeletons. Lakshata glanced at Sei Ito, who was about to walk up to her, and said casually, "Is that so? Hearing you say that, I'm even more confident." At this time, Sei Ito, who had walked up to Lakshata, put his right hand on the wall beside her ear, leaned forward, and flicked the blonde hair on her forehead with his left hand as he looked at Lakshata with a smile. "Is this okay? Teasing me while commanding the battle. Aren't you afraid that you'll miss the battle and cause this battle to fail?" Lakshata still looked casually at Sei Ito. "It's okay. Li Xinge and Zhou Xianlin are the frontline commanders. I don't need to do anything. As for the Red Army, they're cannon fodder. With 3 of the 4 holy swords supporting them, I don't need to worry about anything. So I'm very free right now." Sei Ito flipped his left hand and gently stroked Lakshada's cheek with the back of 4 fingers. "Are you that interested in me?" Lakshada looked at Seito and asked. "Of course." Seito's left hand slid down Lakshada's cheek to her shoulder. He didn't stop sliding down. He closed his eyes and sniffed the unique scent of Indian spices, women, and tobacco on Lakshada's body. "Then you sure have a wide range of interests." Lakshada turned her head slightly to prevent Seito's breath from hitting her face. "My interests have always been very monotonous. I'm interested in beautiful women, and you just so happen to be a beautiful woman, so I'm naturally interested in you." At this moment, his left hand had already slid down Lakshada's slender waist and inserted into her back. He hugged Lakshada's waist and pulled her into his arms as he moved his head closer to Lakshada's ear. "Then I'm truly honored." Lakshada's arms fell naturally to her sides as she raised her head slightly. She rested her chin on Seito's shoulder and said, "Sir, it's not good. The radar shows that a group of Britannia bombers are flying towards us at high speed." Just as Seito was about to taste Lakshada's body, the information controller in the command room, who had been ignored by him and Lakshada, turned his head and reported loudly to him. Seito paused when he heard this. He frowned slightly and straightened his body. He looked at Lakshada in front of him and said regretfully, "It seems that I won't have the chance to taste you today. What a pity. I can only wait for next time." Then he let go of Lakshada in his arms, turned to the information controller, and ordered in a deep voice, "Inform the fleet commander, General Zhao, to temporarily stop the bombardment of the Japanese coastline and focus on the upcoming bombing. Also, send a message to Kagura. Tell her to quickly bring Son of Heaven to the command room." Seito then added, "Yes." The information controller responded and operated the instrument in front of him to convey the order. After giving the order, Seito turned around and walked to the radar screen. While looking at the marching situation of the various troops on the screen, he said in his mind, "Cornelia, are you going to cut off the retreat of the Chinese Federation Army and then completely annihilate the Chinese Federation Army in Japan?" "Dear," just as Seito was thinking, Kagura's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Dear, dear." Then, Son of Heaven said in a weak voice. When Seito turned his head to look at Kagura and Son of Heaven, Kagura said to Son of Heaven Jiang Lihua again, "Lihua, don't be shy. You know that we are all engaged to dear. It's normal to call him dear. There's nothing to be shy about." "I know." Jiang Lihua's cheeks were slightly red, and her expression was a little shy as she lowered her head and whispered, "What about the CC guy? Didn't she come down with you?" Seito looked at Kagura and Son of Heaven and asked, "No, she's still eating her pizza in the room." Speaking of CC, Kagura's face was a little gloomy. "Come." Seito ignored Kagura's gloomy face and directly shouted at the door of the command room, "Sir." As soon as the words fell, a man who looked like a soldier walked into the command room and saluted. "Go upstairs to Son of Heaven's room and call CC over quickly," Seito ordered. "Yes." The soldier responded, turned around and left the command room, and went to Son of Heaven's room to find CC. "What's the matter?" Kagura looked at Seito strangely and asked, "We are about to face a bombing. For safety reasons, I need you to stay by my side, so I can protect you." Seito looked down at Kagura and Son of Heaven, who was holding her hand, and explained. Oh, for Kagura, who had already witnessed Ito-Sei's ability, bombing wasn't something to be afraid of. Therefore, she didn't panic at all, neither on her face nor in her mind. She simply nodded indifferently. Under the influence of Kagura's calmness, Son of Heaven, who was a little pale when he heard the bombing, gradually stabilized his emotions and calmed down. Contact the Red Army. Tell them to attack. After explaining the situation, Seito looked at the military situation on the radar and turned to the information controller and ordered. Yes. The information controller responded without looking back, contacted the Red Army, hiding in Kyushu, and conveyed Seito's order. Why are you looking for me? Don't you know I'm eating pizza? CC, who walked into the command room from the door, looked at Seito expressionlessly and said with a slightly dissatisfied tone, You will know soon. Seito's eyes were still looking at the radar screen in front of him, and he said without looking back. Just a few seconds after Seito's voice fell, Seito and the others suddenly felt the hull of the ship tremble, and then the sound of artillery fire that had just stopped sounded again outside the command room. Countless artillery fire sprayed toward the triangle pattern that was gradually approaching the fleet on the radar. Boom, 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 boom. Then, with a faintly audible explosion sound, the red triangle pattern disappeared from the radar screen in front of Seito one after another. But that was only a small number. There were more red triangle patterns that broke through the attack of artillery fire and came into contact with the green pattern on the radar that represented their own side. In an instant, there was a strange screeching sound, and a large number of pitch-black artillery shells fell from the bottom of the aircraft above the fleet and fell at high speed toward the fleet below. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of violent explosions sounded, and violent shockwave were transmitted to the hull of the ship, making Kagura, Tensei, Lakshata, CC, and the others unable to stand still. Seeing this, Seito quickly walked in front of them, reached out and hugged Tensei Jianglihua, Kagura, and CC, who was standing next to them, in his arms to prevent them from falling due to the violent shaking of the ship. As for Lakshata, she was originally on the edge of the wall, so she just reached out and held on to something fixed next to her to stabilize her body, and she was not affected much. CC, who was in Seito's arms, looked up at Seito and asked with a frown, "Is this a bombardment?" "Yes." Holding CC, Tensei Jianglihua and Kagura returned to the radar screen, and while looking at the loss of their fleet on the screen, they replied calmly. "Contact Fleet Admiral Lishinka and tell him not to entangle with Kyoto's troops, and directly lead the Sharp Blade Force to attack Kyoto." Looking at the army icons representing Lishinka, Karen, Zhou Xianlin, and others on the screen, Seito frowned and ordered the information controller. "Yes." The information controller responded, immediately contacted Lishinka, and informed him of Seito's order. At the same time, the bombardment of Britannia finally ended. "Report the loss of our fleet," Seito, who saw the situation from the radar screen, said again. "Sir, this bombardment caused 3 of our battleships to sink, 5 battleships to be seriously injured and can no longer fight, and 13 battleships suffered varying degrees of damage. As for the casualties, there are no statistics for the time being, but according to the situation, there are no less than 500 people." The information controller turned his chair around and reported to Seito, "Let go of me." Just when Seito was about to continue, CC's voice suddenly sounded. It turned out that from the beginning of the bombardment to the end, plus the time before that, Seito did not let go of CC's body and held her tightly in his arms. "I forgot just now that I have a beauty like you in my arms." Seito looked down at CC, rubbed her body with his palm, and said with a chuckle. Feeling the palm rubbing her body, CC's expression did not change. But in the next moment, CC suddenly bent her knee and raised her leg, and used her knee to hit Seito's lower body. Sensing the attack, Ito-sei moved his feet outwards. The tips of his feet formed an innerate shape. He used Wing Chun's 2-character clamping sheep and horse to block CC's attack. Seeing that her attack did not work, CC's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Chapter 725. Don't even think about using Gius's power. You know that kind of thing is useless against me. Seito reminded CC with a smile when he saw the change in her expression. CC's pupils shrank slightly when she heard the reminder. She immediately remembered that the person in front of her was like her, an unknown person who had the ability to freely enter worlds see, not a mortal who didn't know what Gius's power was. "Humph. Is this how you treat a lady?" CC snorted and looked at Seito. "That depends on who I'm treating." Letting go of Son of Heaven Jianglihua and Kagura's arms, he wrapped his arms around CC's waist and pressed her chest tightly against his own. He stared into CC's eyes and said with a smile, "You really are a pervert, and a pervert." CC knew that she couldn't do anything to Seito with her strength, so she scolded him as if it was a normal conversation. "It doesn't matter. You can say whatever you want," Saito said softly. After that, Ito-sei ignored CC in his arms and hugged her tightly. He turned his head and looked at the radar screen beside him, observing the changes in the situation. On the screen, Lishinka, who received Ito-sei's instructions, left Zhou Xianglin, who was piloting Flying Phoenix, and some of the steel skeleton troops to block the defenders near Kyoto. Lishinka, on the other hand, piloted God Tiger and Karen's Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style, as well as the more than 30 Under the Moon series airframes, accompanied by some of the steel skeleton troops, directly went underground from the ground and rushed straight to Tokyo according to the Japanese underground network map provided by Kagura before the war. On the other side, after a tough battle, General Liu, who forcefully landed from Tottori Prefecture, led the remaining steel skeleton troops under his command. Under the leadership of the Red Army, personnel who were guarding Tottori Prefecture, they bypassed the Britannia troops that came later using a secret path. They also entered the underground pipeline network and rushed straight to Tokyo. At the same time, the Red Army, which received Ito's order and acted under the leadership of 3 members of the 4 Holy Swords, used the terrain and various traps set up around them to launch an attack on the Britannia troops guarding them, and they had a slight advantage. They effectively completed their combat goal, which was to delay part of the Britannia troops here. Now, only General Wang's landing troops are left. In the end, Ito's eyes fell on the green pattern that represented General Wang's troops, and he thought to himself, "But this won't work. Even if we attack Tokyo from the underground network, it will take half an hour to 40 minutes. Disappearing for such a long time will make Cornelius suspicious and not dare to move. But it is enough to mobilize other troops to other places to support. It seems that we still need to move the Archangel." Ito-sei frowned and pondered. With a flip of his hand, he took out a custom-made phone, pressed the dial button, and placed it by his ear. "This is Margaret." Margaret's voice came from the phone. "From now on, every 10 minutes, you will launch an attack on Chiba Prefecture, Kanagawa Prefecture, Aizu, Yokohama, and other areas around Tokyo. Well, just use missiles. Faint," Ito said to the phone. "Got it," Margaret replied. Ito, who got the answer, stopped talking and hung up the phone. Level 1 combat equipment on the ship. Margaret, who hung up the phone, ordered with a serious face. As soon as her voice fell, a series of urgent sirens immediately rang throughout the Archangel. Then, regardless of what they were doing, the staff who were alarmed by the sirens immediately returned to their respective posts. They were preparing for battle. "Stargazer, bring up the map and mark the location of Chiba Prefecture." In the bridge, Margaret, who issued the Level 1 combat order, ordered Stargazer, the AI program installed in Archangel. As soon as her voice fell, a map of Japan immediately appeared on the screen diagonally above the bridge. At the same time, a small red pattern appeared not far from the green dot with Archangel. "It doesn't seem to be a military area." Margaret frowned slightly. "Newman, change course and move closer." But Margaret didn't care about this. Anyway, they came out to fight, so she immediately put her previous thoughts behind her and ordered Helmsman Newman, "Natale, the purpose of this battle is a feint." Then, Margaret turned to look at Bakilio, who was the deputy captain and gunner. "I see." Bakilio nodded. Archangel was not far from Chiba Prefecture, and its sailing speed was not slow, so it arrived next to Chiba Prefecture in a few minutes. No clear military facilities were found. The radar officer who entered the Rubik's Cube world with Archangel from the Gundam Seed world reported. No military facilities were found. Margaret frowned and then ordered, "Correct the landing point of the missile. The target is the city streets and the surrounding areas with no people. Correct the landing point of the missile." The gunner replied in a loud voice. "Remove the space camouflage system. Barliani, fire." Bucky Lulu ordered loudly. As Bakiliolu's voice fell, the space on the sea around Chiba Prefecture immediately blurred, and then the huge figure of Archangel appeared on the calm sea. Then, several octagonal square openings suddenly opened on the left and right sides of Archangel. More than a dozen small cylinders with flat front ends and cross-shaped indentations on the surface flew out of the openings one after another, dragging a long gray-white smoke tail behind them as they flew toward Chiba Prefecture. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a large number of explosions sounded in Chiba Prefecture, and at the same time, a large number of blazing fireballs and pitch-black smoke emerged from the land of Chiba Prefecture and slowly rose into the sky. Reactivate the space camouflage and, at the same time, remove the anti-gravity device. Underwater, sneak. After the attack, Bakililu ordered without hesitation. Soon, Archangel, which had just appeared on the sea, disappeared again, and then slowly disappeared into the bottom of the sea with a huge depression that suddenly appeared on the sea. What did you say? Chiba Prefecture is under attack. Cornelia, who was sitting in the governor's office, looked angrily at the Britannia soldier who came to report in front of her and asked, "Yes, just a minute ago, Chiba Prefecture was attacked by an unknown force. At present, the other party has retreated, but we have not found any traces of the enemy." The soldier reported with a frightened expression. When did the Chinese Federation have such technological strength? They can actually avoid our radar and appear on the sea south of Japan and launch an attack on Chiba Prefecture. Cornelia frowned and pondered. "Is it the technology you brought there, Sei Ito?" Immediately, Sei Ito's face appeared in Cornelia's mind again, and she muttered to herself, "Have you found the troops that suddenly disappeared in Kyoto and Tottori?" Cornelia then shook her spirit and looked at the other officers next to her and asked, "Not for the time being." The officer also reported with a cowardly face, "What are you all doing?" Cornelia immediately became angry when she heard this and shouted angrily at the officer, "I'm very sorry." The officer didn't know how to answer and could only lower his head and admit his mistake with a frightened expression. "How is the preparation of the flying unit?" Cornelia, who had calmed down a little, asked again. "They have finished loading and can set off to bombard the target at any time." An officer immediately replied, "Send 2 small radar planes over and pay close attention to the situation around Chiba Prefecture, Hungbin, and other places." Cornelia ordered in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Highness." The officer received the order and then asked Cornelia with some hesitation, "Your Highness, do we not need to send troops over to support them?" Cornelia calmly looked at the officer who asked the question after hearing this. After the officer's forehead was covered in cold sweat, she explained faintly, "Based on the information just now, the other party's purpose is not to launch an attack on Chiba Prefecture, but to launch an attack on Chiba Prefecture. Their purpose is to make us send troops over there to disperse our troops and achieve other goals. So that's how it is," the officer said with a look of realization. "What are you still dawdling over there for? Hurry up and pass down my orders," Cornelia shouted with a frown upon seeing that the officer was still playing around. "The troops that disappeared in Kyoto and Tottori, the feint launched in Chiba Prefecture, the battle in Shikoku and Kyushu, what is your purpose? Could it be that you want to lure me there and then annihilate me in one fell swoop? Or are you preparing to use other methods to directly attack the Central Palace?" Cornelia pondered silently as she looked at the huge electronic map in front of her, which displayed both sides of the enemy and her allies. Then, there was a long confrontation for several minutes. Whether it was on the radar screen in front of Sei Ito or the electronic map in front of Cornelia, the troops representing the enemy and their side advanced, retreated, or disappeared from the screen from time to time. At this moment, a Britannia soldier ran into the command room and reported to Cornelia, "Reporting to Your Highness, just half a minute ago, Kanagawa Prefecture was attacked by unknown forces. The characteristics of the attack were the same as Chiba Prefecture. The attack landed in an uninhabited place and did not cause any casualties. Did the reconnaissance aircraft find anything?" Cornelia immediately turned to look at an officer and asked, "Reporting to Your Highness, just a moment ago, the reconnaissance aircraft we sent over was shot down. This is the image sent back from where the reconnaissance aircraft was destroyed," the officer said with a bad expression. Then, He gestured to the soldier beside him, and an extremely blurry, almost unnoticeable photo was displayed on the big screen that originally displayed the map. "What is that, a ship?" Cornelia turned around and walked to the big screen to observe the photo on the screen and asked aloud. Chapter 726. P.S. Thank you to 157747860 for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to 157747860 and Nickfany for their tips. No, Steel Skeleton is too slow. Let's rush over first. Karen, who was moving through the underground network, contacted Lishinka, who was piloting God Tiger, and said, "All right." Lishinka looked at her God Tiger that was not running at full power and the Steel Skeleton troops behind her and agreed. "Steel Skeleton, continue to move forward at full speed. Dagger Squad, Captain Karen, and I will speed up." Then, Lishinka opened the communication channel of the entire team and ordered, "Yes." The members of the Steel Skeleton troops responded in unison. "Let's go." Lishinka, who got the response, did not hesitate. She greeted Karen and the members of the Dagger Squad and directly raised the power of her God Tiger to the maximum. Like a gust of wind, she rushed out of the team and disappeared from the Steel Skeleton troops' vision in the blink of an eye, leaving only a flashing mark that was fading away on the radar. Behind the God Tiger, the electronic eyes on the head of the Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style piloted by Karen flashed, and it also turned into a scarlet stream of light and rushed out of the team, chasing after the God Tiger in front and disappearing from the Steel Skeleton troops' vision. Then, the more than 30 Under the Moon series airframes that formed the Dagger Squad followed suit. The rolling wheels under their feet made a few squeaking sounds as they left the Steel Skeleton troops at high speed and followed the Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style and God Tiger towards Tokyo. Under the full speed of the 7th generation airframe Under the Moon, the 8th generation airframe God Tiger, and the 9th generation airframe Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style, the journey that originally took more than 30 to 40 minutes was completed in just over 20 minutes, and they arrived in front of the outer protective wall of the Tokyo concession. "You guys step back," Lishinka, who stopped moving, said in the team communication channel. "Wait, we don't need to do anything." Just as Lishinka was about to operate the airframe to break through the alloy protective wall in front of her, Karen's voice immediately sounded in the communication channel. "What's wrong?" Lishinka asked with a frown. "Say Ito told us to contact our spies in the Tokyo concession if we encounter any obstacles," Karen explained through the communication channel. "You may begin." Afterward, Karen ignored the silent Lishinka and contacted the spy hidden in the Tokyo concession according to the contact information that Sei Ito told her in her memory. He said indifferently, "Got it." A female voice sounded from the communicator. Boom, 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 boom. Not long after the other party's voice fell, a series of clear and audible explosions suddenly rang out from behind the alloy defensive wall, passing through the gaps between the walls. "Retreat." Li Xing's expression changed when she heard the explosion. He immediately ordered through the communication channel. Upon hearing his order, all the members of the team, including Karen, did not hesitate and immediately drove away from the alloy wall. He only stopped when he was about 30 meters away. He used his light perception to look at the alloy wall not far away. Boom! The next moment, a loud bang suddenly rang out. A large cluster of bright flames leaped out from behind the alloy wall that had been blasted open by the explosion, illuminating the dark tunnel like the sunset, a dim yellow. "Let's go in." When the fire gradually extinguished, Lishinka, who saw the opportunity, immediately ordered. After that, God Tiger, Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style, and more than 30 Under the Moon series airframes that had just quieted down immediately started and rushed toward the huge breach that appeared after the fire extinguished. Whoosh! In less than 10 seconds, Lishinka, Karen, and the others rushed through the broken alloy wall and entered the already dilapidated Tokyo underground pipeline network. About 15 meters ahead, there is a sewer pipe that leads to the surface above. "Let's come out from there." At the right time, Karen's voice sounded in the communication channel. Hearing this, Lishinka and the members of the Dagger Squad did not hesitate and directly followed, Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style, to the position mentioned by Karen. Then, one by one, they used their hands to hook onto the edge of the rock above and drag their airframes straight up from the spacious sewer pipe. Boom! Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style, who was the first to rush to the manhole cover, didn't talk nonsense and directly smashed the manhole cover above her head with a punch. She then jumped from the sewer pipe to the ground of the Tokyo concession. Target, the governor's mansion move. After all the personnel came up, Lishinka locked onto the governor's mansion, where Cornelia was and ordered. Just a reminder, say Ito said that he wanted to capture Cornelia and Euphemia alive. As for the other Britannia officers, do as you wish. On the way to the governor's mansion, Karen reminded aloud. I know, Lishinka responded faintly. After that, no one spoke in the communication channel, and they kept silent as they headed toward the landmark governor's mansion in District 11. However, the movement just now was a bit big after all, and now there was no underground network for them to hide their tracks and avoid radar detection. Therefore, before they could complete half of the journey, a large number of Britannia Nightmare appeared around them and blocked their way. Try not to fight. Without hesitation, Lishinka, who directly drove God Tiger to the front of the Britannia Nightmare, ordered in the communication channel. Although the number of people on the side of Lishinka, Karen, and the Dagger Squad was fewer than the seemingly endless Britannia Nightmare, in terms of the performance of the body, they completely outclassed the Britannia's Nightmare. Not to mention, there were also the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme style and God Tiger among them, so they were almost unaffected. They broke through the Britannia's blockade, like cutting melons and vegetables, and pulled the Britannia's Nightmare behind them like pulling a train to the governor's mansion. After a few minutes of rapid progress like this, finally, a large group of nightmares similar in number to the Dagger Squad appeared in front of Lishinka, Karen, and the other members of the Dagger Squad, blocking their way. Cornelia, Lishinka, who stopped the body, turned on the external audio and looked at the body on the screen that was different from other standard Nightmare. Who are you? As soon as the words fell, Cornelia's voice immediately came out from the body and questioned. The Grand Marshal of the Chinese Federation, Lishinka. She casually glanced at the situation of herself and the Dagger Squad. Lishinka, whose expression didn't change at all, said, I didn't expect you to be a big fish. Sorry for the disrespect. Cornelia was taken aback when she heard the words, then said, But it ends here. If you're willing to admit defeat and surrender, I can guarantee that you won't die. After the post-war negotiations, I will let you go. Ridiculous. Lishinka slightly raised the corner of her mouth and sneered. Let me see what the rumored Valkyrie of the Britannia Empire is capable of. After that, Lishinka pushed the control stick in her hand. It accelerated and rushed toward the body driven by Cornelia. The really ridiculous one is you. As a general, you rely on your bravery. What about the soldiers behind you? Cornelia, who was driving the Special Edition Nightmare, sneered. Guards Regiment. Kill them. Cornelia then ordered loudly. Yes, Your Highness. The members of the Guards Regiment and the Britannia Knights who surrounded Karen and the Dagger Squad accepted the order in unison. Then, all the originally stagnant bodies moved one after another. The huge bodies' fingers pulled the triggers of the same huge guns in their hands and shot at the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, and more than 30 Under the Moon series that were surrounded in the center. Disperse. Seeing the attack coming, Karen spread out the solidified radiation wave wings behind her. While flying at high speed to avoid the flying bullets and taking off from the ground, she shouted in the team channel. As Karen's order fell, more than 30 Under the Moon series airframes that were originally gathered together suddenly scattered. While dodging the flying bullets, they each chose a target and rushed toward each other with machine guns, long spears, or long swords. That mech is Cornelia, who was piloting her custom-made Nightmare, glanced at the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme styles from the corner of her eyes and muttered to herself, That mech is... Cornelia, who was piloting her custom-made nightmare, glanced at the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme Styles from the Black Knights. Humph! When Cornelia was distracted, Lishinka, who obviously noticed the difference, snorted coldly. She suddenly swung her arm and whipped a steel cable at the leg of the Special Edition Nightmare. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, there was a continuous sound, and the steel cable in the God Tiger, his hand smoothly wrapped around one of the legs of the Special Edition Nightmare. Then, Lishinka pushed the control stick in her hand and suddenly burst out with the speed she had been suppressing. The powerful acceleration immediately pulled the steel cable in the hands of the Heavenly Tiger, causing Cornelia's Special Edition Nightmare to fall to the ground. Then, the God Tiger, its movement changed again. It turned around abruptly and swung its arm. Using the inertia force, it threw the Special Edition Nightmare that was wrapped around one end of the steel cable to the side of the building. Boom! In an instant, a loud bang resounded as the body of the specially equipped Nightmare was deeply embedded into the exposed, reinforced concrete of the building. At this time, the God Tiger's movements didn't stop. He aimed his other hand at the Special Edition Nightmare that temporarily had nowhere to hide, and launched the steel cable in his hand at the Special Edition Nightmare's head sensor. "Your Highness Cornelia." The guard Guilford on the side saw this and roared angrily. He was about to rush over and block this attack for Cornelia. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, Karen's voice suddenly sounded in the air above the venue. Then, the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme Styles suddenly fell in front of the Nightmare piloted by Guilford like a scarlet stream of light. The silver giant claw in her right hand grabbed the Nightmare's head, and a strange red light instantly emerged from the silver giant claw and covered the whole body of the Nightmare piloted by Guilford. Then, a large number of steel bubbles of different sizes appeared on the surface of the Nightmare one after another, as if the Nightmare was scalded by boiling water. The outer metal of the Nightmare was burned red. Boom! Then, there was a loud noise. The Nightmare that Guilford was driving finally couldn't withstand the radiation wave and exploded into a dazzling fireball in front of the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme Style. Guilford! The moment the head sensor was shattered by the God Tiger's steel cable, Cornelia, who saw the scene of Guilford's body exploding, roared. After dealing with Guilford, Karen didn't stop. She once again turned into a streak of light and shuttled through the group of Nightmare on the Britannia's side. She waved the steel cable in her hand and destroyed one Nightmare after another. With the help of the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme Style, the more than 30 Undermoon mechas also erupted with super strong combat power. Although there were many casualties, they didn't lose out in the slightest. At the same time, Heavenly Tiger cut off the head sensor of Cornelia's Nightmare, causing her vision to be completely dark. She couldn't see what was happening outside the Nightmare at all. It used a violent method to destroy the four limbs of the Nightmare, turning it into a strange stick that only had the cockpit and the torso. It was embedded in the mezzanine of the building. Seeing Cornelia's situation, whether it was her personal guards or the Britannia's soldiers, all of them were enraged. One by one, they desperately broke through the Undermoon mechas and the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme Style, obstruction, and rushed to the God Tiger that was guarding the Nightmare. However, their wishes were beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Even if they tried their best to break through the Undermoon mechas and rush to the front of the God Tiger, they were still easily destroyed by the God Tiger, piloted by Dawnstar, due to the huge difference in performance. They couldn't even touch the skin of the Nightmare. Under such an unreasonable impact, there naturally wouldn't be any team formation, and it was even easier for the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme Style to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, in less than 10 minutes, the more than 40 personal guards were almost annihilated, and more than half of the ordinary Britannia soldiers were also killed. But at the same time, the Undermoon mechas that originally had more than 30 Undermoon mechas were also reduced to less than 10 under the impact of death in less than 10 minutes. They gathered into a small team and retreated to the side of the God Tiger, surrounding and protecting the God Tiger and Cornelia's Nightmare. Chapter 727. What's the situation on your side? At this moment, Sei Ito's voice sounded in Lishinka's cockpit. We have successfully captured Britannia's third princess, Cornelia, and she is currently under siege, Lishinka replied. Has she been captured? No wonder you have lost so many people. Ito Sei was surprised at first, and then said with a sudden realization. According to your estimate, how long will it take to pacify Tokyo? Sei Ito then asked. Based on the current situation, it will take about 15 to 20 minutes. Hearing this, Lishinka first looked at the image of the steel skeleton unit on the radar screen in the cockpit of Heavenly Tiger. After finding that they were very close to Tokyo and could join the battlefield at any time, she replied, I see. Sei Ito, who got the answer, said, What's the situation on other battlefields? As a commander, it's impossible to only care about his own side. He also needs to understand the situation of other forces. So after Sei Ito finished asking, Lishinka immediately asked, General Liu's troops are already on the way to Tokyo. If they are fast enough, they will arrive in 10 minutes. Sei Ito, who heard the question, paused for a moment, and then introduced them one by one. General Wang's troops landed in the northeast of the Nippon island 15 minutes ago, and they are now exchanging fire with the defenders there, but they suffered a lot of losses. The Red Army is now completely passive, and they were forced back to their positions by the Britannia Army. But it seems that they can still hold on for 10 to 20 minutes, enough for you to complete the pacification of Tokyo. What about you? How is the situation? Lishinka, who was concerned about the situation on other fronts, asked again. After all, in his mind, the Son of Heaven was the most important, and the Navy, which carried the Son of Heaven, was now the second most important army in his mind. Shortly after you landed, Britannia launched a space-time bombing, Sei Ito replied. Then, without waiting for Lishinka, whose face changed slightly, to ask, he continued to introduce, but fortunately, the loss was not great. Only 3 warships sank, 8 were seriously injured, and more than a dozen were damaged to varying degrees. As for the casualties, there were slightly more. There were more than 470 people. How is Tianzi? Li Xing asked with concern. Don't worry, Tianzi is fine. Sei Ito chuckled. Phew, that's good. After hearing Sei Ito's confirmation, Lishinka heaved a sigh of relief. All right, Sei Ito said, I won't bother you anymore. Quickly take down Tokyo and welcome the arrival of the Son of Heaven. I understand, Lishinka replied with a solemn expression. Li Xing immediately cut off the communication with Sei Ito and stared at the battle outside, waiting for the arrival of his steel skeleton troops. He didn't have to wait for long. In just 3 to 4 minutes, the icon representing the steel skeleton unit appeared on the radar screen in the cockpit of God Tiger, reporting to the marshal. The steel skeleton troop has officially arrived. Please give your orders. A male voice suddenly sounded in the cockpit of God Tiger, and his tone was sonorous. Divide the steel skeleton troop into 3 teams. One team will immediately go to the barracks to occupy it, and the other team will patrol the streets. Clean up the scattered Britannia troops, and one team will come to my place to help break through the governor's mansion. Lishinka immediately ordered. Yes. The male voice responded, and then hung up the communication with Lishinka. In the next second, the icon representing the steel skeleton on the radar screen suddenly divided into 3 teams. One team went straight to the barracks of the Britannia garrison in the Tokyo concession. The other team was divided into several small teams again and scattered along different streets. The last team rushed to Lishinka's location at high speed. After 3 to 4 minutes of silence, a large number of steel skeleton suddenly appeared behind Britannia's nightmare and launched an attack on the Britannia's second army that was almost unprepared. As a result, the Britannia's side, which was already at a disadvantage, was even more passive. It didn't take long for them to be annihilated by Karen's Red Lotus, Sacred Heaven Baji style, and the steel skeleton troop. However, the performance of the steel skeleton was not as good as the Britannia's nightmare. Even with the advantage of numbers, they still lost a lot of them in the battle. Similarly, As the representative of resisting the Britannia's second army that had gone crazy, the remaining, under the moon, also suffered heavy losses. Until the end of the battle, only 2 complete bodies and 1 body that was missing an arm or a leg were left to guard God Tiger. Wang Lang, Su Shou, you two, and the remaining steel skeletons stay here. The rest of you, follow me. Li Shinka, who was operating God Tiger, pulled out the special Nightmare's cockpit from the body and held it in her hand, ordered in the communication channel. Yes. Several voices responded in unison. Then, God Tiger's body turned and led more than 20 steel skeletons to rush to the governor's mansion not far away with the Red Lotus Sacred Heaven Bach G style, flying in the air. On the other side, on a large ship of the Chinese Federation's maritime fleet. Let's do it. Sei Ito, who was standing in front of the radar screen in the command room, took out a phone and placed it next to his ear and ordered in a low voice. Yes. On the other end of the phone, a male voice responded. The next moment, on the radar screen in front of Sei Ito, who put away the phone, several red icons that represented the Red Army suddenly disappeared from the radar screen. At the same time, the red icons representing the Britannia's army stopped in their tracks. They were no longer as orderly as before, but they became messy. Tell the 3 holy swords to immediately launch a counterattack on the Britannia's side. Sei Ito ordered. Yes. The information controller, sitting on the side, immediately responded. He immediately contacted the 3 holy swords that were currently leading the Red Army and passed on Sei Ito's order. Time is a bit tight. Otherwise, I could have done better. Looking at the icons that collided again on the radar screen, Sei Ito said with a slightly regretful tone, "Okay, everyone get ready. When the news of Li Shinka occupying Tokyo comes, we will immediately land in Japan." Then Sei Ito turned to the 4 people in the command room, Jiang Lihua, Kagura, Lakshata, and CC. Great, we can finally go back. Kagura was overjoyed when she heard this. She clasped her hands in front of her and said with a happy face, "Lihua, let's go. After we arrive in Japan, I will take you around." Then he reached out and grabbed Jiang Lihua's hand. While taking her to the cabin where they were before, he said in a cheerful tone, "Sir, Marshal Li Shinka called. He said that he has captured the governor's mansion and captured the 3rd princess of Britannia, Cornelia, and Princess Euphemia. He is now conducting a purge operation in the Tokyo concession." At this moment, the information controller turned to look at Sei Ito and reported, "Already captured? That's quite fast." Sei Ito laughed when he heard this, then slowly stopped smiling and ordered, "Tell Marshal Li Shinka to use the lives of Cornelia and Euphemia as a condition to order the Britannia army in Japan to immediately surrender unconditionally. Wait for the Chinese Federation to take over." Yes. The information controller responded, turned to operate the instrument, and conveyed Sei Ito's order. Soon after, on the radar screen in the command room, the red pattern representing Britannia and the green pattern representing the Chinese Federation paused at the same time. Then, the red pattern was slowly surrounded by the green pattern, remaining in place and looking like it was being suppressed. "Sir, Marshal Li Shinka called and said that a plane has been sent to pick up Her Majesty the Son of Heaven." At this time, the information controller turned to Sei Ito again and reported, "Got it." Sei Ito nodded and said. Then, together with Lakshata and CC, they waited quietly in the command room. More than 20 minutes later, with a slight roar, a wide-winged helicopter with the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme style appeared above the Chinese Federation's fleet and slowly landed. "Let's go." As soon as the helicopter arrived, Sei Ito summoned the Son of Heaven, Jiang Lihua, and Kagura to the command room and took them, Lakshata, and CC out of the command room. They boarded the deck and quietly watched the helicopter land on the water surface. Then, with the help of the soldiers on the side, the 5 people boarded a small boat and slowly landed on the water surface along the rope, then rowed to the side of the helicopter. Then, with the help of a female staff member, they boarded the helicopter one by one and sat down in the cabin. After completing the task of picking up people, the seaplane didn't stay for long. It slowly rose from the surface of the water and when it reached a height where it could fly, it flew toward Tokyo with the Red Lotus Heavenly 8 Extreme style that was escorting it. More than 20 minutes later, the helicopter and the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style landed on the platform on the top floor of the governor's mansion. "Welcome, Your Majesty." Just as Sei Ito held the Son of Heaven's hand and walked down from the helicopter, a dozen Chinese Federation officers, led by Li Shinka, all kneeled on the ground and bowed their heads respectfully. "Everyone rise." The Son of Heaven, who was already used to this kind of situation, didn't have stage fright and said softly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Shinka and the others who received permission to stand up respectfully thanked the Son of Heaven. "Your Majesty, please follow me." Li Shinka, who stood up again, stretched out her arms and led the way. Then, when Sei Ito and the Son of Heaven were almost at the same height as her, she quickly turned around and led Sei Ito, the Son of Heaven, and Kagura, Lakshata, CC, and the others into the governor's mansion and walked to the room temporarily prepared for the Son of Heaven. Chapter 728. Now that Japan has been taken down, it's just that to ensure that Japan doesn't fall, we must leave some troops here. Coupled with the losses from this war, I'm afraid it's not enough to completely pacify the Federation with our current forces. After settling the Son of Heaven, Li Shinka, who left the room with Sei Ito and Kagura, said with a frown, "Don't worry about Japan. Just give the task of defense to the Red Army. When the time comes, we'll return the political power to the 6 families in Kyoto. With their appeal, they can also recruit a group of people from the Japanese people to fill the gap in power and ensure the stability of Japan." While walking with Li Shinka to the room where Cornelia was temporarily detained, he said lightly, "And don't forget, whether Japan is stable or not depends on us. As long as we can continue to win, all the other problems can be solved." Sei Ito added, "With the current forces and armaments, it's easier said than done to win against Britannia's counterattack." It's not that Li Shinka didn't understand the meaning of Sei Ito's words. It's just that when he thought about the continuous domestic rebellions, the instability of the military and the undeveloped military equipment, and the so-called mysterious power that Sei Ito mentioned, Li Shinka really couldn't feel at ease. After all, this was gambling with the fate of the Federation, the future of the Son of Heaven. Li Shinka couldn't afford to lose. "Don't worry, our forces are enough to deal with these problems." Sei Ito, who felt Li Shinka's worry, comforted him. "Kagura, later you go gather Kurahara and the others and take over the daily management of Japan. Then send someone to contact the 3-4 Holy Swords and let them tell Tongtang that Japan is being rebuilt, whether he really wants to preserve his useful body and hide in the mountains for the rest of his life instead of doing anything for Japan." Then Sei Ito turned to look at Kagura and said, "I understand." Kagura nodded and said. Then Sei Ito, Li Shinka, and Kagura didn't speak anymore. They silently walked to the room where Cornelia and Euphemia were detained. "We're here." After a while, Li Shinka brought Sei Ito to a door guarded by several Chinese Federation soldiers and said, "All right, you guys can go back to work. Restore order in Japan as soon as possible. After all, this place will be our military's equipment manufacturing base in the future," Sei Ito said to Li Shinka and Kagura as he reached for the door handle. Li Shinka and Kagura both nodded to indicate that they understood. Click. Sei Ito didn't waste any more time. He pressed his palm down and opened the door. He pushed the door open and slowly walked into the room. Bang! Sei Ito walked into the room and closed the door, blocking Li Shinka and Kagura outside. Standing in the room, Ito, Sei, casually looked around the room, but he didn't find Cornelia and Sophie. He turned and walked towards the other door in the room, which was white and inlaid with gold. After arriving at the door, he reached out and opened the door again, then pushed the door open and walked into the room. In an instant, Sei Ito saw Cornelia in a military uniform and Euphemia in a pink dress. Sei Ito. Seeing Sei Ito appear in the room, Euphemia exclaimed in surprise. "You're here!" Compared to the surprised Euphemia, Cornelia looked at Sei Ito calmly and said, "Sister, Say Ito. Euphemia, who faintly heard something from her sister's tone, looked back and forth between the two of them and called softly with a puzzled face. This is my power. What do you think? Seito first smiled at Euphemia, then looked at Cornelia and said, Is that your power? That's the power of the Chinese Federation. Cornelia calmly retorted, But it's now in my hands, so it's now my power. Seito retorted, So what? Now that the Chinese Federation is facing internal and external troubles, it's hard to say how long you can control this power. How can you talk about using it to establish a great cause? Cornelia said, Those problems are just scratches. As long as I want to, I can get rid of them. Seito said with a confident face, But I'm afraid you don't have time to get rid of them. Cornelia sneered with disdain. With your actions today, the Britannia Emperor will definitely react. Once the Empire's army comes out, how long can the Chinese Federation resist with its current state? How long can the power in your hands resist? Not long. Even if it's only a day, it's enough for me to declare my power to the world. Seito also sneered with disdain. Cornelia quietly stared at Seito for a moment, guessing the true meaning of his words. What you saw today was only the power I showed to the world. The real power to conquer the world is something else. It's just that the time isn't right yet, so I haven't shown it to the world yet. Seito quietly explained as he looked at Cornelia. Then come find me when you show it to me. Cornelia withdrew her gaze from Seito and said calmly, All right. Seito shrugged and said indifferently, You guys stay here. I'll make sure the people below don't disturb you. Seito said. Then, he didn't stay in the room any longer. He directly turned around and left the room. He walked along the corridor of the governor mansion and returned to the rooftop. Then, with a thought, Seito summoned Meili Tosaki and her 4 female disciples, as well as Miyumo Tananda and Chikage Kananda, into Leluxiu's world. Where's this? Seito looked around and asked Miyumo Tananda. This is the rooftop of Japan's governor mansion in the New World. Ito Mori explained with a smile. Not long ago, there was a battle here, and the change of the ruling power of Japan was completed. Oh, Miyumo Tananda looked at Seito with interest. That's right. Now, I can be said to be the actual ruler of Japan. Next, I will use Japan as the starting point to launch a war to unify the world. Seito looked at Miyumo Tananda with a smile. Interesting. Miyumo Tananda's lips curled up slightly and said with a smile, But why did you summon me this time? Miyumo Tananda continued to ask. Nothing. I just wanted to show you the war tactics of this world and let you experience the differences between different worlds. Seito shrugged and spread his hands in front of him. Differences between worlds. Miyumo Tananda muttered to herself. Okay, let me introduce you to. Then, Seito changed the topic and looked at Miyumo Tananda, Chikage Kananda, Meili Tosaki, and her 4 female disciples. This is Miyumo Tananda. She is one of the 1 Shadow 9 Fists in the Dark Empty-Handed group. She is known as the Witch Fist's female host. Seito pointed at Miyumo Tananda and introduced her. The girl beside her is Chikage Kananda, Miyumo Tananda's disciple. Then he looked at the expressionless Chikage and added. Hearing Seito's introduction, Meili Tosaki's expressionless face changed slightly. Her pupils constricted as she looked at Miyumo Tananda, who is considered to be at the top of the Dark Empty-Handed group. This is Meili Tosaki, a member of the Dark Empty-Handed group. Seito then pointed at Meili Tosaki and introduced her. The 4 beside her are Rumiko Kahara, Masaki Temagawa, Blaze Carter, and Mieke Sano. They are all Meili Tosaki's disciples. Seito introduced. After listening to the introduction, Senbata Miyun only glanced at Ito Mori when he said that she was a member of the Dark Weapons group. She didn't react at all. Let's go. I'll take you down and arrange a room for you. You could do whatever you want. When there's a war, I'll call you to watch it. After introducing the 2 sides, Ito clapped his hands and said, As the person in charge, Tanabe Miko and Tsukiki Meili didn't have any objections. They followed Ito-sei back to the governor's mansion and allowed Ito-sei to arrange the two groups of people into 4 separate rooms. After settling Miyumo Tananda and Meili Tosaki down, Seito let out a long sigh and walked down the corridor. It's been almost 7 or 8 days since I sent Mireille home, but there's no news at all. It seems that it's time to go to Mireille's house and have a look. It's his Saishimura thought as he walked in the corridor. Seito's footsteps paused. After confirming that there was no one around, he used blink and disappeared from the corridor. He appeared in the sky outside the governor mansion. He took out a small black ball and used the special positioning function of the small black balls to lock onto the position of the small black ball he had given Mireille. He then used blink and moved toward it. After 4 or 5 times, Seito finally arrived at the location of the small black ball. Is this the Ashford Manor? Ito-sei looked down at the huge, noble manor under his feet and thought to himself. He then spread out his will and scanned the entire building. In an instant, everything in Ashford Manor appeared in Seito's mind. Over there, after locking onto Mireille's location, Seito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in Mireille's room. Sigh. The moment Seito appeared, Mireille's slightly melancholic sigh sounded in his ears. What is it? What is it that made our beautiful Mireille sigh like this? Seito used blink again and suddenly appeared behind Mireille, who was lying on a round table. He reached out and hugged Mireille's waist from behind as he leaned over and teased her. Mireille was startled when she felt her waist being hugged, but she immediately relaxed when she heard Seito's voice and allowed Seito to hug her. Chapter 729. P.S. Thank you to Hitoshi Akatsuki MKI for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to 157747860 and Nickfany for their tips. You're under house arrest. Seeing that Mi-lei didn't say anything, Ito-sei used his arms to lift Mi-lei up from the chair. He lowered his body and sat down on the chair. Then, he held Mi-lei in his arms and asked Mi-lei softly. Mi-lei's upper body was upright again. Isn't it obvious? Mi-lei rolled her eyes in exasperation. Then why didn't you contact me before? If it weren't for the fact that I didn't hear any news from you and the fact that the army was in a mess today, I was afraid that something would happen to you. What if you were separated from me? Ito-sei complained. Everything was fine the day I came back. It was only after they heard that my engagement with Earl Royd was canceled that my family changed their minds. However, they didn't do anything to me at that time, so I didn't care too much. I thought that after 2 or 3 days, grandfather and mother would forget about it. Then, I would explain the situation and look for you. Mi-lei sighed as she placed her palms on the back of Seito's hand. Who knew that 3 days later, mother would actually find another marriage? At this point, Miley's expression paused, and she said with some dissatisfaction, could it be that our Ashford family has fallen to the extent that we have to rely on marriage to survive? So, I told mother what I wanted, and then you were under house arrest? Seito frowned as he listened to Mi-lei's narration. Yes, and in order to prevent me from causing trouble, they took away everything that could be used on me, including the little black ball you gave me. Mi-lei sighed helplessly. Also, if it weren't for the Chinese Federation suddenly issuing a notice to take back Japan 3 days ago, my matchmaking partner might have already come to Japan to meet me, Mi-lei added. Then it seems like I did things in a timely manner, Seito smiled. What do you mean? Mi-lei asked, confused. Now, the Chinese Federation is under my control, and the notice issued to Britannia 3 days ago was also my idea. So, I'm the one who saved you from the abyss of dating. Seito laughed. You actually control the Chinese Federation? Seito had the means to control the Chinese Federation. Mi-lei, who had seen many strange things in the Rubik's Cube world, did not have any doubts. However, she was a little surprised that Seito would control the Chinese Federation. Yes, I'm going to borrow the power of the Chinese Federation. Seito explained. Take Japan as a stepping stone and declare war on Britannia, then unify the whole world. Mi-lei was shocked by what Seito said and turned her head abruptly. He stared at Seito in shock. After a while, he said exaggeratedly, "You are really daring. What? You think I can't do it?" Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at Milei. "No, with your means and the power you have there. How can you not do it? I just didn't expect you to do it." Milei shook her head slightly and explained, "But in that case, Japan is also under your control now, isn't it?" Milei looked at Seito and asked. "That's right." Seito nodded and confirmed, "Although it may not be the whole country, but the main bustling areas like the Tokyo concession are all under my control." "Then, what are you going to do with us Britannians and nobles?" Milei, who got the confirmation, asked hesitantly. "Apart from restricting their movements and reducing some of their privileges, I won't do anything to the Britannians and nobles in Japan for the time being. As for the future, especially after I establish the country, I will probably abolish the noble class." Seito tilted his head slightly and thought, "That's good, but you'd better strengthen the security management in the concession these days. Although you won't do anything to us Britannians, the same can't be said for the original Japanese number makers. Who knows, they might do something to disrupt the peace." Milei sighed softly and reminded him, "But you'd better strengthen the security management in the concession these days. Although you won't do anything to us Britannians, the original Japanese number makers might not." "I know. When I go back, I will send people to strengthen the security management in the concession. If it doesn't work, I will take people from the cities in our hands and directly take over Japan." Seito nodded in agreement. "What are you going to do now? Continue to stay at home as a lady, or leave with me and help me manage Japan?" At this time, Seito changed the topic and asked again, "Why don't you accompany me to meet my parents and make our relationship clear?" Milei said hesitantly with a frown, "What's our relationship?" Seito smiled and looked at Milei teasingly. "What do you think?" Milei narrowed her eyes slightly and asked with a smile. Seeing Milei's expression, Seito knew that if he continued to tease Milei in the future, Milei might do something evil in the future. He quickly put on a serious face and said, "As long as you don't mind, I agree." "Humph, at least you know what's good for you." Seeing Seito behave, Milei snorted and curled her lips. "Let's go. We will go and see my mother now." Then Milei grabbed Seito's hands with both hands and tried to open them with a little force. She got up and stood up straight from Seito's arms. "Okay." Seito, whose eyes followed Milei's movements, nodded slightly and answered straightforwardly. Then he waved his hand in the air, and a little black ball suddenly appeared in his hand. Seito flipped his hand and put it away. He then stood up from the chair and walked to the door with Milei, who was waiting on the side. "You do it." Milei, who came to the door, stepped aside and turned her head to say Seito beside her, "You do it." Seito, who reached out and pressed the doorknob, nodded slightly and activated his psychokinesis to unlock the door and open it. He then stopped and stood aside. After Milei stepped out of the room, he quickly left the room and walked with Milei to the master bedroom, where her mother was. After a short while, Milei and Seito stood in front of a dark brown solid wooden door that was tightly shut. Dang, dang, dang. Milei reached out and knocked on the door. "Come in." Soon, a middle-aged woman's voice came from behind the door. She sounded rather stiff. Creak. After getting permission, Milei and Seito looked at each other before turning the doorknob and pushing the door open. Then, she led Seito into the master bedroom. Instantly, a woman in a light green dress landed on the floor. She looked 70% to 80% similar to Milei. Her long brown hair was tied up high at the back of her head. She looked like an elegant lady in her 30s appeared in front of Seito. "Milei, why did you come out?" She looked at Milei and Seito, who pushed the door open and entered. Milei's mother frowned and said in a deep voice, "Also, who is this man beside you?" "Hello, Annie. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Seito. I'm Milei's boyfriend." Before Milei could speak, Seito, who suddenly reached out and grabbed Milei's hand, spoke first. "Seito, boyfriend? What's the matter with Milei? Tell me clearly." Milei's mother frowned. Her face was full of displeasure as she glared at Millet and shouted in a deep voice. Also, what's wrong with pulling and pulling? Millet, where's the aristocratic etiquette that I taught you? Have you forgotten all of it? Milei's mother then pointed at Sei Ito's hand that was holding Milei's hand and yelled angrily. Milei, who was scolded for no reason, first rolled her eyes at Sei Ito. Then, in order to prevent her mother from getting angry, she pulled her hand out of Sei Ito's big hand and looked at her mother to explain. Mother, Sei Ito is right. Itsunari is right. He is indeed my boyfriend. Even Earl Royd knows this. What? Even Earl Royd knew? You've really disgraced the Ashford family. Milei's mother stood up from her seat and yelled at Milei in a flustered and exasperated manner. And this brat, from his name, you can tell that he's a lowly person from the 11th district. As the only heir of the Ashford family, how can you get together with this kind of person? Do you want the Ashford family to become the laughing stock of the Empire's aristocratic circle? Milei's mother continued to scold. Milei, I order you, immediately cut off all contact with this brat and stay at home to reflect on your mistakes. Then, listen to your grandfather, and I'll arrange for you to return to Britannia to meet the young master of the House of Royaxu and discuss the marriage. Miley's mother gave an unyielding order. It seems that reasoning won't work. Sei Ito, who didn't take Milei's mother's scolding to heart, looked at Milei beside him and shrugged helplessly. Don't mess around. Milei hurriedly pulled Sei Ito and whispered, Milei, didn't you hear what I said? You actually dare to pull this brat in front of me. You don't even see me as your mother. Milei's mother pointed angrily at Milei when she saw that Milei actually took the initiative to pull Sei Ito's arm. Don't worry, no matter what, she's still your mother. I won't do anything to her. Sei Ito ignored Milei's mother's yelling and reached out to pat Milei's hand to comfort her. Then, without waiting for Milei to speak, he released a small part of his aura and pressed down on Milei's mother. As a normal person, and most a noble woman, how could she withstand Sei Ito's aura? Her face immediately paled, and a low moan came from her throat. Mother, Milei hurriedly took 2 steps forward and called out softly, Auntie, I'll tell you the truth. You can't stop me and Milei. Not only can you stop it, the Ashford family can't stop it, and even the entire Britannia can't stop it. Sei Ito stepped forward and held Milei's hand again, then slowly walked towards Milei's mother and said in a low voice, Shameless boasting. Milei's mother pretended to be calm and looked at Sei Ito with disdain. Shameless boasting? Then you'll see if I'm shameless boasting. Sei Ito, who was only a few steps away from Milei's mother, sneered. You should know what day it is today. Even if you don't, you should have heard the faint sound of artillery fire from outside an hour ago. You're a citizen of the Chinese Federation. As a noble, especially a Britannia noble in Nippon territory, how could he not know about such an important matter? Therefore, Sei Ito said with a face full of surprise as soon as he finished speaking. Citizen? You nobles are really arrogant. Sei Ito sneered. But it doesn't matter. You can treat me as a citizen. But I'm a bit special because I control half of the Chinese Federation and almost all of Nippon now. In other words, the Ashford family in Nippon is also under my control. As long as I want to, I can take you out and destroy you at any time. Then, Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and continued to speak calmly. Hearing this, Milei's mother's expression changed slightly. Her face was pale, and she looked at Sei Ito in front of her with a slightly frightened expression. Do you understand now, Auntie? Sei Ito, who was standing a meter away from Milei's mother, said with a smile. Milei following me is not a disgrace. It can even be said to be an honor. As long as I defeat the Britannia's counterattack, she will at least be a princess by my side. This is much better than your Ashford family following behind Mariana. At least Mariana isn't from your family, isn't she? Sei Ito tempted after he finished intimidating them. When the time comes, if you want to revive your family or something else, you can decide with Milei's help. But if you reject me now and randomly marry Milei to someone else, then don't even talk about whether your Ashford family will have a future of glory. It's not even certain if you can stay. Which side is good and which side is bad? I believe Annie should be able to understand with your wisdom. Sei Ito analyzed again. Hearing all of Sei Ito's words, Milei's mother's expression kept changing. She stood there blankly for a while without saying anything. I can't decide this kind of thing. I need Milei's grandfather to agree. A moment later, Milei's mother, who was still conflicted and unable to come up with a decision, looked up at Sei Ito again and said, "Okay, Annie, go ahead and talk to Milei's grandfather. Milei and I will wait here for your good news." Sei Ito, who knew that Milei's mother wouldn't make the decision, didn't think much of it. He pulled Milei away from her mother and said to her sideways. Milei's mother took a deep look at Sei Ito, then lifted her skirt with both hands and quickly walked out of the room through Sei Ito's path. She walked towards the study room where Milei's grandfather, Old Ashford, was. Phew! After her mother left, Milei let out a long sigh. Then she suddenly reached out and pinched Sei Ito's arm. She said with a faint smile, "What did you just say? It's not a disgrace for me to marry you, but an honor? Why? You don't like me? Why would I?" Although he didn't feel any pain, Sei Ito still put on a painful expression on his face. He quickly reached out and hugged Milei. He denied with a smile, "You're a treasure in my eyes. Even if it's an honor, it's my honor." Chapter 730. More than 10 minutes had passed in the midst of their banter. At this moment, a figure flashed through the open door, and a girl in a female outfit walked into the room. "Miss, the master asked me to inform you and the gentleman beside you to go over." The maid placed her hands on her lower abdomen and bowed. "Got it." Milei nodded at the maid. The maid who informed me Lei didn't look like an eyesore as she bowed to Milei again and left the master bedroom. "Seems like the decision has been made." Sei Ito smiled at Milei. "You better behave later. Don't scare my grandfather with the same trick you used on my mother. Maybe because of your scare, the things that have already been decided will change again." Milei looked at Ito Sei with a serious expression. "I understand. After all, Old Ashford was someone who followed Mariana and went to the battlefield. His spirit and hobbies are much stronger than your mother's." Sei Ito held Milei's hand and smiled. "But even so, one thing is irrefutable. He is the person at the helm of Ashford. No matter what, he won't abandon the family's comfort. So, when necessary, appropriate intimidation is necessary," Sei Ito added as he walked out of the master bedroom with Milei. "Do as you see fit. Just don't make a fool of yourself." Milei knew what Sei Ito said was the truth, so she didn't say anything else. She only reminded him again and silently led Sei Ito to Old Ashford's study room. A moment later, the two arrived at Old Ashford's study room on the top floor of Ashford's main building. Milei, who stood in front of the study room door, took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in." As soon as the knocking ended, an old and slightly dignified voice came from behind the door. Click! Milei, who got permission, turned the lock and pushed open the door. She walked into the study room with Sei Ito. In an instant, a man in a Britannian-style noble attire appeared. He was well-built, had blonde hair, and a square face. The old man, who looked to be in his 50s, sat behind a desk made of solid wood. He was the same old man that Zhang Zian had seen in the master bedroom. Sei Ito caught sight of Milei's mother, who was standing at the side of his desk. At this moment, Sei Ito and Old Ashford didn't say anything as they quietly looked at each other in the study. "Just now, Miley Eye's mother told me everything about you." Old Ashford was the first to speak. "Now, tell me honestly, how confident are you in taking on Britannia's counterattack?" As expected of someone who had lived for 50 to 60 years and had been in the noble circle for less than half his life, Old Ashford hit the nail on the head. 100%, Sei Ito replied confidently. Old Ashford's eyes flashed when he heard Sei Ito's answer. He carefully sized up Sei Ito again, trying to distinguish whether what he said was true or false. "What do you want the Ashford family to do?" After a few seconds, Old Ashford, who didn't see any guilty expression on Sei Ito's face, asked again. "No need. Besides, the Ashford family's current power can't help me much," Sei Ito said calmly. Old Ashford didn't say anything. He directly changed the topic. I oppose the matter between you and Millet, and I will mediate with the Royaxu family. But Millet must stay in the Ashford family until you deal with Britannia's counterattack and pacify the Chinese Federation's civil strife. Only then can you take her away. After hearing old Ashford's words, Sei Ito immediately frowned. Old Ashford's words had too many flaws. To summarize it in a straightforward sentence, I want to see the reality. If you can withstand Britannia's counterattack, then Millet marrying you is fine. After all, the power that can withstand Britannia's counterattack isn't weak. With Millet's help, the Ashford family doesn't have to worry about rising. But if you can't withstand Britannia's counterattack, sorry, Millet is my Ashford family's woman. I can arrange it however I want. As for the mediation that old Ashford mentioned, it was even more perfunctory. With old Ashford's face, or directly shamelessly finding a random reason to delay the Royaxu family for a while, it could be delayed until the matter was clear. When the time came, old Ashford could directly say to the Royaxu family that Millet was unwilling, then break off the marriage and give Millet to Sei Ito in exchange for the family's rise. If it didn't work, he could directly dump Sei Ito and send Millet to the Royaxu family in exchange for a new life for the family. In short, he was preparing for both eventualities. His Ashford family wouldn't lose out. The old man has a good plan. Sei Ito laughed in his mind. But since you're playing with me, then after the matter is done, don't expect me to leave any benefits for your family. All right, I'll temporarily leave Millet in the Ashford family. I'll pick her up after the matter is done. Then Sei Ito first turned to look at me, lay standing on the side, then looked back at old Ashford and said. Sei Ito, who had just finished talking, chatted with old Ashford for a while, then walked out of old Ashford's study with Millet, who sent him off and walked out of the Ashford mansion. If you don't want to stay at home anymore, I can take you away now, Sei Ito said to Millet, who was beside him on the way out of the Ashford mansion, who was in low spirits. What nonsense are you talking about? Millet rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and said, although Grandpa's words made me feel uncomfortable, I've already prepared for those things, so it's not hard to accept. Moreover, you wouldn't purposely fail and make me marry some strange man, right? Then Millet looked at Sei Ito from the corner of her eyes and continued. Of course. Sei Ito, who had his hand around Millet's waist, laughed heartily. Be careful, Grandpa and Mother are watching from above. Millet again rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and reminded. It's right and proper for me to hug my woman. What's there to be careful about? Sei Ito curled his lips in disdain. Take this little black ball and keep it with you. After all, Neon is still very chaotic. Who knows when there will be Neon, people who don't like the nobles coming to your house to cause trouble. If you feel danger, use it to contact me. Then his face became serious, and he flipped his hand again to create a little black ball and gave it to Millet. I know. Millet took the little black ball and held it in her hand and nodded. Okay, let's stop here. If there's anything, use the little black ball to contact me. Sei Ito, who had walked forward for a while, stopped, turned around, put his hands on Millet's waist, and looked at Millet and said, Okay. Millet obediently nodded in agreement. Looking at Millet's seductive appearance, Sei Ito leaned his head forward and kissed Millet's lips. Feeling his lips entangled in her mouth, Millet raised her arms, hugged Sei Ito's neck, and took the initiative to cooperate with Sei Ito's kiss. I'm leaving. After a while, Sei Ito, who had let go of Millet, who was a little short of breath, chuckled. Then his figure flashed, disappeared in front of Millet, and appeared in another place 1 kilometer away. Then his figure flashed again and rushed to the governor's mansion. After several times, Sei Ito's figure returned to the governor's mansion, went to the emperor's room, and accompanied the emperor, Jiang Lihua. Britannia's counterattack came very quickly. That night, which was the morning of Britannia's time, the Britannia's army was mobilized and appeared on the border of the Inner Mongolia region of the Chinese Federation the next morning in Japan and the Chinese Federation's time. It was as if the army was pressing down on the border. At the same time, the rebellion that had been restrained because of the Chinese Federation's powerful military power that took down Japan in one day, became fierce again and cooperated with the Britannia's military operations to cause chaos in the Chinese Federation. How does the Britannia's army? Say Ito, who was sitting on a main seat of the governor's mansion, casually threw the document with the information of the Chinese Federation and the Britannia's military operations on the table and looked up at Lishinka standing on the side and asked, in addition to the army in Hokkaido, the Britannia's army in Japan, Shikoku, Kyushu, and other places have all been disarmed and detained in the area that was originally used to build the special zone in Japan. Lishinka reported. What about the nightmare? Seito asked again. They were all transported to the concessions in the early morning and placed in the barracks in Yokohama, Yodo, and Aizu. Lishinka replied without hesitation. Is it feasible to use the Chinese Federation soldiers to pilot those nightmare? Seito thought. There may be some problems in running in. After all, the design concept and mechanical performance are different from steel skeleton. It'll be difficult to get used to it quickly. Lishinka frowned. Whatever. Ito's brows relaxed, sighed, and then directly ordered, leave 1/3 of the nightmare for the Red Army to use as a replacement body, and equip the rest of the nightmare to the soldiers to make up for the lack of steel skeleton. Yes. Lishinka accepted the order. Then he looked at Kirihara Tai-san and the others standing on the other side and ordered, Kirihara, transfer all the newly manufactured Undermoon series bodies to the Chinese Federation's army. Yes, sir. Kirihara Tai-san accepted the order without any hesitation. Okay, you all go and prepare. After 6 hours, board the ship and return to the Federation's territory to deal with the Britannia's attack. Ito ordered. Yes. Kirihara Tai-san and Lishinka responded and turned to leave the conference room together. Chapter 731. There are still too few people. Ito frowned as he looked at Kagura and the other members of Kyoto's 6 great families. How's Tungtang doing? Ito's gaze stopped on Kagura and asked. The 3 holy swords haven't reported yet. I think they're still considering it. Kagura pouted. Ito heard this and sneered with displeasure. Okay, you can continue with your work. Ito stretched out his arm to prop himself up from the chair and said, but remember to keep a close eye on the situation. Don't let the people below have any conflicts with the Britannians within the borders. If someone wants to cause trouble at this time, directly arrest them and put them in prison or directly execute them. Understood. Kagura nodded in agreement. Seeing that Kagura had agreed, Ito didn't stay in the room any longer. He walked out of the conference room and went to the corridor outside. He found an empty corner and flashed into the Rubik's Cube world, appearing in the ecological city's large laboratory. Ito appeared in the large laboratory and slowly walked behind Royd and Cecil. How are things going here? Lord. Cecil immediately turned around and greeted Ito when he heard his voice. Ito waved his hand, indicating that Cecil didn't need to be so polite. We're in the process of finalizing the data, and we'll probably finish in a few hours. Royd replied, show me the data of the Rubik's Cube, and let me see it. Ito nodded and stepped forward in front of a large screen, instructing Royd and Cecil behind him. Cecil, who heard the instruction, quickly walked to the side of the device and operated it. After a while, a Rubik's Lancelot that was similar in appearance to the one that Suzuka piloted before, but the exterior was painted black and the corners were outlined with dark red lines. A bunch of data appeared on the large screen and appeared in front of Ito's eyes. Guinevere, Royd, your habit of naming Rubik's Cube is still full of bad taste. Ito, who had just seen the name of the Rubik's Cube, spat as the corner of his mouth twitched. What's wrong? Royd looked at Ito with some confusion and asked. At this time, Ito remembered that although Britannia's political system was similar to the United Kingdom in the main world, it also had Knights of the Round Table. However, he was not from the same country as the legendary Bredian, and there was no mention of King Arthur, Lancelot, or Guinevere in the history of the country. although say Ito's he didn't know the Rubik's Cube's cube world. Ito's I2 of a coincidence. Ito. The body is 2 meters tall and weighs 7,732 kilograms. The back is equipped with wings that are solidified with radiation waves. The four corners of the wings can be rotated, and the tip is a laser beam emitter. The head is equipped with thermal detection radar, biological detection radar, and conventional overclocking detection radar. The two sides of the head and the connection between the body and the shoulders are equipped with small machine guns. The two sides of the body are equipped with ejection cables. The chest is equipped with 2 radiation beam cannons. The waist is equipped with 2 laser lightsabers. The left forearm is equipped with 4 cannons. It is filled with antimatter shells. The right palm is equipped with a radiation emitter. It is powered by nuclear power. Very good, very strong. Sei Ito, who had finished reading the information, praised. Just based on the data, the combat ability of Guinevere was completely superior to the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style. After all, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly Baji style, as combat ability was mainly for close combat, but this Guinevere was a comprehensive combat ability. It could be used in long, medium, and close combat. At the same time, this Guinevere could be regarded as the masterpiece of the humanoid weapon of the Luxiu world and the Gundam world. Adjust it as soon as possible. The outside world is waiting for it to perform. Sei Ito turned to look at Sei Ito and roared. The outside world. Speaking of which, Lakshata has been out for a long time. Sei Ito pushed the glasses on his face and said with a glimmer in his eyes, "Okay, after you finish adjusting Guinevere, I will summon you and Cecil out." Sei Ito chuckled. Sei Ito nodded slightly to show that he understood. "Okay, I won't disturb your work. I'm leaving." Sei Ito knew that he was unnecessary here. He flashed out of the Rubik's Cube world and returned to the corridor of the Japanese governor's mansion in the Luxiu world. "Margot, where are you now?" Then Ito-sei flipped his hand and took out a special mobile phone, pressed the dial button, and put it next to his ear while walking toward Tianzi's room. "We have arrived in the original Russian territory and are moving in the direction of Siberia." On the phone, Margot's voice came out. "I see." Sei Ito, who got the exact news, said, then directly hung up and put away the special mobile phone. Then there was nothing else on the way. He quickly returned to Tianzi Jiang Lihua's room and accompanied Jiang Lihua, who was a little lonely because of Kagura's busy work. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye while chatting in the game. "You really don't need me to stay?" In the military camp in the Tokyo concession, Karen, who was about to board the plane and return to the Chinese Federation to resist Britannia, looked at Sei Ito and asked, "Don't worry, in a while, Valletta's new body can be adjusted and summoned outside to help me guard here. And it doesn't matter even if there is no admiral in a place like Nippon. As long as the Chinese Federation is not completely defeated, Britannia will not send troops to attack Nippon for the time being. It can be said that I am safe here for the time being." Sei Ito reached out and stroked Karen's cheek with a smile. On the other hand, the Chinese Federation is different. Although they have a lot of soldiers, the performance of the steel skeletons is a little too different from the Britannia's nightmare. They need you, Xiang Lin, and Li Shinka to stabilize the balance. "I see." Karen nodded and said with understanding, "Since you understand, then go." Sei Ito retracted his palm and looked at Karen with a smile. Karen nodded slightly, turned around, and jumped to the top of the cockpit of Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style. In a few steps, she lowered her body and sat in the cockpit, closed the hatch, and activated Red Lotus Heavenly Baji style. "I will leave Tianzi to you." After Karen entered the body, Lishinka came to Sei Ito and stared at him without blinking. Chapter 732. P.S. Thank you to Terrell and 157747860 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 157747860 and Nickfany for their rewards. After sending off Karen, Zhou Xianlin, Lishinka, and the troops of the Chinese Federation, say Ito turned around and walked into the governor's mansion. He went straight to the members of the 6 families working in the governor's mansion. Kirihara immediately allocated a brigade of soldiers and enough trains to transport a brigade to me. In addition, send a few staff members who can operate the command vehicle and start the command vehicle. Say Ito walked into the office and ordered Kirihara Taiso. Yes. Kirihara Taiso didn't ask for the reason and simply replied. After giving instructions, Say Ito didn't stay any longer. He directly turned around and left the office. He went to the room where Miyumo and Senkaku, Miyuri and her 4 female disciples, son of Heaven Jiang Lihua and Kagura, Lakshata, CC, and Cornelia and Yufei were imprisoned. He called them out of the room one after another, then took them out of the governor's mansion and went to the barracks behind the governor's mansion to board the mobile combat command vehicle. Dear, what are we going to do? Kagura looked at Sei Ito curiously and asked, I'm going to lead the troops to attack Hokkaido and completely recover the whole of Japan. Sei Ito, who went straight to the center of the command vehicle and sat down, said with a smile, So that's the case. Kagura said with a look of realization. Well, let's find a place to sit first. After all, it will take several hours to get to Hokkaido from here, even if we take the high-speed rail. Sei Ito looked at the others and said, What do you mean by bringing me and Yufei here? Just as the others found a place to sit down, Cornelia looked at Sei Ito and asked in a deep voice, Of course, I want to let you see my strength. Sei Ito looked at Cornelia calmly and said, Because in this Hokkaido attack and defense battle, I will put a newly built body into the battle to test its performance. What kind of strength is a body? Cornelia said with some disdain. Sei Ito wasn't annoyed by Cornelia's disdain and said with a smile, An ordinary body is indeed not considered strength, but what if the performance of that body is far beyond the current body? Just like the Lancelot you have seen before. That's a key factor that can directly affect the outcome of a battle. How can it not be considered as strength? Then, without waiting for Cornelia to refute, he continued, Body is a body is a body is. An airframe is just an airframe. Even if it can influence the outcome of the battle, it can't change the overall situation, Cornelia said disdainfully. But don't forget. The body can complete bodies. It has an immeasurable effect on the morale of your own side and the suppression of the enemy's morale. Even if it directly affects the victory of a war, it is not impossible. You don't deny this point, right? Ito-sei shrugged and chuckled. Cornelia, who used to play the game of one rider to defeat the enemy, of course, knew that what Sei Ito said was the truth, so she couldn't refute it. After a moment of silence, she didn't say anything. She turned around and walked to Euphemia's side and sat down quietly. Sei Ito saw this and smiled slightly. He took the remote control beside him and turned on the wireless TV in the command vehicle. He watched the news of Britannia to understand the military progress of Britannia and the Chinese Federation. Sir, after more than 10 minutes, a series of footsteps sounded. A staff member wearing the black, Red Army uniform walked into the room and greeted Sei Ito, who was sitting on the main seat. The troops have been assembled and loaded onto the vehicle. Do we depart now? The staff member immediately reported. The target is Hokkaido. Let's go. Sei Ito nodded and said, Yes. The staff member responded and immediately walked out of the room and went to the lower floor of the command vehicle to convey the order. Shortly after the staff member left, with the slight vibration of the vehicle, the mobile command vehicle and the train carrying a large group of Red Army Nightmares slowly left the track and headed toward Hokkaido at high speed. Shortly after Sei Ito led the troops to depart, their movements were sent to Hokkaido by the Britannia intelligence personnel left in the Tokyo concession. Reporting to Colonel Bell, the latest information from the Tokyo concession said that a large group of forces belonging to the Japanese resistance group is moving toward Hokkaido along the city track. In the Britannia military camp in Hokkaido, a soldier reported to the head of the military camp, Colonel Bell. What a bunch of reckless idiots. Colonel Bell, who finished reading the report, threw it on the table in front of him, and sneered with disdain. Immediately, sound the alarm and assemble the troops. In 10 minutes, I'll lead the troops to depart and teach these lowly number makers a lesson. Then he looked up at the soldier and ordered. Yes, sir. The soldier replied and immediately turned around and ran out of Colonel Bell's room. The next moment, a series of urgent sirens immediately echoed in the Britannia military camp. Immediately afterward, a large number of soldiers quickly ran out of their respective dormitories and coordinated with the military logistics officer to adjust their nightmare. Then they drove the nightmare to the military camp square and lined up to wait for their superior's inspection and order. The Britannia Army was a regular army after all, not a motley crew like the Red Army. In less than 10 minutes, they all assembled. Then, Colonel Bell, who was at the 10-minute limit, drove his nightmare and appeared in front of the troops on time. Let's go. Colonel Bell, who arrived at the front of the troops, didn't tell them the reason for the assembly and directly ordered. Then, he drove his nightmare out of the military camp. Behind him, the soldiers who were already used to Colonel Bell's domineering style didn't have any objections. One by one, they quickly followed Colonel Bell's body and went into the distance. After more than 20 minutes, Colonel Bell led the troops to the track that Ito and the Red Army were following. It was the only way to get to Hokkaido. Send 2 people to explore along the track. Don't let those lowly numbered people escape. Colonel Bell ordered in the communication channel. As soon as his voice fell, 2 nightmares quickly went out of the troops and boarded the track next to them. They moved forward along the track. The rest of you spread out and form a semicircle formation. Try your best to expand the coverage of your firepower. I want to wipe out those who dare to resist the rule of the Britannia Empire. Colonel Bell ordered again in the communication channel after seeing that someone had gone to investigate. Yes. All the soldiers responded in unison. Then the entire troop spread out and found a suitable location on both sides of the track. They surrounded the track and waited quietly for Ito and the Red Army he led to arrive. How long until we reach Hokkaido? A few hours later, Ito pressed the communication device next to his hand and asked the staff driving the command vehicle on the lower floor. Another 20 minutes or so. A female voice came from the communicator. Order the troops to stop, get off the train, and take a detour to Hokkaido from another route. Ito ordered. Yes, sir, the staff member replied. As Ito's order was transmitted to the entire troop, the high-speed transport train wheels were immediately locked. The friction between the high-speed transport train and the steel track on the ground made an ear-piercing screech. After a while, dozens of Brittany Runner-made Nightmare rushed down from the stopped transport train. Together with the mobile command vehicle that left the track, they quickly headed towards Hokkaido from the road, leading to Hokkaido not far from the track. The place where they got off the train wasn't far from Hokkaido, and the speed of the Nightmares wasn't slower than the train. Therefore, Ito's troops successfully entered Hokkaido after taking the same amount of time as taking the transport train to Hokkaido. At this time, Colonel Bell and his troops were still foolishly waiting in front of the steel track, waiting for Ito's troops to walk into the trap. Target, Britannia's Hokkaido barracks, forward. At this time, Ito finally told the destination of his trip to the members of the Red Army who came with him. I'm going to take care of something. After passing the order, Ito got up from his seat and looked at the son of Heaven Jiang Lihua, Kagura, Lakshata, CC, Cornelia, Yufei Senkaku, Tsukiji, and her 4 female disciples in the command room. After that, he turned around and left the command room. Then, he teleported away from the command vehicle and appeared on the street not far from the command vehicle. With a thought, he summoned Guinevere, Valletta, Lloyd, and Cecil to his side. Sir, Cecil, who is always polite, greeted him. Valletta, we're going to have a real battle later. Are you familiar with the controls? Ito nodded slightly and replied to Cecil's greeting. Then, he turned around and asked Valletta. Yes, I'm good. Valletta replied with a serious face. That's good. Ito nodded. Activate Guinevere. I'll bring Lloyd and Cecil back to the command vehicle and send you the identification number. Ito continued. Okay, Valletta replied. Then she hopped onto Gunniver and sat in the cockpit before activating Gunniver. Let's go. After Valletta sat in the cockpit, Ito said goodbye to Lloyd and Cecil and teleported back to the command vehicle with them. What a familiar environment. Royd muttered to himself with interest as he looked around while following Ito Seiji into the building. Chapter 733. After a short while, Ito, Royd, and Cecil returned to the command room on the top floor of the mobile command vehicle. Oh, so many familiar faces. Royd pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose as he looked at the people in the command room. He spoke in his peculiar voice with a weird smile. Your Highness Cornelia, Your Highness Euphemia. Cecil, who paid more attention to etiquette, quickly greeted Cornelia and Euphemia. Earl Royd? I was wondering why you suddenly disappeared, so it was because you were with this guy? Cornelia looked at Royd, who walked into the room, and said in a deep voice, Life is unpredictable. I never thought that I would be in a pirate's boat one day. Royd replied calmly, but I'm very satisfied with my current life. Sir, an unidentified airframe has appeared in the sky above us. Should we attack it? At this moment, a female voice suddenly sounded in the command room. No need. It's our new airframe. Just send our internal identification code to it. Ito said. Yes. The voice replied. Then, the command room once again fell into a strange atmosphere a few minutes later. Sir, we have arrived at the designated location. At this moment, the female voice sounded again. Attack. Ito immediately ordered. As Ito Sei's voice fell, the dozens of nightmare outside, the mobile command vehicle immediately rushed towards the Britannia camp, not far in front of the command vehicle like a tiger out of its cage. At the same time, Valletta also swooped down from the sky with her Gurnwall. Miyun, take a good look at this world's war tactics. Ito Sei reached for the remote control and turned the screen in the command room to show the battle outside. He said to Tanabe, Mayan, and Suki Meili sitting next to him. Miyun didn't say anything, just like everyone else. They turned their heads to look at the screen and watch the battle that was obviously different from what they knew. On the screen, the nightmare belonging to the Red Army quickly rushed into the Britannia camp, which had almost no defense. They fired recklessly at the surrounding buildings and at the Britannian soldiers who ran out from time to time. What the hell are these soldiers doing? The enemy is already outside the camp, but they haven't even noticed. Now, they can't even stop an effective counterattack. What's the point of the Empire keeping them? Looking at the almost one-sided massacre on the screen, he said. Cornelia frowned and shouted in a low voice. Liwa, come here. At this time, Ito said softly to Jiang Lihua, whose face was pale because of the bloody scene on the big screen. Hearing the greeting, Jiang Lihua stood up from her seat. She quickly ran towards Ito. Then, when she ran to him, Ito Sei reached out and hugged Jiang Lihua into his arms. He gently pressed her head against his chest with one hand and gently rubbed her back with the other to comfort her. Seeing Ito's action, Cornelia hurriedly turned to Yu Fei and asked with concern, Yu Fei, are you okay? I'm fine, sister. Yu Fei reluctantly showed a smile to Cornelia and comforted her. It's already like this, and you're still saying you're fine. Cornelia snorted angrily. Then, she reached out to hug Yu Fei's shoulder and pulled her into her arms. She comforted her. Without any resistance, the camp couldn't withstand the Red Army's nightmare. It didn't take long for the Red Army to wipe out all the living people in the camp and completely occupy the camp. Bastard. Cornelia looked at the scene on the screen. She didn't know if she was dissatisfied with the performance of the Britannian soldiers, or she was disgusted by the Red Army's ruthless killing of the defenseless soldiers, or she was angry at, Ito for not ordering to stop. After this is over, let a soldier who can operate that thing drive it to fight with me once. At this time, seeing that the battle on the screen was over, Namiya turned to Ito and said, Hearing Namiya's request, Cornelia, Yu Fei, Kagura, CC, and say Ito all looked at Namiya in surprise. They didn't understand what she meant. Me too, Namiya Suki said behind Namiya Suki. In an instant, Cornelia and the others who had been looking at Miyun Tanaka immediately shifted their gazes to Suki Meili. Okay, say Ito understood that the two wanted to test their strength with the nightmare. Report. A large group of Britannia Nightmare is approaching from the northwest. It's about 350. At this time, the female staff reported again. Order everyone to stay in the camp and set up a defensive formation. Ito Sei ordered. At the same time, inform the new mech, Gunniver, and order it to intercept them. Yes, sir. The staff accepted the order. Following Ito Sei's order, the solidified radiation wings on the back of Guinevere, which was suspended in mid-air, immediately shook. It turned into a black stream of light and charged towards the Britannia army. Although the distance of 300 meters was far, with the super high speed of the Nightmare and the super fast movement of the Britannia Nightmare, they almost instantly collided head-on. At this time, the Nightmare suddenly stopped in mid-air. At the same time, the protruding part on its chest quickly opened to reveal the black muzzle inside. Then, two scarlet energy balls quickly filled the entire muzzle space and stopped inside for less than 2 seconds before fiercely rushing out of the muzzle. They formed two thick beams of 7 to 8 centimeters in diameter and shot towards the Britannia Nightmare on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Under the illumination of the two beams, the 5 Nightmare that were at the front immediately exploded and turned into a large bright yellow fireball that filled the entire street. The protruding part of the Nightmare's chest quickly closed after the successful attack. At the same time, it crossed its hands and pulled out the laser lightsaber from its waist. It put its palms together and combined them into a two-handed broadsword that looked like the ancient European knights. It held both of its hands and rushed into the chaotic Britannian army. It waved the laser lightsaber in its hands and cut the Nightmare in front of it in half. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, continuous explosions sounded behind the bright yellow fireball that hadn't been completely extinguished. At the same time, another fireball rose up and combined with the fireball that hadn't been extinguished and continued to cover more than half of the street. After the initial panic, no one knew who organized it, but the Britannian Nightmare finally fired their weapons. They used their radar to lock onto the Nightmare that was hiding in the fireball and fired at it. Seeing this, Nightmare leaped up and dragged a few gray and black trails of smoke into the sky from the fireball. It held the laser lightsaber in its hand and hovered in the air again. Then, the luminous wings on Gurnawal S-back rotated and shot out thin, green laser beams continuously. In an instant, the explosions that had stopped not long ago once again erupted on the ground. After clearing out most of the Britannia's Nightmare, Guinevere stopped its laser attack and returned to the group of Nightmare. Like a warrior, it began to slaughter the surrounding Nightmare. Just like this, with a huge difference in performance, it didn't take long for Nightmare to wipe out the Hokkaido army that was obviously led by Colonel Bell. How do you feel, Cornelia? Ito Sei asked Cornelia with a smile as he watched Gunniver disassemble the laser broadsword and put it back into its sheath on the screen. Cornelia could feel that Guinevere was much stronger than Lancelot. She frowned and stared at Guinevere on the screen without saying a word. Valletta, come back. Say Ito smiled and contacted Nightmare with the communicator. Okay. Valletta's voice came from the communicator. As soon as the voice sounded, the light wings behind Gunniver on the screen shook, and it turned into a stream of light and flew back to Britannia's military camp. Order the Red Army to spread out and search for the Britannian soldiers in Hokkaido. We must take control of Hokkaido by today. Say Ito contacted the staff on the lower floor of the command vehicle and ordered. Yes, sir, the staff responded. Since we are in Hokkaido, let's go to the hot spring, Say Ito said to everyone in the command room after he hung up the call. Great! Kagura immediately cheered when she heard this. As for the son of Heaven Jiang Lihua, Lakshata, Royd, Cecil, Mayan Fanchan, Chikage, Tsukiki Meili, and her 4 disciples, They were all under Ito-sei's command. Only Cornelia and Yu Fei didn't respond immediately. Just think of it as relaxing. Besides, you and Yu Fei haven't enjoyed the hot spring before, right? Ito looked at Cornelia and Yu Fei with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Fei's face was obviously moved. Seeing Yu Fei's expression, Cornelia couldn't bear to refuse, so she nodded and agreed. Seeing that everyone agreed with his suggestion, Ito-sei immediately ordered the command vehicle to move to the vicinity of Toya Lake. Then he took Son of Heaven Jiang Lihua, Kagura, Cornelia, Yu Fei, Lakshata, Cecil, Royd, Miki Tanabe, Chikage, Tsukiki Miki, and her 4 female disciples, as well as Valletta, who drove the Guinevere, and walked into the hot spring hotel that was completely cleared out. After changing their clothes, they walked into the outdoor hot spring behind the hotel to soak in the hot spring. As a side benefit, the staff operating the command vehicle also stayed in the hotel and enjoyed the hot spring with Ito's permission. Chapter 734. The next day, after a good night's rest, everyone regrouped with the Red Army. After leaving 2 squadrons to guard Hokkaido, they returned to the Tokyo concession with the rest of the Red Army members. As soon as he returned to the governor's mansion, Ito asked Kurihara Tai-san about the Chinese Federation. What's the situation of the Chinese Federation? Both sides are accumulating their forces. They don't intend to start a war yet, Kurihara Tai-san replied. What is Britannia doing? Are they planning to attack in one go, or are they planning to delay until the internal rebellion in the Chinese Federation is out of control, and then take the opportunity to snatch the food? Ito said as he flipped open the report. Kurihara Tai-san didn't know how to answer Ito's question. He could only stand there in silence. What's the situation of the numbered area under Britannia's control? However, Ito didn't expect Kurihara Tai-san to give him an answer, so he didn't dwell on the question and directly changed the topic. Because the 8th area was originally part of the Chinese Federation, their answer was very straightforward. They are willing to send troops to contain part of the Britannia's army and provide us with some military supplies. Kurihara Tai-san replied. But until this morning, other than sending half of the promised supplies, the troops that were agreed upon in advance have been delayed again and again. I haven't seen any movement from them until now. They probably saw the chaos in the Chinese Federation and want to take the opportunity to get a piece of the pie, Ito sneered. Let's talk about the other areas. He didn't wait for Kurihara Tai-san to answer as he ordered again. Yes, Kurihara Tai-san responded and continued. The resistance in the 10th area was severely attacked by Cornelia a year and a half ago, and they haven't recovered until now. They can't spare much manpower to contain the Britannia's military operations, so they only agreed to provide military supplies. The 9th, 7th, and 6th areas are directly connected to Britannia, so they're always under the care of the Britannia's military. There aren't many resistance forces, so we can't get anything from them. As for the remaining areas, they are all isolated overseas and connected to the EU. They weren't interested in our proposal, so we couldn't negotiate. What about the EU? Ito nodded slightly and continued to ask. They said that if we are willing to cede half of our current territory to them, they will cooperate with us to attack Britannia. Attack Britannia, Kurihara Tai-san said in a low voice. What a big appetite. Aren't they afraid of breaking their teeth? Ito-sei put the information in his hand on the table and sneered. Ito knew the EU's strength. Ito's Union's army's army was Britannia's war, was of wars SSSS war. Is SSSSS. SSSSSSSS. Their actual combat power was not necessarily stronger than the current soldiers of the Chinese Federation. It was the same whether they were there or not. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an incident where Skonazil casually sent out troops to conquer half of EU's territory in the R2 season of the original work. In short, in Ito's eyes, EU is a toothless tiger that can be slaughtered at any time. Henceforth, there's no need to send anyone to the EU. Ito ordered. Yes, Kurihara Tai-san replied. Continue to maintain the current situation. Inform me if there are any changes, say Ito ordered as he stood up from his seat. Yes, Kirihara Tai-san replied. Sei Ito left the office where Kirihara Tai-san and the other members of the 6 families of Kyoto were. He walked out of the governor's mansion and came to the big square behind the governor's mansion. Honey, that Tanabe Miyumo is amazing. She actually defeated a nightmare with her bare hands. As soon as Sei Ito arrived at the scene, Kagura, who saw him, immediately came to his side and said excitedly, Haha, with Miyumo's skill, defeating a nightmare is nothing to be surprised about. It would be more interesting if she was defeated by a nightmare. Sei Ito stretched out his finger and flicked Kagura's forehead with a smile. How do you feel? Sei Ito then brought Kagura to Tanabe Miyumo and asked with a smile. The body is clumsy and inflexible, and the steering is slow. Except for the steel plate that is hard and not easy to destroy, there's nothing wrong with it. Tanabe Miyumo stated expressionlessly. Hearing Tanabe Miyumo's words, even Cornelia, who has seen Sei Ito's skill before, couldn't help but feel speechless. As for the others, except for Yufei, who was a little stunned, and CC, who was surprised, no one was surprised at all. They all had a normal expression. Give me my bow. Terumi Tosaki, who saw Sei Ito, looked at him and said. Sei Ito didn't say anything and directly waved his hand to summon Terumi Tosaki's bow and arrow. Is this magic? Yufei looked at Sei Ito in surprise. Even though CC still had the same expression on her face, the twitching of the corners of her lips clearly expressed her unsettled emotions. It could be considered magic. Sei Ito looked at Terumi Tosaki, who walked into the field with her bow and arrow. Let's begin. After standing in the middle of the field, Suki Meili raised her head and looked at Nightmare, who was not far away from her. When the Nightmare heard this, it moved and aimed at Kamari Tosaki and fired a steel cable. Terumi Tosaki's pupils shrank when she saw this. She lowered her body and dodged the giant pincers and steel cable that flew over her head. Then she stepped forward, drew her bow, and shot an arrow at the Nightmare. Whoosh! In an instant, the arrow shot by Kamori Tosaki suddenly appeared in front of Nightmare's electronic eye like a black shadow. The sharp triangular arrowhead collided with the hardened glass outside the electronic eye without any fancy movements. Crack! At this moment, a soft sound was heard. A small white that the size of a soybean instantly appeared on the hardened glass outside the electronic eye. At the same time, a small piece of fine white crack marked the size of a finger spread out on the hardened glass with the dot as the center. Because Cornelia, Yufei, CC, and Kagura, who saw the power of a non-conjurer, they were able to accept this scene very well. They didn't show the same shocked expression as before. At this time, Suki Emilai, who had just finished shooting, took out an arrow from the quiver at her waist and knocked it on her bow. She then aimed at Nightmare again. The Nightmare, who knew that Terumi Tosaki's bow and arrow wasn't easy to deal with, turned around and retracted the steel cable. At the same time, it circled around Terumi Tosaki. Then the Nightmare turned its arm and pulled the trigger to shoot at Terumi Tosaki. Most of the core archer skills were in the eyes. As long as the eyes were good, archery skills were naturally easier to improve. And for an expert archer like Terumi Tosaki, her eyes were even more exaggerated. It could be said that she could distinguish the male and female of a mosquito from 100 meters away. Therefore, facing the Nightmare's bullets, Terumi Tosaki didn't show the slightest panic on her face. She calmly moved and dodged the bullets shot by the Nightmare one by one. Then, in a split second, he suddenly loosened the bowstring in his hand. Wong! Whoosh! With a muffled sound and a light whistling sound, the arrow shot by Terumi Tosaki once again appeared in front of the Nightmare's electronic eye. The triangular tip made of metal nailed the small that left by the previous arrow on the hardened glass outside the electronic eye. Kacha! Immediately, the crack that was originally only as thick as a finger once again expanded outwards. Terumi Tosaki's footsteps didn't stop. She kept her body facing the Nightmare, and at the same time, she pulled an arrow from the bow and aimed at the nightmare. At this time, the nightmare, who knew that a long-range attack wouldn't work, turned his body. He raised his arm in front of his head and rushed straight towards Terumi Tosaki. Terumi Tosaki's expression didn't change. She suddenly took a step back and tilted her body to aim, releasing the arrow in her hand. Gotcha! Once again, the arrow transformed into a black shadow and appeared in front of Nightmare's electronic eye. The sharp metal tip was once again nailed into its original position, causing the already widened gap and crack to widen even further. Then Terumi Tosaki once again pulled an arrow and at the same time jumped onto the Nightmare's arm, holding the gun. Before the Nightmare swung his arm to throw her off, she shot another arrow. Gotcha! The tip of the arrow was nailed in the same place as the previous 3 arrows. At the same time, with the help of the previous 3 arrows, the 4th arrow finally broke through the hardened glass and pierced into the electronic component behind the glass. Crackle. Bang. First, there was a burst of sparks, then a slight explosion followed, representing the fate of the electronic eye. At this time, Terumi Tosaki, who had completed the fate of destroying the electronic eye, flipped her body and landed back on the ground. She continued to pull an arrow and aimed at the other electronic eye of the nightmare. Chapter 735. Under Kamari Tosaki's attack, Nightmare's other electronic eye was also destroyed 2 minutes later. Without its electronic eyes, the nightmare became a sitting duck. It didn't take long for Kamari Tosaki to find a soft spot where the nightmare's body was connected. She used an arrow to stop the nightmare's function. Clap, 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 clap. When the nightmare stopped functioning, Ito started clapping. Later, I will make you some special explosive arrowheads. I believe that with those arrowheads, you only need 1 arrow to kill a nightmare. Ito put down his hand and looked at Tsuki Meili, who slowly walked back from the field. Tsuki Meili didn't say anything and just walked back to the crowd. Seeing this, Ito Sanari also figured out what Tsuki Meili meant, so he shrugged his shoulders and put this matter aside for the time being. He planned to make the special arrow and send it to her directly after that, and then see Tsuki Meili's reaction. Whoosh! At this moment, a soft sound was heard. The cockpit on the back of the nightmare quickly opened up. Then, Valletta, who was wearing the red army uniform, jumped out of the nightmare's cockpit. Okay, don't just stand there. Let's go back, Ito said to everyone when Valletta walked over. Then, he turned around and walked back to the governor's mansion. Margot, where are you now? After returning to the governor's mansion, Ito took out his special phone and contacted Archangel. We're near the original UK, Margot replied. How long will it take to reach the capital of Britannia? Ito asked. Starting from where the Archangel is now, the reconnaissance is much stronger. In order to maintain stealth and not be discovered by the enemy, the Archangel is now in a state of ultra-low speed. It will take about an hour or so to reach the capital of Britannia, Margaret replied. Got it. Contact me when you get there, Ito said. Okay, Margot replied. After getting a response, Ito immediately cut off the communication with Margot. Then, he put away his special phone and turned around to go to the room where Jiang Lihua, Kagura, and Senka were. Creak, after a while. After returning to the room, Ito reached out and opened the door, then walked in. Honey, you're back. Hearing the door open, Jiang Lihua, Chikage, and Kagura simultaneously turned to look at the door. Kagura called out with a happy expression. Yeah. Ito responded to Kagura's words with a smile. He slowly walked towards Chikage, Jiang Lihua, and Kagura, who were sitting on the ground and looking at a white square plastic sheet with various colored squares and patterns printed on it. After looking at the sheet, he sat down beside Jiang Lihua. He quietly watched the 3 of them play until the winner was decided. SSSS, good luck. Lihua, have you been happy these past 2 days? After Senkaku put away the game sheet, Ito turned to Jiang Lihua and asked gently. Jiang Liwa nodded. Are we going back? Jiang Liwa asked before Ito could ask. Yes. Ito, who reached out and held Jiang Lihua's body in his arms, nodded and admitted. But I can promise you that after everything is over, you'll be happy. You can always live as relaxed as you are now. Ito promised. And if you want to go to school, I can send you there and make a lot of friends your age. Really? Jiang Lihua asked with an expectant look on her face. Uh-huh. If you don't believe me, you can ask little Chickage. Maybe you can go to school together. Ito said gently with a smile. In order to increase the credibility of his words, he even pulled in Senkaka Chickage, who was Jiang Lihua's friend. Jiang Lihua immediately turned to look at Senkaka Chickage. Chickage, after everything here is over, I'll tell your master to send you to school. I've already thought about this when I took you away, but I didn't tell you yet. Ito explained to the confused Senkaka Chickage. Oh, Senkaka Chickage nodded. Of course, Kagura, you too. It's just that you won't be at the same age or school as Lihua and Chickage. Ito turned to Kagura with a smile. I want to go too, Kagura said gloomily. Ito confirmed with a nod. How annoying, Kagura muttered in a low voice while pursing her lips. Then when are we leaving? Kagura adjusted her mind and asked Ito, who was holding Jiang Lihua. Let's wait. Ito tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he said to Kagura with a serious expression, but there's something I need to talk to you and Lihua about. I'll take my leave first, Senkaka Chickage immediately said. Little Chickage, you're not an outsider, so there's no need to be shy. Ito patted Senkaka Chickage's shoulder and said with a smile. Oh, Senkaka Chickage paused and sat back down on the ground. What is it? Seeing Ito's serious expression, Kagura also asked with a serious expression. After returning to the Chinese Federation, I'm going to establish a country based on Japan and the Chinese Federation. But in order to represent the legitimacy of my country, I might need you and Lihua to make 2 announcements when the time comes, Ito said to Kagura and Jiang Lihua, who was in his arms. I thought it was something big. I've been waiting for this day ever since Japan was reclaimed. Kagura let out a sigh of relief and said, Don't worry, my dear. I'll cooperate with you when the time comes. What do you want me to do? Jiang Lihua asked timidly. Announce to the public that I'm going to follow the example of the 3 ancient emperors and abdicate the throne to me. Ito said softly to Jiang Lihua. Oh, Jiang Lihua nodded. Also, when the time comes, I'll announce to the public that I'm going to make the 2 of you my concubines, officially becoming my wife. Ito continued after seeing that the 2 of them didn't object to the establishment of a country. Oh, really? Kagura clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at Ito with sparkling eyes as she asked happily. Although Jiang Lihua didn't ask any questions, she also secretly glanced at Ito with a blush on her face. And it's true. Ito looked at Jiang Lihua and Kagura with a smile. That's great. Moi. Kagura cheered after receiving confirmation. She suddenly stood up and threw her arms around Ito's neck and kissed him heavily on the cheek. Lihua, don't be shy. Come, kiss her dear too. After kissing, Kagura, whose arms were still around Ito's neck, turned her head to look at the blushing Jiang Lihua and giggled. Hearing Kagura's words, Jiang Lihua's face became even redder, and she was flustered and hesitant, not knowing what to do. Okay, Kagura, don't tease Lihua anymore, Ito said with a smile. Kagura, who was very obedient and stopped teasing Jiang Lihua, looked at Ito and asked, By the way, dear, where are you going to set up the capital? The location won't change. The capital will be set up in Luoyang's Forbidden Ju City. Ito replied. After that, Ito, Kagura, Jiang Lihua, and Senkaka Chibi stayed in the room for a while. Then, they left the room and went to Senkaku Chibi's room. They called Kagura, Jiang Lihua, and Senkaka Chibi out of the room. After that, Ito, Kagura, Jiang Lihua, and Senkaka Chibi left the governor's mansion together. They boarded the large passenger plane that Kirihara Yeso prepared in the backyard and were escorted to the forbidden city of Luoyang by Valletta, who was piloting Gunniver. After a few hours, when the sky was dark, Sei Ito and the others finally set foot on the land of the Chinese Federation. Then, they boarded the large car that was prepared by the Grand Eunuch that was already waiting for them at the military airport and drove into Forbidden Juice City under the escort of Gunniver. Zhao Hao, send the Emperor and the others back to their chambers and prepare rooms for the others. Sei Ito ordered the Grand Eunuch, Zhao Hao, who was guarding the door. Yes, Zhao Hao replied. Tonglin, use the name of the Emperor and immediately summon all the officials above the third rank into the palace. I want to see them. Sei Ito said to the Grand Eunuch Tonglin, who was still by his side after Zhao Hao left with the Emperor and the others. Yes, Tonglin bowed. You, take me to Qinyuan Palace. Sei Ito pointed at a small eunuch and ordered. Yes. Although the small eunuch didn't know who Sei Ito was, he didn't feel any resistance when he saw that Tonglin, Zhao Hao, and the other grand eunuchs in the palace listened to him. His voice and expression were full of respect. Then, he turned around and led Sei Ito to Qinyuan Palace where the emperor went to court. The two of them took several turns and finally arrived in front of Heaven Origin Grand Hall after a short while. Stop! Just when the small eunuch was about to lead Sei Ito into Qinyuan Palace, the guard at the door immediately crossed a spear in front of the small eunuch and shouted, Continue. Just when the little eunuch hesitated and didn't know what to do, Ito Mori, who was behind him, suddenly said, Yes, looking up at the two guards in front of him, and then recalling the power of the Lord behind him. The little eunuch immediately respectfully accepted the order, and then led Ito Sei to walk into the Qianyuan Hall. Chapter 736. P.S. Thanks to Boring Saint, ZWJ, Soul Peace, and 1577478660 for their precious monthly votes. Thanks to 1577478660 and Nickfany for their rewards. Just as the little eunuch was feeling apprehensive and didn't know what the two guards would do to him, the two crossed spears in front of him suddenly separated, revealing the path to Qianyuan Hall. What's going on? The little eunuch glanced at the two guards at the entrance of Qianyuan Palace with confusion. Then, he led Ito Sei, who had his hand behind his back, into Qianyuan Palace with a leisurely look. You stand guard at the side. After entering the hall, Sei Ito walked straight to the high platform in the center of the hall while instructing the little eunuch beside him. Yes. The little eunuch bowed his head and replied respectfully. After that, apart from Sei Ito's footsteps echoing in the hall, there was no sound at all. After a short while, Sei Ito stepped onto the high platform and stood in front of the emperor's jade throne, which represented the supreme imperial power. I never thought that I would have such a day. Sei Ito quietly looked at the jade throne in front of him and thought to himself. He casually turned around and sat down facing the main entrance of Qianyuan Hall. My heavens, what is this lord trying to do? Is he rebelling? Seeing Sei Ito's actions, the little eunuch's face turned pale and his whole body broke out in cold sweat as he panicked. However, the little eunuch's survival instincts immediately lowered his head and his whole body trembled slightly as he stood in place like an ostrich. Sei Ito saw the little eunuch's reaction from the corner of his eyes and smiled slightly. His hand gently stroked the jade throne's armrest as he looked outside the hall, waiting for the group of ministers of the Chinese Federation who would arrive at any time. Sei Ito didn't have to wait for long. In just 20 minutes, all the officials of Luoyang City who were third rank and above walked into Qianyuan Hall under the lead of the Grand Eunuch Tonglin. What's going on? Who was that person? Is he trying to usurp the country? Guards! Guards! Arrest this traitor! As soon as they entered Qianyuan Hall and saw Sei Ito sitting on the emperor's jade throne, the officials started to clamor. Some were surprised, some were shocked, and some were in disbelief as they whispered to each other. Walala! At this moment, the imperial army of Zhujin City heard the summons of the officials, held their weapons, and took heavy steps. His armor rustled as he rushed into the Heaven Origin Great Hall. Impudent! We'll let you in. Tong Luan shouted at the Imperial army when he saw that the situation was getting out of hand. The Imperial guard who was reprimanded was stunned. He hesitantly turned his head to look at the officials who were still whispering to each other. He wanted them to come up with an idea. Suddenly, the eyes of a few people in the middle of the ministers flashed, and they suddenly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you killing this usurper and plotting against the country?" A person who could become a third-rank official or above. Even if they had climbed up through corruption and bribery, they were not stupid. Immediately, a few smart people reacted and echoed, "Yes, yes. Why don't you take down the two traitors up there? Let's see who dares." Seeing that they were about to meet on the battlefield, Tong Luan shouted in a stern voice, "What are you doing? Don't you see who is standing there? How dare you listen to his orders?" Thus, he attacked Lord Tong. "Do you have any respect for the Gong High Forbidden Law?" Some of the officials who had climbed their way up by relying on the eunuchs finally reacted. They immediately shouted at the Imperial Army soldiers who had just made a move. "Soldiers, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you arrest the two traitors, you will be able to enjoy endless riches. If you support the Emperor, endless glory and wealth will be at your fingertips. Furthermore, your names will be recorded in the history books in the future. What are you hesitating for?" Seeing that the Imperial Guard was hesitating, a certain official immediately tempted him with fame and fortune. Some of the Imperial army were tempted when they heard what the official said. They moved closer to the platform with their weapons. "How dare you? Are you close to the Emperor, or is Lord Tong close to the Emperor? If the Emperor asks, how are you going to answer? How are you going to deal with the Emperor? Are you going to follow Wang Meng and usurp power?" The officials who relied on the eunuchs shouted. Immediately, the Imperial army soldiers who had been tempted a moment ago hesitated once more. Seeing how the Imperial army was behaving, another group of officials tried to persuade the Imperial army. Similarly, in order to prevent the fall of the Grand Eunuch and implicate the group of eunuchs who had fallen as well, the officials also made a wish to draw the Imperial army to their side. Just like that, the entire Qinyuan Hall became as lively as a market. Interesting. Ito Sei chuckled as he looked at the Imperial guards who were being roped in like Chambord by the ministers of both sides. When Tong Luan heard Sei Ito's voice, he finally remembered that there was a great deity sitting behind him. He hurriedly ran to the Jade Throne and respectfully asked, "My lord, you see?" Sei Ito, who had seen enough of the commotion, stood up from the Jade Throne and slowly walked to the edge of the platform. He looked down at the officials who had completely ignored Tong Luan and Sei Ito. Then, Ito Sei's aura surged like a tsunami toward the noisy officials and the hesitant Imperial Army soldiers who were estimating the price to pay. In an instant, the ministers and the Imperial guards felt a chill run down their spines. They turned their heads to look at Ito Sei, who was standing on the edge of the platform. "I will rule the country," Sei Ito indifferently said to the officials and Imperial Army soldiers, "and appoint the Emperor's consort." "Impudent." One of the officials angrily glared at Sei Ito and shouted, "Impudent." Sei Ito's gaze instantly fell on the official who had shouted at him. He raised his right hand and slowly pointed his index finger at the other party. A blue bolt of lightning flashed through the space between Sei Ito and the official and struck the official's forehead. Clap, plop. Then, there was the sound of thunder, and the minister's body fell straight to the ground with a heavy thud. The officials and Imperial Army soldiers who saw this scene all trembled. Their foreheads were covered in sweat as they lowered their heads and looked at the official's corpse out of the corners of their eyes. "I will rule the country and appoint the Emperor's consort." "Who objects?" Ito Sei, who slowly put down his arm, looked at the ministers and Imperial guards standing in the hall and asked again with an expressionless face, "Evildoer, you will die a horrible death." Another official threw off his arm and pointed at Sei Ito as he cursed. Sei Ito didn't waste words and directly raised his arm to point at the official. He once again released a bolt of lightning and killed the official. Plop! The official's corpse followed in his companion's footsteps and heavily fell to the ground. The trickling blood soon formed a bright red stain on his body. I will rule the country. Who dares to oppose the appointment of an imperial concubine? The expressionless Ito asked for the third time. This time, no one objected or pointed at Ito and cursed. Tonglin, Ito called out when he saw that the officials had submitted. My lord. Tonglin immediately cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Send someone to the Luoyang Commandery and Luoyang Commandery, as well as the Imperial Army's leader and other important personnel. Ito ordered as his gaze never left the officials. Yes, Tong Luan accepted the order. Hearing Ito's order, several of the officials' expressions immediately changed and they lowered their heads even more. It was clear that they had planned to use the Imperial Army to protect the Emperor. Also, go to the Imperial Palace and summon Sintan Mayan, Toki Miri, Kaharumiko, Kusano Mia, Tamago Masaki, and Blaze Carter. After taking a deep look at the ministers, Ito said to Tonglin, who was about to leave and deliver the order to him. Yes, Tonglin, who had just turned around, once again respectfully responded. Go, Ito said after he had finished giving out orders. Yes, Tong Luan answered, turned around, and walked down the high platform quickly. Then, he walked out of the Qianyuan Hall arrogantly through the passage that the ministers and the Imperial Guards spontaneously made way for him to deliver the order to Ito Seiji. At this time, Ito turned around and walked back to the jade throne that represented the supreme imperial power. He sat down and waited for the arrival of the Luoyang Commandery, Luoyang Commandery, Luoyang Commandery, and Imperial Army's leader. At this time, the palace once again fell into an oppressive silence, until a few minutes later, when Tong Luan brought Sintan Mayan, Toki Miri, and her 4 female disciples into the Imperial Palace. It finally calmed down. Ito nodded to Sintan Mayan, Toki Miri, and her 4 female disciples as a greeting. Then he continued to look outside the palace and waited for the arrival of the important officials. Still a few minutes later, the Luoyang Commandery, who was wearing the uniform of a civil official of the Chinese Federation, walked into the Imperial Palace with several generals wearing military uniforms or armor. Although they were also surprised by Ito and Sintan Mayan standing around him, when they saw the 2 corpses in the palace, as well as the reactions of the officials and Imperial Army, they all tactfully lowered their heads and stood there like everyone else. You guys come up, Ito ordered Luoyang Commandery, and Imperial Army's leader. When they heard the order, they all looked at each other in dismay. Then they all carefully walked up the steps under the gazes of the other officials and Imperial Army. Step by step, they walked up the platform and stood in front of Ito. However, they didn't know how to address Ito. They could only open their mouths and remain silent. Raise your head and look at me, Ito ordered again. When Luoyang Commandery and the others heard this, they subconsciously raised their heads and looked at Ito, who was sitting on the jade throne. In an instant, they felt their eyes being covered by vines, and then they lost their consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, they were finally able to see Ito's face again. Mayun, Hui Meili, and Rumiko, I'll have to trouble you to help me control them. Ito, who had retracted his psychic energy from Luoyang Commandery and the others, pointed at Luoyang Commandery and the others, then turned his head to look at Sintan Mayan, Mayan Toki, and her 4 disciples. Yes, Sintan Mayan will be the leader of the Imperial Army. Mayan Toki will be the Luoyang Commandery commander. Kaharumiko, Kimomiya, Tamago Masaki, and Blaze Carter will be in charge of all military affairs, he announced loudly without waiting for them to reply. Then, Ito looked at the Luoyang Commandery and the Imperial Army's leader and shouted, all of you must cooperate. If there is any negligence, you will be held responsible. Yes, the few of them immediately accepted the order. Mayan Toki, go down with them first, Ito said to Sintan Mayan and Mayan Toki. Sintan Mayan Toki, and her 4 disciples didn't say anything. They followed the Luoyang Commandery and the Imperial Army's leader down the platform and out of Qianyuan Hall, heading to the Imperial Army and Luoyang Commandery's camp to take over military affairs. Luoyang Commandery, go down and control the entire city. Anyone who suspects anything can be imprisoned. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. Say Ito ordered Luoyang Commandery, who was still on the platform. Yes, Luoyang Commandery respectfully replied. Then, he turned around and walked down the platform, quickly leaving Qianyuan Hall, leaving Zhujin City, and returning to Luoyang Commandery's residence. Where is the Minister of Rights? Say Ito shouted again as he watched Luoyang Commandery leave. This subordinate is here. Even though he was extremely unwilling, the shock of the two corpses made the Minister of Rights, who didn't want to die like this, walk out of the crowd and reply with his head lowered. The Son of Heaven wishes to imitate the three ancient emperors and abdicate. You should know how to handle this, Say Ito said softly to the Minister of Rights. This subordinate understands, the Minister of Rights replied. That's good. You can mobilize everyone in the hall. Be sure to get everything ready before noon tomorrow. Ito Say ordered. Yes, the Minister of Rights replied. Ministers, it's getting late. Please stay in the palace and rest for the night. Ito Say, who stood up from the jade throne, looked at the ministers below and said softly, Tong Luan, remember to take care of the ministers tonight. Don't let them catch a cold and miss the time. Say Ito continued as he walked down the platform. This subordinate understands, Tong Luan replied. The rest of the Imperial Army, withdraw outside the hall. Say Ito ordered the Imperial Army. Yes. The Imperial Guards, led by a person who looked like an officer, saluted Ito Say. Then they consciously picked up the two corpses on the ground and left the Qianyuan Hall, guarding outside the door. Not long after the Imperial Army left, Say Ito also walked out of Qianyuan Hall and headed for the Son of Heaven's quarters. Rebels and traitors. Rebels and traitors. One of the ministers couldn't hold back and shouted not long after Say Ito left. Be careful with your words. Another minister who was familiar with that minister softly advised. Humph. Tonglan, who stayed in the hall, naturally heard the shout of the minister. However, he thought that since Ito Say had kept these people alive, they would definitely be useful in the future. He snorted coldly as a warning. Chapter 737. My lord, Lord Tong asked me to inform you that everything is ready. The next morning, around 10 a.m., a little eunuch ran into the emperor's bedroom and reported to Say Ito, who was wearing the emperor's ceremonial robe. I see. Say Ito opened his arms and let the maid tidy up his clothes. You guys should also come and watch the ceremony. Then Say Ito looked at CC, Lakshata, Royd, Cecil, Cornelia, and Euphemia through the reflection of the mirror in front of him. Not interested, CC said with a pizza in her hand. Okay, it's a good opportunity to see the difference between the Chinese Federation's coronation ceremony and the Britannia Empire's. Royd pushed up his glasses and said, You should be interested in this as well, Cecil. Uh-huh, Cecil nodded. I forgot, Cecil, you're quite knowledgeable about folklore. Say Ito smiled as he looked at Cecil through the reflection of the mirror. It doesn't matter, there's no harm in participating. Lakshata said casually as she leaned against a red cushion. We will participate, Cornelia said on behalf of herself and Euphemia. Euphemia also nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone except CC agreed to attend the ceremony, Ito Say smiled and once again accepted the clothes of the palace maids with peace of mind. My lord, it's done. After another minute or two, the three maids around Say Ito stepped aside and said to Say Ito, Not bad. Ito Say looked at himself in the mirror, wearing a Black Han Dynasty ceremonial robe, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned around and looked at the Emperor Jiang Lihua and Kagura, who were also served by 2 or 3 maids. We're also ready. Kagura, whose right hand was holding the Emperor's left hand, smiled. All right, let's go. Say Ito smiled as he stretched out his hands in front of him. Seeing this, Kagura and Jiang Lihua stepped in front of Say Ito, each of them holding one of Say Ito's hands, and under the protection of the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards outside, They slowly walked towards Heaven Origin Hall. Behind them, Cornelia, Euphemia, Lloyd, Lakshata, and Cecil followed closely behind. They headed towards Qianyuan Palace. Just like that, 10 minutes later, Sei Ito's group arrived in front of the Qianyuan Hall and walked in. At this moment, in the Qianyuan Great Hall, in addition to the officials of Luoyang who were under house arrest by Sei Ito for a night, there were also more than 10 staff members holding various instruments under the command of Delia Hart. They recorded Sei Ito's style and prepared to broadcast it to the world together with the upcoming live broadcast of the abdication ceremony. Welcome, Your Majesty the Son of Heaven. The moment Sei Ito, Jiang Lihua, and Kagura walked into the hall, all the officials of the Chinese Federation in the hall bowed down and knelt on the ground, respectfully shouting. Sei Ito and Jiang Lihua didn't speak. They just walked along the center path made by the ministers, step by step, to the front of the high platform, and stepped on the high platform's 9-story high platform. Until then, Sei Ito, Jiang Lihua, and Kagura turned around and faced the ministers kneeling below. And standing on the side, the ambassadors of various countries who were invited by the Ministry of Rights to Luoyang, Cornelia, and others. Of course, those ministers and ambassadors of various countries naturally caused some commotion after seeing Cornelia and Euphemia, but they also knew that now wasn't the time to make noise, so they put away the strange feeling in their hearts. They calmed down and watched the abdication ceremony of the Emperor of the Chinese Federation start the live broadcast. At the same time, Delia Hart whispered to the staff next to him. In an instant, all the TV stations and radio stations in the Chinese Federation and Japan cut off the signal and changed to news and video about the abdication ceremony. Similarly, after receiving calls from all sides, the TV stations and radio stations of the Britannia Empire and the European Union also broadcast the news of the abdication ceremony of the Chinese Federation. By the will of heaven, the Son of Heaven decrees, I have ascended the throne since childhood. At this time, the Grand Eunuch Tong Luan stepped forward, unfolded the imperial edict in his hand, and read it aloud in front of all the ministers, ambassadors, and the world's TV audience. My heart is not afraid, especially imitating the 3 ancient emperors, abdicating the throne of Sei Ito, in hope that the country will be stable, the people will be prosperous, and the history of China will be extended. This is the emperor's decree. After a lot of eloquent speech, Tong Luan shouted loudly. In fact, although the content of the imperial edict was a lot, it was summarized in a few sentences. I, the Son of Heaven, have ascended the throne since childhood, and it has been 8 years since then. However, during my reign, I have not been able to bring prosperity and stability to the people, and I feel very ashamed. But recently, I met a great sage by chance and knew that he could lead the country to prosperity. So I am determined to imitate the 3 ancient emperors and abdicate the throne, hoping that the new emperor can bring stability to the country, make the people prosperous, and continue the Chinese civilization. The Son of Heaven is virtuous. After the imperial edict was read, the ministers knelt on the ground again and shouted in unison. Damn it! Lishinka, who was confronting the Britannia army at the border of Inner Mongolia, fiercely squeezed the teacup in his hand and looked at the TV and cursed in a low voice. Although he had long known that this day would come, when this day suddenly appeared in front of him, Lishinka still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Sir, please calm down. At this point, there is no turning back. For the sake of the Son of Heaven, we should think about how to defeat the Britannia army. An officer on the side. I know. Lishinka loosened his hand and threw away the broken pieces of the teacup in his hand, took a deep breath, and calmly said. Seeing Lishinka calm down again, the other officers looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Among them, Karen and Zhou Xianlin, who had already seen Sei Ito's magical means and was promised by Sei Ito to be his woman in the future, were greatly relieved. The two of them were really afraid that Lishinka would lead the troops back to Luoyang at all costs. The scene once again returned to the Qianyuan Hall in Jujin City in Luoyang. Then Tongluan turned around and knelt in front of Sei Ito and shouted, "Welcome, new emperor! Welcome, new emperor!" The ministers shouted in unison, "I will lead the Chinese Federation to stand at the top of the world for a long time," Sei Ito promised loudly to the ministers. Then he stepped back and sat on the jade throne that represented the supreme imperial power. "Greetings, your majesty." The ministers who had just straightened their upper bodies bowed again. Then Tongluan, who got up again, pulled out a bright yellow imperial edict from his sleeve and unfolded it, reading it loudly to the crowd. The content of this imperial edict was relatively simple. It was to tell the ministers and outsiders present that Sei Ito had ascended the throne, and the country's name was still China. The only change was that Sei Ito's imperial title was Wu Wei. At the same time, it was announced that the former emperor of the Chinese Federation, Zhang Lihua, and the only survivor of the former Japanese imperial family, Emperor Kagura, would be his concubines and would be married 3 days later. I announced that Japan is officially incorporated into the Chinese Empire. From now on, we will be one country, and there will be no distinction between each other. After Tongluan finished reading the imperial edict, Kagura, who was sitting on the right side of Sei Ito, stood up and walked to the edge of the high platform and announced loudly. At this point, the main content of the abdication ceremony was completely over, and they entered the banquet greeting process. After the banquet entered a certain degree, Sei Ito raised his cup to the people in the hall and said loudly, "Everyone, as a celebration of my ascension, I have a good show for everyone to watch." Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Sei Ito turned his head and nodded to Dilia Hart, who was standing not far away. Seeing this, Dilia Hart immediately understood and gave instructions to the staff around him. Soon, a huge LCD screen was pushed by several imperial guards and placed in front of the wall on the side of Qianyuan Hall. Then, the LCD screen flashed slightly, and the image of a city appeared on the LCD screen. "That's the imperial capital." The ambassador of the Britannia Empire, who came to watch the ceremony, exclaimed with some uncertainty. Then he turned his head to look at Cornelia and Yu Fei on the side to confirm whether his guess was correct. "Yes, it's the imperial capital." Cornelia nodded and confirmed. "What does this new emperor mean?" Hearing Cornelia's confirmation, the other ambassadors and ministers immediately whispered to each other. "You must have guessed it. Yes, this is the capital of the Britannia Empire, and the show I want to invite everyone to watch is there," Sei Ito said to the whispering crowd. After saying that, the palm hidden under the sleeve of his ceremonial robe moved, and a special mobile phone appeared in his hand. He moved his finger and pressed on one of the buttons. "Everyone, please take a look." Sei Ito, who pressed the button to put away the mobile phone, called out. As soon as his voice fell, the figure of the archangel suddenly appeared on the LCD screen. "What is that?" Seeing the huge archangel, the ministers and ambassadors clamored again. However, before they could clamor for long, the next change that appeared on the screen immediately made them swallow the words in their throats. On the LCD screen, the missile launch port at the stern of the archangel and the self-propelled Vulcan cannons around the hull opened up and bombarded the capital of the Britannia Empire. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of clear and audible explosions could be heard from the LCD screen. At the same time, a large amount of smoke and dust appeared on the screen, turning the originally clear screen into a gray area. Fortunately, the gray area disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It didn't take long for it to disappear from the screen, but the huge archangel that originally stayed on the screen also disappeared with the dust. "Wu Wei Emperor, you are declaring war. Declaring war." Looking at the messy imperial capital on the screen, the Britannia ambassador to the Chinese Federation pointed at Sei Ito and said loudly. Chapter 738. Hearing the Britannian ambassador's words, everyone present went silent and looked at Sei Ito, waiting for his reply. "That's right. I want to declare war on Britannia," Sei Ito said calmly as he looked at the Britannian ambassador to the Chinese Federation. After saying that, he turned around and strode onto the platform. Looking down at the ambassadors and ministers in the Qinyuan Hall, he announced in a clear voice, "I, Emperor Wu Wei of the Chinese Empire, hereby declare war on Britannia in the name of the Chinese Empire." Hua! The ambassadors who had finally received the approval could no longer suppress their emotions and loudly clamored in the hall. "Someone come." Then Ito Mori shouted loudly, "Your Majesty." After saying that, two imperial guards immediately flashed into the Qinyuan Hall and saluted with cupped fists. "Take that rude Britannian ambassador away. Have someone properly teach him the etiquette of treating an emperor," Ito said coldly as he looked at the Britannian ambassador. "Yes." The two imperial guards responded in unison and quickly walked to the Britannian ambassador's side. Like a prisoner, they grabbed his shoulders and armpits and dragged him out of the Qinyuan Hall. "Bastard! Let me go. I'm an ambassador. I'm not affected by the laws of war. You can't treat me like this. Let me go. You tyrannical army." The Britannian ambassador shouted at the top of his lungs as he was dragged away. "Sister." Euphemia looked at Cornelia with a worried expression. "It's all right." Cornelia frowned and glanced at Ito Sei, who was standing on the high platform, and comforted Euphemia softly. "Oh, no wonder his emperor title is Wu Wei. It seems that from the very beginning, he was prepared to create the image of a despotic tyrant." Lloyd's eyes flashed as he took in all of this. He smiled strangely at Cecil and said, "Don't worry about it." "But why is Sir doing this?" Cecil asked as he looked at Ito, standing on the platform with a puzzled expression. "Who knows? That guy always does things. You never play by the rules." With a tray in one hand and a fork in the other, Lakshata said nonchalantly as she put food into her mouth. After this incident, the ambassadors who were still noisy just now quieted down once again. "All right, the eyesores have been chased away. Now, the banquet will continue." After the voice of the Britannia ambassador had completely disappeared, Ito raised the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile on his face. Although they were filled with dissatisfaction and fear towards Ito, the ambassadors present forced themselves to put on a cheerful expression. He began to chat with the other ambassadors and officials of the Chinese Empire. When no one was paying attention, Ito walked to Delia Hart's side and asked softly, "Have you broadcasted the scene just now?" "According to your instructions, everything has been broadcasted without missing a single frame," Delia Hart said respectfully. "That's good." Ito nodded. "All right, now that there's nothing else, you can move around." Then, Ito patted Delia Hart's arm. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Delia Hart bowed. Then, he gave a few instructions to the staff behind him, tidied up his clothes, and blended into the crowd like a gentleman, seducing the women who came with the ambassadors. At the same time, in the capital of the Britannia Empire that was just bombed by the Archangel. "How are the casualties? How are the losses?" Sconazel asked the man in front of her. "The enemy seems to be intentionally avoiding the crowded areas, and the landing points of their attacks seem to have been precisely calculated, so there are not many casualties. Most of the casualties were caused by trampling and panic," the man reported. "But the damage to the buildings is very serious, especially the palace. Almost 1/3 of the place was destroyed." "How is the emperor?" Sconazel's eyes flashed when he heard the palace was seriously damaged and asked. "His Majesty is safe and sound." The man lowered his head and reported. Sconazel didn't say anything when he heard that, and asked again, "Have you found a ship that appeared before?" "Not yet." Another middle-aged man in a Britannia military uniform answered. "Continue the search." Sconazel said, "Yes, Your Highness." The middle-aged soldier saluted and replied, "You can leave now. Finish all the work as soon as possible. I will go to the palace to see the emperor." Sconazel stood up from his seat and looked at the middle-aged soldier and the other man. "Yes, Your Highness." The two men replied in unison. Sconazel turned around and walked around the desk in front of him. Under the gaze of the other man, he calmly walked out of the mansion and took a car to the heavily damaged palace. The Prime Minister's mansion wasn't far from the palace, so in a few minutes, Sconazel's car arrived outside the palace. Then, Skanazul got out of the car and slowly walked into the palace. Then, under the guidance of an officer, he saw the Britannia Emperor, Carol of Britannia, in a palace that was still intact. Your Majesty. Skanazul had one hand on his chest and the other behind his back as he lowered his head and saluted. What is it? Kerala looked at Skanazul expressionlessly. It's about the Chinese Federation's official declaration of war against our country. Your Majesty, what do you mean by? Skanazul asked. What do you want to do? Kerala asked. Gather the imperial forces and crush the Chinese Federation in one fell swoop. Skanazul said without hesitation. Then we'll do as you say. Jalulu said noncommittally. Also, I would like to ask for your Majesty's permission to send the Knights of the Round Table to the front lines to assist in this battle. Skanazul, who had long since gotten used to Kerala's attitude, didn't get up immediately. Instead, he asked for permission. Kerala looked at the kneeling Skanazul for a moment, then spoke again. You can take my warrant and summon the 9th and 10th Knights to the front lines to assist in the battle. Thank you, Your Majesty. Skanazul lowered his head and thanked him. Is there anything else? Kerala asked with the same calm tone and unchanging expression. No, your subject will take his leave. Skanazul replied. Then, he stood up from the ground, turned around, and walked out of Kerala's palace. At this time, the scene once again changed back to the Chinese Empire's Luoyang Zhujin city. 10 minutes later, as the ambassadors of each country found a lame excuse to leave the heavenly palace, the banquet that had become awkward ever since the Britannian ambassador was dragged away finally came to an end. Everyone, you've heard the declaration of war just now. If you don't want to be colonized by Britannia like the other countries and don't want to become second-class citizens like the other countries, please cooperate with me to protect the current Chinese empire. When only Sei Ito, Zheng Lihua, Kagura, and the Chinese empire's ministers were left in the palace, Sei Ito spoke to the ministers. Hearing this, the ministers immediately looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. After a while, a slightly older minister looked at Sei Ito and asked in a deep voice, as long as we are willing to cooperate, Emperor of Wu Wei, you can guarantee that our Chinese empire will not be destroyed. That's right. As long as you are willing to assist me, ensure the stability of the country, and listen to my arrangements, then I promise you that I will do my best to protect the Chinese empire, so that the Chinese empire will not be destroyed, and so that the Chinese civilization will be passed on for a long time. Sei Ito quietly looked at the minister who asked the question and said in a deep voice, But I'll say the ugly words first if you agree to help me, but then go against me or collude with foreign countries. Then don't blame me for being impolite. The 2 corpses in the palace yesterday might have a few more companions. Sei Ito continued. Okay, as long as the empire is not destroyed, this old man will cooperate with you. After a long silence, the old minister who asked the question finally spoke. This old minister was obviously one of the more prestigious ones among the ministers who were loyal to the emperor. Therefore, after he spoke, a few other ministers also agreed. As for the ministers who were originally loyal to the great eunuch, they directly promised Sei Ito that they would only listen to Sei Ito's orders in the future. Hee, so you only listen to my orders. After I give the order, let's see if you will really listen to me. Sei Ito glanced at the ministers who were loyal to the great eunuch and sneered in his heart. Only the few of you are left. What do you think? After most of the ministers agreed, Sei Ito looked at the last few ministers who had not spoken and asked in a deep voice, Emperor of Wu Wei, please allow Elder Gao to return home. Hearing the question, one of the ministers cupped his fist and bowed. Sei Ito squinted his eyes and quietly looked at the minister for a moment before turning to the others and asking, What about you guys? Do you also want Elder Gao to return home? Yes. 3 of the remaining people looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and cupped their fists. What about you guys? Sei Ito looked at the last 2 hesitant officials and asked, I am willing to listen to Emperor of Wu Wei's orders and assist in managing the empire. One of the officials hesitated for a moment before walking in front of the few people and cupping his fists. Traitor, The 4 ministers who had agreed to resign cursed. I'm also willing to listen to Emperor of Wuwei's orders and assist in managing the empire. Seeing that someone had taken the lead to betray, the last official did not hesitate and cupped his fists. Good. Say Ito nodded and then turned to the 4 officials who were about to resign. He sneered and said, I will allow you to resign, but before you leave, I will send the Imperial Army to check your properties and see if you have really done your best for the Empire. Chapter 739. P.S. Thank you to Youngboy 2001 and Dark Knight Starry Sky for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to 157747860 and Nickfanny for their tips. The ceremony is complete. 3 days later, in another hall other than the Qianyuan Hall in Zhujin City, under the live broadcast of Delia Hart and the announcement of Tong Luan, the wedding ceremony between the new Emperor Sei Ito and the former Emperor Jiang Lihua and the only member of the Japanese royal family, Emperor Kagura Lei, came to an end. In the past 3 days, under the deterrence of the 4 officials who resigned after their properties were confiscated by the Imperial Army, the ministers who promised to assist Sei Ito in managing the Chinese Empire were treading on thin ice. They worked diligently for Sei Ito and carried out his every order. After Sei Ito ascended the throne, his first order was to abolish the communism that dragged the Chinese Federation into its current predicament and control the country with a planned economy. Of course, Ito Sei would not do something like this. He directly summoned Muscle Atsuma, Masaki Suru, Kashiwagi Morong, and some important members of the city management in the Rubik's Cube world to his side. He combined the current situation of the Chinese Empire and made an implementation plan on the spot. He threw it to the existing ministers to control and execute, and he continued to care about the situation of the Mongolian border. During these 3 days, a declaration from Britannia and a transfer order from Skanazal led a large number of idle troops to the border between Siberia and Mongolia, where they stood in confrontation with the troops of Dawnstar, who were stationed there. At the same time, under the influence of Britannia spies, rebellions became more and more prosperous. Not only did several small East Asian countries declare independence under the Federation, but even the southwest region of the Chinese Empire. They also fell into a state of self-control. The banquet begins. Then, after completing the wedding steps, Tong Luan announced to the guests, ambassadors, and ministers in the hall. After the announcement, the guests immediately began to chat with the familiar people around them. Informally Shinka, Karen, and Zhou Xianlin to immediately lead their troops and withdraw 100 kilometers. Sei Ito ordered Tong Luan when no one was paying attention. Yes, Tong Luan replied in a low voice. Then, he turned around and quietly left the hall to relay the order to Sei Ito. Seeing Tong Luan leave, Sei Ito smiled and slowly blended into the crowd with a wine glass in his hand. He talked with the envoys of the small countries that submitted to the rule of the Chinese Empire and the Federal Constitution to show his favor and importance to them, so that their countries could continue to surround the Chinese Empire and resist the foreign enemy, Britannia. Just like that, more than half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty. At this moment, Tong Luan approached Ito Sei from the crowd and whispered in his ear. The troops have evacuated to the designated location. I see, Sei Ito also whispered back. Valletta, have they arrived at the designated location? Then Sei Ito turned around and took out the communication device without anyone noticing. He asked softly into the communication device. They have arrived. Valletta's voice came out from the communication device. Good. Wait for my order, Sei Ito replied, and casually turned off the communication device and hid it in his sleeve. Ding, 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 ding. At this moment, Sei Ito turned back to the people in the hall and gently knocked the glass in his hand on the hard object next to him, making a series of crisp sounds. This attracted the attention of the people in the hall. Everyone, thank you for coming to my wedding ceremony. So in order to express my gratitude, I have prepared a grand performance for everyone. Sei Ito said with a smile when everyone's attention was on him. After hearing Sei Ito's words, the guests who had just quieted down immediately whispered to each other. They were full of curiosity and anticipation as they tried to guess what Sei Ito's performance was. Sei Ito smiled and nodded to Tong Luan, who was next to him. Tong Lin, who received the signal, immediately raised his hands in front of him and clapped 3 times in a row. The next moment, a few eunuchs appeared in the hall with a huge LCD screen. Seeing this, some of the guests who were quick-witted had a change of expression. They instinctively guessed that Sei Ito was going to do something earth-shattering. After all, the scene that happened 3 days ago during the coronation ceremony was still fresh in everyone's minds. Wallalala. At this moment, the black screen flashed and a small dot appeared on the screen. Then, the image changed and a military camp with a large number of nightmares and other military weapons appeared on the screen. The flag of the Britannia Empire was hung on the screen. That's the Britannia Empire's military camp, right? What is the Wu-Wei Emperor doing this time? Is he going to bomb the place like last time? It's hard to say. The Wu-Wei Emperor might really do what he did last time. As soon as the image appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the guests, ambassadors, and officials who came to participate in the wedding ceremony were once again in an uproar. Let me introduce everyone. The location in the image is Siberia, and the army in the image is just as you're thinking. It's the Britannia Empire's army that is confronting our country. Sei Ito smiled and introduced to the guests who were whispering to each other. And the gift I want to give everyone is a grand fireworks show. Please enjoy. Sei Ito said and took out the communication device again. He pressed the connect button and placed it next to his ear. Send the goddess to the human world. Sei Ito said as his gaze passed through the crowd and landed on Nina, who was standing with Royd, Cecil, Lakshata, Cornelia, Yuffie, and Cece. Yes. Valletta responded through the communication device. After receiving the response, Sei Ito cut off the communication device. He put away the communication device in his hand and turned to look at the big LCD screen with a smile on his face. At this time, the image on the screen was pulled back, showing the Britannia Empire's military camp and the sky above the military camp from a distant perspective. Then, the sky above the Britannia Empire's military camp flashed, and a Genevieve that was painted entirely black with dark red lines at the corners appeared in the sky. It had radiation solidified wings on its back, and it was holding a cylindrical object that was almost the same height as its body and had a pointy bottom end in its arms. Then, the Guinevere's hands loosened, and the cylindrical object that was as thick as 2 adult arms quickly slipped from its arms and fell at a high speed toward the Britannia Empire's camp below. At this time, the Guinevere's wings, which had completed the throwing work, flapped and soared into the sky as if it was escaping for its life. 10 seconds after the Guinevere soared into the sky, the free-falling slender cylindrical object finally made contact with the Britannia Empire's camp on the ground. In an instant, the screen lit up and an extremely dazzling bright white light flashed through the screen. All the guests in the hall couldn't help but squint their eyes. Fortunately, the bright light came and went quickly. In less than 2 seconds, the LCD screen once again showed the scene of the Britannia Empire's camp in Siberia. At this time, a huge grayish-black mushroom cloud rose from the ground at a speed that seemed slow but was actually very fast. A shockwave visible to the naked eye spread out from the root of the mushroom cloud to the surroundings at a height of less than a meter from the ground, pushing the dust away like a tsunami. At the same time, everything that blocked the path of the shockwave, whether it was a nightmare, a tank, a fortress made of alloy, or something else, all shattered into a pile of mustard powder under the impact of the shockwave and scattered into the air. At this time, the image on the LCD screen changed from a distant view to a bird's-eye view. At this time, under the mushroom cloud that soared into the sky, a huge circular pit appeared on the screen. It was unknown how big it was, but it was not less than the size of a large city. There was nothing in it, and it shocked everyone's nerves. How could this be? How could this be? Seeing the scene on the screen, Nina grabbed her head with both hands. Her eyes widened, but her pupils contracted as she muttered to herself. Then, as if she couldn't accept it, she screamed and ran out. "Cecil, go watch Nina." Seito's voice sounded in Cecil's ear the moment Nina ran out. Cecil looked at Seito and nodded. He immediately put the things in his hand back on the table, turned around, and chased after Nina. Wow! After Nina's scream, the guests, ambassadors, and ministers of the Empire who were stunned by the scene on the screen suddenly burst into an uproar. However, at this time, the three of them had completely different expressions on their faces. For example, on the faces of the guests and ambassadors, in addition to shock, there was also fear. They were afraid of what would happen if this weapon fell into the hands of their country. On the other hand, on the faces of the ministers of the Empire of China, in addition to shock, there was also excitement. They felt that as long as they had this weapon, not only would the Empire of China fall, but it would also not be a fantasy to unify the world. I order the Empire's army to immediately march to Britannia's territory. Just as the guests, ambassadors, and ministers were discussing animatedly, Seito reached out and took the communication device handed to him by Tong Luan, contacted Li Shinka, and ordered. Yes, Li Shinka's voice clearly came from the communication device, echoing throughout the hall. "Everyone, are you satisfied with the fireworks show I presented to you?" Seito, who casually tossed the communication device back to Tong Luan, looked at the people in the hall meaningfully and asked. The banquet continues. Then, without waiting for the people to answer, he directly announced loudly. However, at this time, except for the ministers of the Empire of China, the ambassadors of the small countries who were still loyal to the Empire and abiding by the laws of the Empire of China, and some guests who were still in a mood to enjoy the banquet, the other people's minds were already in a mess, and they were not in the mood to enjoy the banquet. Chapter 740. So this is the real power you want to show. Cornelia muttered absent-mindedly as she looked at the huge crater on the screen. Sister, Sophie, whose face was a little pale, looked at Cornelia and called out, "Phew, maybe it's time to make a choice." Hearing Sophie's voice, Cornelia, who recovered from her thoughts, let out a soft sigh. Then, she reached out and hugged Sophie in her arms. Her palm gently stroked her back, silently comforting Sophie's emotions. Although I expected it, I didn't expect the actual effect to be so great. The little girl back then made an amazing toy, Lloyd said with a strange voice as he narrowed his eyes behind his glasses. But what's more surprising is that the Lord really dared to use it in a real battle. Only in this way can the tyrant and the demon king be more real on him, right? Lakshata, on the side, said, "This guy, what is he trying to do?" CC, who was eating a piece of pizza in his hand, looked at Seito, who was walking out of the hall, and frowned. At this time, Seito, who had confirmed that the scene of the Goddess of Love, S explosion was broadcasted live from the beginning to the end, didn't stay in the hall for long. He directly turned around and walked out of the hall. Following the spiritual imprint he left on Cecil, he walked in the direction of Cecil. With the guidance of the spiritual imprint, Seito soon arrived at Cecil's side. "Lord." At this time, Cecil, who was holding the frightened Nina in his arms and comforting her, greeted Seito, who was slowly approaching him. Hearing Cecil's greeting, with both hands covering her head, Nina, who was curled up in Cecil's arms, trembled subconsciously. She curled up even more. Seeing this, Seito frowned slightly. He slowly walked to Cecil and squatted down. He looked up at Nina, who still had her eyes wide open, but her pupils contracted. Then, he reached out and grabbed Nina's hands. With a slight force, he pulled her hands away from her head and called out softly, "Nina." Upon hearing Seito's voice, Nina trembled again. "Nina, look at me." Seito, who saw that the conventional method did not work, had an idea. While mobilizing his mental force to cover the area around Nina's head, he whispered in a strange tone. Under the influence of this hypnotic voice, Nina subconsciously turned her head and looked into Seito's eyes. "Nina, are you afraid of the power of the weapon you designed?" Seito asked gently. Upon hearing Seito's question, Nina thought of the scene she saw on the LCD screen in the main hall. She shuddered and was about to curl up with her head in her hands again. She curled up in Cecil's arms to calm herself down. "Nina, look at me," Seito said softly as he slowly increased his mental influence. However, at this time, Nina, who had fallen into extreme emotions, did not look at him as obediently as before. Alas! Seeing this, Seito sighed softly and stood up from the ground. Then, he winked at Cecil, who understood and let go of Nina. At the same time, Cecil took Nina's place and held her in his arms. "Nina, the weapon you designed is great." Seito held Nina's hands tightly with one hand and stroked her back with the other. He praised her softly. "It's one of the best weapon designs I've ever seen. As expected of a genius with the name of Einstein. I admire you very much, Nina. It's just that weapons are destined to be used in war. However, the effect it produces is not only to harm lives, but also to protect," Seito continued. Upon hearing this, Nina, whose body was still stiff, moved slightly. She separated part of her attention from the extreme emotions and listened to Seito's words. Obviously, some words in this sentence attracted Nina's attention. Think about it. Although the goddess of love you design will cause a lot of casualties, the destructive power it produces will deter those with ulterior motives. As long as we have your goddess of love, those who want to harm us will have some misgivings and stop what they want to do. In this way, won't your goddess of love protect us? Seito guided her in a soft voice. So, Nina, you don't have to be afraid and disgusted by the weapon you designed. As long as you use it properly, it will become a tool to protect us. It's one of the guarantees for our survival and development. For this, I have to thank you, Nina, Seito said with a chuckle. Under Seito's guidance, Nina, who had escaped from the impasse, asked softly, "Can the weapon I designed really protect us?" "Of course. It will protect you, me, Cecil, everyone in the big laboratory, and the others in the world we live in. Just like the name you gave it, it's the goddess of love. However, this goddess is very powerful. It will strike a thunderous blow to those who harm us and deprive them of their hope of survival," Seito said with a relaxed tone. After Cecil heard Seito's description of the goddess of love, he couldn't help but smile. "Speaking of which, you, who created the goddess of love, are also a great god. You're just like the god of creation in the fantasy novels. How about it? Do you want me to give you a god's name? For example, the god of wisdom or something?" Seito continued joking in order to ease Nina's emotions. No. Nina, who had gradually escaped from her extreme emotions, said embarrassedly with a blush on her face. "You really don't want it?" Seito asked. "No," Nina said with certainty. "All right then. It seems like I'll have to go to a world with a god and capture an Athena." Seito continued joking. "My lord, do gods really exist?" Cecil's eyes flashed as he asked curiously. "Yes, there is. In fact, in this world, there are also things similar to gods." Seito looked at Cecil with a smile. "There are gods in this world?" Cecil asked with a surprised expression. At the same time, Nina focused her attention on the conversation between Seito and Cecil. She listened attentively to the secret words. "That's right." Seito nodded. "You've already met that green-haired CC, right?" Seito looked at Cecil and said. After Cecil nodded, he continued. "Actually, if you insist, she can be considered as the earthbound walker, the spokesperson of this world's god." "Ah!" Nina and Cecil exclaimed at the same time. "She has something called code in her body. It's used to connect to the god of this world. At the same time, she can use code to bestow power to the person she chooses. This power is called Geas. It's a power that can evolve into different abilities based on the deepest thoughts of the person. For example, the leader of the Black Knights, Zero, had the power to make others obey her. The emperor of the Britannia Empire, Ja Lulu, had the power to change the memories of others. Seito ignored the two's shock and continued to explain. Ah, His Majesty Ja Lulu also has geas? Cecil asked with an even more shocked expression. Yes, Seito confirmed with a nod. However, this power has a huge flaw. If you're not careful, you'll go berserk and cause all kinds of trouble in your daily life. Then, Seito said with a disdainful expression, it's completely incomparable to the alchemy you have now. Is that so? Cecil said with a look of realization. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Are you hungry? Seito's gaze moved back and forth between Cecil and Nina, who was in his arms. We're fine, Cecil replied. I'm a little hungry, Nina said softly with a blush on her face. Good. I'm also feeling a little hungry. Let's just eat here, Seito said with a smile. Then, without waiting for the two to respond, he summoned a table, 3 chairs, and 4 or 5 fragrant dishes with rice, bowls, and chopsticks. Then, Seito stood up from the stone platform with Nina in his arms and slowly walked to the table. He let go of Nina and gently pressed her down on a chair. Then, he turned around and walked to another chair. Together with Cecil, who had also walked to the last chair, they sat down at the table. Come, let's eat, Seito said to Nina and Cecil as he placed the bowls and chopsticks in front of them. Then, Seito, Nina, and Cecil began to enjoy the food. It wasn't until half an hour later that they realized that this short picnic wasn't a picnic and that a proper meal wasn't a proper meal. Cecil, accompany Nina for a while. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Seito said to Nina and Cecil as he put away the table, chairs, bowls, chopsticks, and leftovers. Yes, my lord, Cecil replied with a nod. Ito Mori nodded at Cecil and Nina. Then, he turned around and walked away along the palace path. Soon, he disappeared from Nina and Cecil's sight. Just as Seito returned to his bedchamber, Tonglin, who had been waiting outside, immediately called out respectfully, Your Majesty. What is it? Seito didn't stop walking. He continued to walk into his bedchamber and asked with a frown, Your Majesty, these are the letters of credence from 3 of the rebellious small countries. They say that they are willing to return to the empire system. Tonglin, who was quickly following behind Seito, took out 3 pieces of white paper filled with writing from his sleeve and handed them to Seito. Ha! Now you know how to be afraid, Seito said with a sneer as he took the letters of credence and flipped through them. My dear, seeing Seito return, Kagura, who was wearing a bright red wedding dress and holding Jiang Lihua's hand, called out happily. Seito smiled and nodded to the two. He strode to the main seat in the bedchamber and sat down. He looked at Tonglin, who was standing in front of him with a bow, and said, Go and bring me the information of the rebel generals of these rebellious countries. Yes, Tonglin immediately responded. He then turned around and walked out of the bedchamber to bring the information of the rebel generals of the rebellious countries to Seito. Chapter 741. After a short while, Tonglin, who was holding a pile of documents in his hand, trotted back to the palace. Your Majesty, the information you asked for. Tonglin quickly walked to Seito and handed the documents in his hand to Seito while bowing. Seito reached out and took the documents, then looked at Tonglin and said, You can go first. Yes. Tonglin responded respectfully, then asked with a slightly hesitant expression, Your Majesty, about the letters of credence of the 3 countries. Drag it. Seito quietly looked at Tonglin for a moment, then said indifferently when Tonglin's face was pale and his forehead was covered with sweat. Yes. Tonglin lowered his body and bowed respectfully. Then he didn't dare to stay in front of Seito any longer and quickly walked out of the palace and disappeared behind the palace gate. My dear, what are you going to do? Kagura went behind the throne and put her arms on Seito's shoulders, then looked at the documents full of information of the rebel generals of various countries. Since you dare to betray, you must accept the consequences of your betrayal. Sei Ito, who took the pile of documents back in his hand, sneered. You two stay here, I'm going out. Then Sei Ito got up from the throne and looked at Kagura and Jiang Lihua, who were both dressed in wedding clothes, and said, Got it. Kagura said. Sei Ito nodded and used instant transmission to disappear in front of Kagura and Jiang Lihua, then appeared in the sky above Zhujin City. Then in a flash, he appeared in a remote place outside Luoyang City. At this time, Sei Ito's mind moved and summoned Gana Hongye, who originally belonged to the Pandora organization, and a dozen ninjas from the Jinin village to his side. Sama. After adapting, the ninjas of Jinin village who appeared here saluted with shinobi salute. Lord. Seeing everyone else greet, Gana Hongye had to follow. One for each person. Sei Ito first nodded slightly as a sign of acceptance. Then, he raised his hand and handed the paper with the rebel army's information to everyone. Gana Red Leaf and the other ninjas didn't hesitate and took a piece of paper from Sei Ito's hand one by one. Each piece of paper in your hands represents a country. The contents of the paper are the information of the leaders of the forces that rebelled against me. This time, I will give you the task of assassinating the people on the list in your hands. Sei Ito looked at the Gana Red Leaf and the ninjas in front of him and said, Yes. All the ninjas who got the task said in unison. And this. Sei Ito turned his palm over. He took out a pile of white cloth that was written with blood-red dye and handed it to Gana Red Leaf and the other ninjas. Those who betray the Wu-Wei Emperor shall die. Gana Red Leaf, who didn't have a lot of respect for Sei Ito like the other ninjas, unfolded the cloth in her hand and whispered, Go. Pay attention to your own safety. Also, don't show your ninjutsu in front of too many people. Sei Ito smiled at Gana Red Leaf and said to everyone, Yes. The ninjas once again said in unison, Whoosh. Then, with a soft sound, the dozen ninjas immediately turned into a dozen blurry shadows. They disappeared in front of Sei Ito and Gana Red Leaf. Seeing that she was the only one left in the field, Gana Red Leaf slightly curled her lips and also used instant transmission to disappear in front of Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was the only one left, looked up at the slightly yellow sky and whispered to himself, With the shock of the goddess of love and these assassinations, my brutal image should be deeply rooted in the minds of the people of this world. Then his figure flashed and also disappeared from this open space. A few seconds later, he returned to the emperor's bedroom in Zhujin City in Luoyang and played with Kagura and Jiang Lihua in the bedroom. Just like that, a few hours later. Only when the sky had completely turned pitch black did they stop to rest. After that, Kagura smiled ambiguously at Sei Ito, took Jiang Lihua's hand, and went to the side hall to take a bath under the guidance of the palace maid. This little girl. Sei Ito looked at the leaving Kagura with a funny expression and whispered. Then he turned to the palace maid and said, Prepare hot water for me. I want to take a bath. Yes, your majesty. The palace maid accepted the order. Then the palace maid stopped in the palace and divided into two. Two of them took Sei Ito to another side hall and helped him change his clothes. The other palace maid turned around and informed the little eunuch outside to bring some water for Sei Ito. Just like that, the palace maids and eunuchs prepared a large bathtub of hot water for Sei Ito in an orderly manner. Then Sei Ito didn't hesitate and directly stood naked in front of the two palace maids. He stepped into the bathtub and sat down in front of them. He closed his eyes and leaned his head against the edge of the bathtub, enjoying the gentle hands of the two palace maids washing him. In the midst of the luxurious enjoyment, more than half an hour had passed unknowingly. Splash. Accompanied by the sound of water, Sei Ito stood up from the bathtub, stepped out of the bathtub, dried his body with the help of the two palace maids, put on his pajamas, and returned to the main hall of the emperor's bedroom. At this time, Kagura and Jiang Lihua, who had already finished bathing, were lying on the spacious emperor's bed. My dear, today is our wedding day. Aren't you going to enjoy us? Kagura said seductively to Sei Ito, who just walked out of the side hall. She was holding the edge of the quilt with both hands, revealing only a small part of her shoulder. Next to her, Jiang Lihua's face was red, and she closed her eyes, not daring to look at Seito. Kagura, how old are you? You've already learned how to seduce men. Seito said to Kagura, who was lying on the bed, with a funny look. I'm already 15 years old. I'm not young anymore. If it was before, I would be old enough to get married. Kagura pouted and said with dissatisfaction, Enough, you two are still too young, especially Lihua. She's only 13 years old. If you lose your virginity now, it won't be good for her development. Seito walked to the bed and sat down. What about me? I'm already old enough to be eaten. Kagura pouted her red lips and continued to seduce. Besides, today is our wedding day. Why don't we do nothing? Do you want to be eaten by me that much? Seito reached out and flicked Kagura's forehead. Because I love you. Kagura looked at Seito with a playful smile. Forget it. This kind of thing should wait until you're 16 years old. Seito looked at Kagura speechlessly. 16 years old. That's half a year away. Kagura pouted. Okay, go to sleep. Seito no longer paid attention to Kagura and whispered while taking off his robe. Chapter 742. P.S. Thank you to Star 126 and Always Late for their precious monthly votes, and thank you to Nickfany for your tip. After taking off his pajamas, Seito lifted the quilt covering Kagura's body and was about to lie down, but he was immediately shaken by the sight under the quilt. Honey, do I look good? Kagura put her hands under her chin and pressed her forearms against her chest, blocking the 2 points of spring scenery. Her body was flat and motionless, almost completely exposing her beautiful body to Seito's eyes. She opened her red lips and said in a seductive voice, I was wondering why you were so well-behaved just now. So you were waiting for me here. Seito chuckled after seeing Kagura's white and beautiful body. Then he raised his head and looked to the side, and Jiang Lihua's faintly discernible left side of her body also appeared in his eyes. This is your idea, right? Knowing that Jiang Lihua was also naked like Kagura, Seito lowered his head and looked at Kagura again and asked with a smile. Of course. Kagura, who had already exposed her body, no longer pretended to be pretentious. She directly stretched out her arms on the bed and hugged Seito's neck and said with a smile, Honey, you really don't want it? Then, Kagura looked at Seito with a teasing expression and said softly, Don't seduce me. You should know that I'm very scary when I'm on fire. Your bodies won't be able to withstand it. He reached out and patted Kagura's butt and pretended to be serious. Don't be afraid. If Lihua and I can't satisfy you, aren't there maids next to us? With their help, you'll definitely be satisfied. Kagura said with a smile. Can't you wait? Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at Kagura. Because I want to truly become your woman and walk into your heart. Kagura put on a delicate and pitiful expression and said in a coquettish manner, And they're doing it for tonight. But I've seen a lot of secret erotic pictures from the royal family. Don't tell me you don't want to try it, my dear. Then Kagura's right hand loosened and slid down Seito's neck. Then she slid her hand down his chest and whispered sneakily. As soon as he finished speaking, Kagura's right hand slid down the waistline of Seito's shorts. He reached out and grabbed a warm and soft object, gently playing with it. It seems that if I don't eat you today, you won't be at peace. Then I won't be polite, Seito said with a faint smile as he felt the sensation coming from somewhere. Then, without waiting for Kagura to react, he directly reached out, grabbed her shoulders, and pressed her down on the bed. Kagura, who was lying on the bed, smiled charmingly, and once again wrapped her arms around Seito's neck. She raised her body and kissed Seito's lips and took the initiative to explore his mouth with her tongue. A series of strange noises immediately echoed in the bedroom. Jiang Lihua, who was holding the edge of the quilt and covering her face, only peeking out a pair of eyes to secretly watch the two, blushed even more. She completely covered her face with the quilt. She just wanted to be good. But Kagura, who was willing to do anything to please Sei Ito and consolidate her position in his heart, didn't let her go. After separating from Sei Ito, she turned to Jiang Lihua, who was acting like an ostrich, and said, "Lihua, come over here. Today is our wedding day with Darling. You can't behave like this." After waiting for a few seconds and seeing that Jiang Lihua still didn't move, she smiled at Sei Ito, who was on top of her, and moved closer to Jiang Lihua. She forcefully lifted the quilt from her body, exposing Jiang Lihua's white and tender body to the air. "Ah!" Jiang Lihua, who felt a chill on her body, subconsciously exclaimed. "Didn't we agree when we were bathing that we would serve Darling together? Now you can't do it like this." Kagura reached out and grabbed Jiang Lihua's arm. "No, don't." Jiang Lihua's face was red as she said in a low voice, "That won't do. We're good friends. Can you bear to see me suffer alone?" Kagura continued to persuade her. Then, without any explanation, she pulled Jiang Lihua's hand and placed it on Sei Ito's body, allowing her to gently rub it. "Don't force Lihua too much. She's still young." Sei Ito reached out and held Jiang Lihua's hand as he spoke to Kagura. "No, Lihua is also Darling's wife, and she's also my good sister. How can I let her run away?" Kagura retorted without hesitation. Then, she let go of Jiang Lihua's hand and pressed her palms against Sei Ito's chest. She forcefully pushed him down between her and Jiang Lihua, then flipped over and sat on top of him. "Darling, enjoy yourself today." Kagura smiled seductively at Sei Ito. Then, she turned around and grabbed Jiang Lihua's hands again, leading her to serve Sei Ito together. "Well, I'll enjoy myself today." Sei Ito wrapped his hands around Kagura's and Jiang Lihua's waists, gently rubbing them up and down while laughing. "Leave it to me." Kagura smiled. Then, together with Jiang Lihua, who was still blushing and extremely shy, she served Sei Ito in the same posture as the Japanese and Chinese royal families. "I'm so tired." After an unknown amount of time, Kagura, who was holding the wishful wand tightly dancing, leaned her body back to Sei Ito's shoulder, complained. "That's why I said earlier, your bodies can't bear it. Give up." Sei Ito chuckled as he gently stroked Kagura's back with his palm. "No, how can we give up like this? Today we must satisfy you, darling." Kagura pretended to be serious. Then, he turned his head and said to Jiang Lihua, who had become more familiar with him after this period of time, "Lihua, move aside first." "Oh." Jiang Lihua obediently retreated from Sei Ito's side. Kagura, who saw Jiang Lihua retreat, didn't hesitate and directly sat on Sei Ito's lower abdomen. Then, she moved and grabbed the wishful wand, put it in front of the eye of the sea, and sat down. Ugh! In an instant, a huge pain was transmitted from the eye of the sea, causing Kagura to frown and groan. "How can you mess around with this kind of thing? Really?" Sei Ito, who didn't expect Kagura to be so fierce, reached out and hugged Kagura, who was lying on his body because of the pain, and softly reprimanded her. "It's okay. I heard from the attendant that this kind of thing will pass after a while." Kagura smiled at Sei Ito. "You." Sei Ito saw this and said helplessly, "Okay, almost, you can move now." After a while, Kagura, who sat up straight again, said. After that, she really slowly moved up and down, left and right, and at the same time, with the movement of Kagura, the pair of bamboo shoots on her chest, which was slightly higher than that of girls of the same age, swayed slightly, attracting Sei Ito's attention. As Kagura's movements became smoother and smoother, Kagura's mouth unconsciously made a soft sound full of temptation, making Jiang Lihua, who was kneeling and watching, blush again. But even so, Kagura still didn't let go of Jiang Lihua's attention and stretched out her hand to invite her. Seeing this, Jiang Lihua's face became even redder, but she still obeyed Kagura's invitation and came to Sei Ito's side, cooperating with Kagura to serve Sei Ito, and kissed him. After a while, with a loud sound from Kagura's throat, Kagura's body once again weakly lay on Sei Ito's chest. "I can't anymore. Lihua, you, come." After a short while, Kagura, who had recovered from the intense stimulation, turned over and laid down beside Ito, gasping for breath as he spoke to Jiang Lihua on the other side of Ito. Ito immediately pulled Jiang Lihua into his arms and said softly, "Don't. Lihua is too young. This kind of thing will hurt her too much. Let's stop here." Ito then kissed Jiang Lihua and Kagura on the forehead and said softly, "You two did very well today. I'm very satisfied. That's all for now." Hearing this, Jiang Lihua's face immediately revealed a relaxed expression. Clearly, for someone as young as her, the bloodstain on the bedsheet was rather glaring and made her feel afraid. "Then, my dear, what about you?" Kagura looked up at Ito and asked, "I heard that this kind of thing isn't good. It's very harmful to the body. What else can I do? Let's just do it. It won't matter even if I say it once or twice more." Ito slightly moved his shoulders and smiled. "How can that be?" Kagura was dissatisfied. Then, without any explanation, she turned her head and shouted toward the palace gate. "Guards! Asterisk creak. Asterisk." As soon as Kagura's words fell, a palace maid who was guarding outside pushed the door open and walked in. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." The palace maid bowed her head and greeted respectfully. "Go and call in all the palace maids guarding outside," Kagura ordered. "Yes." The palace maid complied, then turned around and walked out of the palace to summon the palace maids outside. "What are you doing?" Ito asked in a low voice as he faintly guessed Kagura's intentions. "Of course, it's to satisfy my dear." Kagura smiled charmingly and said, "After all, because of this concubine, my dear, you weren't satisfied. This makes this concubine feel very apologetic." At this time, Kagura, who had the most intimate relationship between them, had completely changed the way she addressed him and was now calling him concubine. At this time, before Ito could say anything, the palace maid who had left earlier had already returned with 4 or 5 other palace maids. "Your Majesty, Your Highness." The palace maids called out in unison. "All of you, take off your clothes." Kagura directly ordered the palace maids. "Yes." Hearing this, the palace maids' faces flushed red. They acknowledged the order in a low voice and then began to take off their palace clothes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.